Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin TV Audiobook channel. Shadow Slave, Chapter 2700. Starbeast. Ah, what the hell? Relax. In the cavernous darkness of the giant snake's maw, Nightwalker rolled on something slick and hard, then jumped to his feet. Then, as a nonchalant voice resounded from the shadows around him, he lost his balance and fell again. That was because the dark cave he had found himself in was swaying that voice, though. Why did it sound familiar, sunless? Slithering through the crumbling corridors of the palace with astonishing speed, Sunny chuckled inwardly. Junctions and intersections flashed past him in a blur, and the walls that groaned and bent threatened to suffocate his shell in a crushing embrace. Yeah, it's me. I just assumed a different form. Welcome to Sunny Express, Lord Nightwalker. Somewhere in his maw, Nightwalker carefully sat up and glanced around with a resentful expression. You could have... it's a metamorphosis. Ability. I get it. Sunny was confused for a moment. People usually call it the transformation ability, actually, or one's transcendent form. But how would Nightwalker know? He had been stuck in the Eternal City for decades. There had been no saints during his glory days, let alone colloquial terms to describe things that had to do with transcendence. So, he would have had to come up with his own terminology. Technically, the onyx serpent shell was not Sunny's transcendent ability. But since Nightwalker had not posed his comment as a question, he was under no obligation to explain the difference. Speaking of transcendent abilities, though, as Sunny reached a seemingly bottomless stairwell and sent his serpentine body down its vertical expanse, he realized that he actually knew very little about Nightwalker aspect and abilities. There had been little time to ask, and it was a sensitive subject anyway. Asking another awakened about their flaw was considered exceedingly rude, while asking them about their aspect could go either way. Colleagues had to share what they could with each other, naturally, but it was always a little awkward. After all, everything you revealed could be used against you. Then again, Cassie definitely knew what Nightwalker was capable of, already, so Sunny could simply ask her, "But why would he when the man was right there? By the way, what is your own transcendent form, actually? What can your aspect do?" Nightwalker hesitated a little, prompting Sunny to add, "It's just that we're about to fight a great titan, so I thought I'd be nice to know." His youthful guide sighed. "Well, I guess it's only fair. You showed me yours, I show you mine." Sunny almost spat the bastard out. He did not like that phrasing at all. Nightwalker chuckled. "My aspect is on the stranger side, though. It's a bit difficult to wrap your head around. My dormant ability is a form of divination, I suppose. I have this feeling that tells me where to go to get to where I want to go, or where to find what I'm searching for. Like intuition." Sunny nodded mentally. That made sense. It was an understated, but unquestionably powerful ability. In fact, it might just be the most potent dormant ability he had ever heard of, considering what kind of challenges awakened usually faced in the dream realm and in the nightmares. Cassie possessed a similar kind of supernatural intuition, albeit hers was far less specific, and therefore not as powerful. There were benefits to her more vague but general sense, though, because while it did not clearly tell her where to go in any given situation, it did tell her where not to go from time to time. Nightwalker's ability did not, which was a fatal flaw. The man, meanwhile, continued. "My awakened ability is, how do I explain it? It's like a magical containment suit, only there's no suit. It's just that my body becomes isolated from the environment, so I can be impervious to all hazards for as long as I have essence. Cold heat, radiation, contaminants, pressure, and so on. At the same time, my body becomes self-sufficient, producing its own oxygen and nutrients, something like that. Basically, I can go pretty much anywhere without dying. Anywhere reasonable or only faintly unreasonable, at least." What? Sunny vividly imagined Nightwalker just comfortably floating in space in comfortable pajamas, stargazing. For a moment he felt a hint of envy. That was basically any explorer's dream. "Ability, lucky bastard? What about your ascended ability?" Nightwalker smiled. "I can fold space." If Sunny had eyelids at the moment, he would have blinked. "Huh?" Nightwalker shrugged. "Simply put, I can fold it to make something long short, or unfold it to make something short long. It's a bit tricky and there's a lot of applications. An infinite amount, really, but with some practice, you can get amazing results, taking one step and walking 100 meters, for example. That was how we reached the center of the palace so quick, by the way. I folded space to make each of our steps count for a dozen. Sonny felt a strong desire to scowl. No, but how does it even work? And he had not even felt anything peculiar. That's a cheat ability. Not fair. If anyone heard his thoughts at the moment, they would have probably commented that hypocrisy had a name. Nightwalker, meanwhile, added with a hint of malice in his voice, or, I can fold the space that my adversary occupies, or a body part of theirs, so it's quite useful in combat as well. Sonny sighed. No kidding. There was indeed an infinite number of ways that ability could be used, from traversal to fighting to even things like creating hidden storage spaces. If Nightwalker had not been the founder of a great clan, he would have made for a peerless smuggler. So, you transformation? Nightwalker scratched his nose. Well, I call it the Starbeast. Sonny was a little confused. What is that? Nightwalker shrugged. Just like it sounds, a strange beast made of starlight. Light is both a particle and a wave. Similarly, my transcendent form can be both tangible and intangible, or shift seamlessly between the two. It's a bit silly, but if there were animals grazing or cosmic radiation and gravity waves while drifting from star to star through the endless dark void, that is what I imagine they would look like. Sonny remained silent for a while. Eventually, he said in a disgruntled tone, "And you were surprised when I turned into a big snake?" Nightwalker blinked a few times. Hey, it's not every day that I'm swallowed by giant snakes, okay? He paused for a moment and then raised 3 fingers in indignation. In fact, if one remember correctly, this is at best my 3rd time, which was 3 times too numerous as far as he was concerned. Chapter 2701, Pursuit of Mortality. The palace seemed to be on the verge of collapsing by the time Sonny reached its bent, misshapen gates. Actually, he wasn't even sure that the palace could collapse. Normal buildings were built out of brick, wood, or stone. Those in the waking world, meanwhile, were built from cement or metal frames covered by alloy plates. When damaged enough, they crumbled. The palace was simply cast from metal, though there were no seams on its towering walls, and no distinction between its numerous spires. It was like a titanic organ built from countless hollow pipes. Sonny was not sure what music would be produced if the palace ever sang, and had no idea what its destruction would look like. It was not an idle interest either. He needed to know in order not to get buried under the debris. Now is not the time to wonder, though. The giant serpent slithered out of the palace like an onyx river and coiled briefly on the open space between its gates and the walls of the dark castle. Then it vanished, leaving only Nightwalker, his shadow, and Sonny behind. The shadow remained motionless, while Nightwalker rolled across the cracked stones with a stifled curse. Sonny, meanwhile, just stood there for a moment, looking at the silk scroll held in his blackened, shard hand. The rain felt soothing on his skin. A moment later, the scroll disappeared without a trace, transported onto the altar of the replica of the nameless temple, standing upon the dark waters of his lightless soul. What? What the hell is that? Nightwalker was sitting on the ground, staring at his shadow with a strange, mournful expression. It was as if he himself did not understand the bitter feeling of sorrow and longing that the shadow invoked in him, and was confused by that uninvited emotion. Sonny sensed a deep, indescribable longing emanating from the shadow as well. The two clearly wanted to be mended and become whole again, to become one again. Even if neither of them had the capacity to realize that desire consciously, what a touching reunion. It seemed like a deeply meaningful scene, a man longing to reunite with his death. There was probably some kind of conclusion about human nature to be drawn from it. But Sonny was not really in the mood for philosophical ponderings. His burned body hurt too damn much for that. Lowering his hand, he responded with a shrug. That is your shadow. Sonny approached Nightwalker and added in a subdued tone. Long story short, the Eternal City claimed you by separating you from your shadow. So if we attach it back to your soul, you'll be able to leave. He scrutinized the shadow silently. Of course, you will also become mortal again. Nightwalker looked around. The mountainous edifice of the palace was slowly collapsing in on itself. The entire world seemed to be swallowed by blinding radiance and white flames in the east. A myriad of wraiths was besieging the dwindling formation of the Shadow Legion. A great titan was marching toward them across the lake. And on top of that, the invisible dome holding the obliterating mass of the storm sea back was on the verge of breaking. Even if one tried really hard, it would be difficult to come up with a worse moment to suddenly become mortal. Nightwalker grinned. Sounds great. Let's do it. There was a profound sense of disbelief hidden behind his carefree tone. It seemed that he had never taken Sunny's promise to help him escape the Eternal City. Seriously? At least that was how Sunny interpreted a hint of hopelessness reflecting in Nightwalker's silver eyes. He nodded slowly. Can I even do it? Well, that was a meaningless question. Sunny was a supreme, so if he decided to do something, his will would make it happen. His word was law in the most literal sense, as long as he could enforce that law upon the world. Before getting to work, Sunny spent a few moments evaluating the situation on the battlefield. The Shadow Legion was slowly being wiped out, but his expression changed subtly. Huh? Cassie? Where is Jet? None of his incarnations could sense her presence. The response came shortly. She was swallowed by the soul of Kanakti. Sunny's eyes widened. She was what? 4 of his incarnations were supporting the Shadow Legion and were therefore present on the battlefield. But he was not omniscient. The reach of his shadow sense was limited in the Eternal City, and most of the northern expanse of the Palace Island was enveloped by mist. Now, on top of that, wraiths barely cast shadows. So Sunny was having trouble perceiving the ghostly soldiers and their leader, as well as Jet herself, when she assumed her transcendent form, which was why he had lost track of her for a bit. What do you mean? She was swallowed by the soul of Connacht? Cassie responded succinctly. I'm sure she'll be fine. It would have been more reassuring if she still had the ability to see the future. Sunny gritted his teeth. It's Jet. It's Master Jet. She knows what she's doing. He was uneasy, but knew that he had to do his own part at the moment, especially because there was not much time left. The dome of the Eternal City was coming undone, the damn ghost army was on a rampage, and the flesh of Connacht was drawing closer. The whole place was about to collapse. All of these problems could be easily solved, though. All Sunny and his companions had to do was run. While preferable, nothing dictated that they had to slay the flesh, the soul, and the madness of Connacht. Now that Sunny had gotten what he wanted, they could simply leave the 3 eldritch abominations at the bottom of the storm sea and escape. The only thing standing in their way was the fate of Nightwalker. As soon as Nightwalker and his shadow were reunited, Sunny would have far more options as far as the end of this expedition was concerned. So he glanced at the youthful immortal and smiled. Hey, stay still. Nightwalker raised an eyebrow. Okay, but why did you say it so ominously? Sunny kneeled near him, outstretched a hand and summoned a memory. Moments later, Weaver's needle fell into his grasp. Because I'm going to sew you and your shadow back together. Oh, might hurt, but don't worry. He smiled pleasantly. You won't die? With that, 4 inky black hands manifested at his sides. The 4 hands wove a thread out of shadow essence. The charred arm hung limply, while the second of the original hands held the needle. Sunny took a deep breath and got to work. Chapter 2702, Shadow Seamster. How had the demon of repose separated living beings from their shadows? Sunny had no idea that shouldn't have been possible. She was not Shadow God after all. In all Sunny's years, he had only witnessed something similar once. He had met the lost shadows that belonged to the companions of the first lord of the Bright Castle at the boundary of the underworld. Sunny still did not know what exactly had happened to them. All he knew was that it had something to do with either nothing or nothing creatures. Come to think about it, there were wisps of nothingness drifting in the central hall of the palace as well. Perhaps that had something to do with it. In any case, Sunny was uniquely suited to resolve the fate of orphan shadows, both back then and now. The shadows severed by the demon of repose were being drawn into the shadow realm at the moment. There, they would return to the natural cycle and be reduced to pure essence, which meant that the immortals of the Eternal City would become mortal again. Actually, no, that was not right. They would not become mortal, they would die. All the bodies that comprised the flesh of Connacht would perish. Sunny doubted that it would bring the great Titan down, though he did not believe that it cared whether its flesh was dead or alive. After all, it never had. The immortals made for perfect hosts for the malevolent parasite, not because they were alive, but because they were undying. Similarly, the flesh of Connacht itself was not going to die. That was because it had never died in the Eternal City, and its shadow was not in the Void Chamber as a result. The sorcery of the Demon of Repose was not holding it back, or rather the sorcery that had held it back was long gone. The barrier built by Daron did contain it, though, for now at least, it had been created to prevent a great terror from being unleashed upon the world, not a great Titan. In any case, Sunny and his companions would still have to fight the flesh of Connacht. With the sorcery of the Eternal City failing, however, its body would not be healed in an instant, and it would not be raised from the dead either, so they at least stood a chance. That was the extent of his current concerns about the shadows drawn into the Shadow Lantern. One shadow remained, though, the shadow of Nightwalker. Unlike the rest that had to be returned into the embrace of death, that one had to be returned to its original owner instead. But since Sunny did not know what sorcery the Demon of Repose had used to sever it, there was no clear way to reattach it. It was not like he had no relevant experience, though. Surprisingly enough, Sunny had done something similar to what he wanted to achieve once. It was during the creation of the Blessing. Back then, he had sewn the shadow of the sword to the shadow of its wielder in order to connect its physical vessel to its spellweave. Had not been easy, considering that he had to bend the world to his will to succeed. However, Sunny had indeed succeeded, mostly because his will had already been tyrannical enough, but also because he used Weaver's needle and possessed authority over shadows. After all, he was the Lord of Shadows. Sunny had been a transcendent terror back then. He was a supreme titan now, and his will was therefore far more terrifying. So, if he wanted to sew Nightwalker's shadow back to its owner, no one could tell him that it was impossible. It was in his purview to decide what was possible and what was not, to begin with. I doubt it will be effortless, though. Laying the shadow of Nightwalker over the inanimate shadow that followed him around, Sunny peered into his soul and saw the splendid radiance of his star-like core. Then he reached forward and pierced Nightwalker's soul with his needle. Nightwalker gritted his teeth, then let out a curse so dirty and inventive that Sunny almost blushed. What the hell? I did not know those words went together. Settle down. It's just the first stitch. There was far more coming. Nightwalker glared at him silently. Then get on with it. Smiling faintly, Sunny did. While one of his avatars was busy reattaching an orphan shadow to its other half, 4 incarnations of Sunny were supporting the Shadow Legion in its desperate battle against the Wraith army. To be honest, I am a bit disappointed. Sunny had hoped that his legion would be able to repel the myriad of souls unleashed by the Dutchman. However, the actual outcome was somewhat expected. After all, the captain of the Dutchman had spent thousands of years accumulating his forces. Sunny, meanwhile, was not even 30 yet. What will I become in a few thousand years, I wonder? How vast will my legion be? Well, by then, he would not be the sovereign of death anymore. He would simply be death. So his legion would presumably consist of everyone who had ever died. If he were to survive at all, naturally, the situation is troubling. The number of shades was dwindling. His shadows were wounded. The formation of the Shadow Legion was pressed against the walls of the Dark Castle, barely wide enough to defend it. Nephis was still fighting the madness of Connacht, but Jet was nowhere to be seen, which meant the Cursed Wanderer was free to wreak havoc. However, Sunny had just a plan in mind to turn the situation around. It required him to make a little sacrifice, but promised a bountiful harvest in return. No sense in wasting time. Then, a second later, 3 of his incarnations abandoned the Shadow Legion, leaving only the one augmenting the puppeteer behind. Robbed of their support and of the dire boon granted by the curse, the silent shades suffered. More of them were being killed now under the onslaught of wraiths, and fewer enemies were vanquished. The inevitable defeat of the Shadow Legion was brought closer, but that was, hopefully, all right. The 3 incarnations manifested black wings and soared into the air. They were flying toward the palace, whose walls were torn and split open by then. A few moments later, the incarnations dove into one of the rifts and disappeared from view. Chapter 20703, Last Hurdle. The Shadow Legion had been pushed against the walls of the dark castle and diminished to barely a third of its size. The mist that threatened to swallow it had been held back by a appalling blizzard for a while. But now that the shadow of the winter beast was vanquished, it enveloped the world. The defiled Seeker had fallen, and even the elusive Ember Queen was littered with grievous wounds. Neither the Shades nor the Wraiths left bodies behind, and the Palace Island kept repairing itself no matter how terribly it was shattered and broken. But the battle that was taking place on its shores had been truly cataclysmic. More so than any battle Sunny had ever participated in, and he was losing that battle. His legion had been at a disadvantage to begin with, and that disadvantage continued to grow exponentially as more and more Shades were vanquished. Things took a truly drastic turn only when he pulled back 3 of his incarnations. Though devoid of their support, the formation of the Shadow Legion started to melt at a dire speed. But even that was not the most pressing issue. That bastard? The most pressing issue was the cursed Wanderer and the eerie sword he wielded, the great tyrant soul of Connacht, before the flesh of Connacht arrived. That was, now that Jet was gone. There was no one left to stand in his way, which meant that he could utterly decimate the formation of the Shadow Legion. Worse still, the sinister apparition did not simply vanquish the Shades, he could truly destroy them. Sunny could not allow that to happen. The problem was that he did not have a lot of options left. The Shadow Legion was already barely holding on, or failing to hold on, rather, and very few of his warriors could slow down the cursed Wanderer, let alone contend against him. Sunny could command Saint to bar his path, for example, but that would only cause the section of the formation she was supporting to collapse. What to do? Did he have to face the Great Wraith personally? Only 2 of his incarnations were outside the palace. One was busy attaching Nightwalker to his wayward shadow, while the other was augmenting the puppeteer. Sunny could potentially abandon the gigantic moth and manifest himself onto the battlefield, but that would mean surrendering precise control of the Shadow Legion. The result would be just as disastrous as doing nothing. I just need to buy time. He considered his options feverishly, trying to determine the optimal solution, then rapidly settled on the best one. Down on the battlefield, the cursed Wanderer picked up the ghostly cutlass from the ground and straightened slowly. He cast an aloof gaze at the crumbling formation of the Shadow Legion and then headed toward it with unhurried steps. An obsidian wasp dove at him through the pouring rain, and he casually bisected it with an effortless slash. His gaze climbed higher, finally settling on the dark figure of the colossal moth perched atop the highest tower of the magnificent black castle. The cursed Wanderer regarded it for a moment, and then his cold, sea-colored eyes ignited with a dreadful malice. The sinister apparition continued forward, casually slaughtering the Shades that tried to get in his way, until a lightning-quick blade strike from the veil of rain, sudden and entirely unseen. The cursed Wanderer only reacted at the very last moment, rapidly raising his cutlass to block it. The impact actually pushed him several meters back, and the ground behind him was shattered in a long and jagged line. He remained motionless for a moment, then righted his posture and glanced ahead. There, hidden in the rain and swirling mist, a dark figure stood, staring back at him with a ruthless intensity. Her ebony body was encased in a suit of light armor, and her face was obscured by a veil. She wielded a short sword in one of her hands, and as the sinister apparition watched, she unsheathed another. Both blades slowly swelled with a blinding glow, illuminating the mist and outlining her slender figure. She was the shadow of Orphan of the Nine Slayer. Sunny had commanded her to abandon the walls of the dark castle and descend onto the battlefield. Who was better suited to confront the ghost of a fallen member of the Nine after all? The ghostly face of the cursed Wanderer remained motionless, but something changed in the depths of his sea-colored eyes. A hint of recognition appeared in them, painted by an inexplicable emotion. His lips, which had remained sealed for thousands of years, moved slowly, as if straining to whisper a forgotten name, but in the end, No sound came from them. Indifferent to the subtle movement, Slayer lunged forward with harrowing speed. Trail of shattered raindrops was left in her wake, and the mist flowed in a turbulent stream around her. The cursed wanderer shifted and met her attack with indomitable strength, causing a flash of light to drown everything around. The shining swords and the ghostly cutlass danced a lethal dance. Guided by my malevolent will and boundless killing intent, the litany of ringing steel echoed in the mist, fusing into a dreadful melody. The shadow and the wraith exchanged 100 blows in the blink of an eye, shattering the ground around them completely. Slayer did not manage to gain the upper hand. In fact, she was pushed back a few steps and forced into a defensive stance. However, she had not been defeated, either for a few seconds at least. The dangerous clash seemed to hang in fragile balance, which meant that the cursed wanderer was temporarily contained and held back from reaching the formation of the Shadow Legion. And that was all Sunny needed, because by the time Slayer could not hold the sinister apparition back anymore, he would have had enough time to turn this entire battle upside down. Chapter 2704, Turning the Tide. Slayer engaged the cursed wanderer in a lethal duel, which bought the Shadow Legion some time. But sadly, not a lot of time. Even if she continued to hold the sinister apparition back, his army of wraiths was still assaulting the weakening formation of the Silent Shades. Saint Fiend and Serpent did their best to repel the enemy, but even their great strength was not enough to turn the tide of the battle. Soon enough, the formation was going to break. The wraiths were going to wash over scattered shades, obliterating them. Then, they would assault the walls of the dark castle, bring them down, and slaughter its defenders. Lastly, Sunny would be left to face the horrors of the Eternal City alone, having lost both his shades and his shadows. He would probably be able to save Naive, but the incarnation sewing Nightwalker and his shadow together would be interrupted, dooming the legendary founder of the House of Night. That was, unless the flesh of Connacht reached the Palace Island first and fused with the soul of Connacht, dooming all of them. The ghastly mountain of bleeding flesh was already looming close, wading through the boiling lake with deceptively slow steps. Now that it was closer, its titanic size felt especially daunting. The flesh of Connacht was not exactly on the same level as Condemnation, but close to it, standing as tall as the palace. Actually, now that the palace was collapsing, it was taller than it. The abhorrent titan could easily reach the roof of the failing dome with its hand, which meant that it could reach the Ivory Island as well. It could also tear off the enormous wings of the puppeteer or crush the entirety of the dark castle under one foot. How are we even supposed to fight that thing? Sunny knew that he would manage somehow if push came to shove. But he was not looking forward to that particular battle. He would have to survive the Dutchman and the Wraith Horde first to get the chance to survive against the flesh of Connacht. Though east of the Palace Island, Nephis and the madness of Connacht were still locked in a furious battle. Sunny did not know what was going on there, but judging by the blinding radiance that enveloped the eastern sky, she was going all out. The situation seemed hopeless, but luckily it was not. Continuing to stitch Nightwalker and his shadow together, Sunny smiled darkly. Good job, Slayer. He had bought himself enough time. Out there on the shattered battlefield in front of the dark castle, the formation of the Shadow Legion shifted faintly. The towering gates of the castle opened, and then suddenly rows of new shades marched out of its maw. Hundreds of them at first, then thousands. Most belonged to humans, but some belonged to magnificent beasts. And all of them were exceedingly powerful. Sunny's smile widened. Well, naturally they were. After all, they were the shadows of the immortals of the Eternal City. At the same time as his burned incarnation had begun to stitch the orphan shadow to Nightwalker, the rest entered the collapsing palace. In an ironic twist of fate or lack thereof, he rushed back to the Shadow Lantern immediately after escaping it. His avatars rapidly reached the Void Chamber. What had been the Void Chamber, rather? It did not exist anymore, having fused with the great hall above it in a mess of darkness and torn metal. The dying star was barely an ember, and the black rift of the Gate of Shadows seemed to have grown hungrily in size. The three incarnations dove into its impenetrable darkness without ever slowing down. Arg! Entering the Shadow Realm, Sunny was immediately blinded. The vast expanse of black dunes was usually shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the distant radiance of the essence storms. However, at the moment, he was surrounded by turbulent currents of essence on all sides, bathed in luminous light. It seemed that an essence storm was being born at that precise moment in front of his eyes all around him. Countless shadows were moving slowly in the blinding radiance, slowly dissolving into billowing torrents of essence. They were the shadows he had liberated from the prison built by the demon of repose, delivered to the realm of death after eons of captivity. The shadow realm was rending the shadows rapidly, as if time was catching up to them. He was not going to be able to recruit them all, but with 3 avatars acting as his heralds, he would be able to recruit numerous enough to turn the flood of the battle at least. And that was what he did. Now, thousands of immensely powerful shades emerged from the gates of the dark cast, like a black torrent. They flowed around the formation of the Shadow Legion and descended upon the wraiths from the flanks, crashing into them like an obliterating wave. Compared to the myriad of ghostly soldiers, there were not that many new shades joining the battle. But each of them had been cast by an immortal dweller of the Eternal City. They were all tremendously strong, vastly increasing the power of the diminished Shadow Legion, enough so to break the balance of the battle entirely. The Shadow Legion had been losing before, but now it suddenly had the advantage, pushing the ethereal warriors back. Countless wraiths were slaughtered in an instant, and more were being destroyed every moment. Even the mist seemed to reel back, repelled by the fury of the calamitous clash. Somewhere above there was the sound of thunder. A hexagonal section of the invisible dome failed, and a pillar of black water of the same form crashed down, instantly turning the ruins below into dust. The dust did not move anymore, having lost its ability to turn back into magnificent buildings. The cursed wanderer halted for a moment, watching as his army was being destroyed. Then, he lunged forward, broke through Slayer's defense with a reckless attack, and endured the sharp bite of her blades. He was severely wounded, but managed to push Slayer back with that sacrifice. She evaded the ghostly cutlass, but failed to evade his empty hand. The great wraith's hand pierced her abdomen, dealing her a deep wound, and threw her to the ground dozens of meters away. The cursed wanderer did not pursue his wounded opponent, though. He did not rush to join his melting army either. Instead, the sinister apparition turned around and rushed toward the approaching ghastly mass of the flesh of Canacti. Sunny flinched. Curses, Chapter 2705, Soul of Canacti. Damnation! Behind Sunny, the palace collapsed inward with a deafening scream of ripping metal. Its proud spires and towering walls crumpled as if they were made from paper, and its foundation actually detached from the ground in a mess of jagged edges, slowly rising into the air. The entire huge structure seemed to levitate. In reality, of course, it wasn't taking flight. It was simply being drawn to a central point. The expanse of the palace above the void chamber was being drawn downward, while everything below it was being drawn upward. The unimaginable mass of metal was contracting under inconceivable pressure, deforming and losing shape. As it slowly grew smaller, the invisible dome protecting the Eternal was in the initial stages of collapsing as well, and the flesh of Canact was just a few steps away from reaching the shore of the palace island. But that was not what had Sunny's attention at the moment. Instead, it was the cursed wanderer who had chosen to abandon his wraith army and dash toward the lumbering great titan instead of continuing his assault. That damn wretch, belatedly. Sunny realized that just like he and his companions had already accomplished most of their goals, the sinister apparition had already accomplished his. Since they could simply retreat, so could he. Was just that nightmare creatures were not usually ones to resist the scent of human souls. So Sunny had not considered this turn of events seriously. But the cursed wanderer had already gotten his main praise. The remains of the heart of Canact, which were preserved in Jet. Now that Jet was in his grasp, obliterating the Shadow Legion was merely a bonus. And it seemed like the Great Wraith chose to continue expanding his collection of the fragments of Canact first, then slaughter the humans second. Curse him! It was a reasonable choice. The problem was that Sunny could hardly pursue the apparition at the moment. Slayer was wounded and far behind the cursed wanderer, So even if she ignored her wounds and pursued, she would not be able to catch up with him in time. Saint was even further away, while Serpent and Fiend were entangled with a vast swarm of wraiths. Neither Knave nor the Shadow of Daron were swift enough, and even the puppeteer was not going to reach the sinister apparition in time. Sunny could only go himself, but if he did, the Shadow Legion would lose its hard-won advantage and fall into a dire state again. The flesh of Connacht was like a mountain now, having drawn close enough for its titanic body to be beheld in all its abhorrent glory. The boiling waters of the lake barely reached its knees, and as it took the next step, the entire palace island trembled. By now it could touch the shore by simply leaning down and outstretching a hand. And that was where the cursed wanderer was rushing, to the span of the lake shore directly in front of the great Titan. He was raising his ethereal cutlass, as if prepared to sink it into the Titan's flesh. His cold, sea-colored eyes were glowing with an ominous light. Sunny attempted to manifest shadows to bar the sinister apparition's path, but his adversary was too far, seconds away from reaching the shore. Crap. Sunny steeled himself for things going from bad to worse. But then something strange happened. The ethereal glow of the Viridian cutlass suddenly grew dimmer, and then it grew dimmer still. Come to think of it, Sunny suddenly realized that it had not emanated a wave of Viridian radiance, and therefore had not summoned a new swarm of wraiths in a while. The cursed wanderer had felt that something was wrong as well. Without ever slowing down, he spun and threw the ghostly cutlass, which cut through the raging currents of rain like a flash of Viridian lightning. The spinning blades soared high, aimed at the heart of the flesh of Connacht. Sunny did know what would have happened if the two parts of Connacht collided, and he never got the chance to find out, because the ethereal cutlass never reached the Titan. Almost immediately after it left its master's hand, a net of thin cracks spread across its Viridian blade, and then, to Sunny's shock, and the cursed wanderer's shock as well, it shattered. Even the flesh of Connacht seemed stunned by the sudden destruction, halting for a moment as it reached the shallows of the lake. However, there was no mistake. The ghostly cutlass wielded by the sinister apparition broke apart as it flew, its shards falling down as they slowly dissolved into ethereal light. The soul of Connacht had been destroyed. Sunny perceived its destruction viscerally, sensing its faint but distressing shadow dissipate without a trace. "Hey, how?" He struggled to believe his own senses. The mist swirled as it swallowed the last glimmers of the eldritch horror. Then, the mist coalesced into a familiar form. Jet stood there, in front of the cursed wanderer, wielding a fearsome scythe. She was still in her wraith form, looking dreadfully similar to Undying Slaughter, by whose hand Sunny had died gruesomely many times. There was something different about her. Jet had not grown taller, but her presence had become far more overwhelming, making it seem like she did. It was as if she towered above the cursed wanderer now, looking down at him with her icy blue eyes. The cursed wanderer glanced at her as well. Then, the harrowing scythe fell down, passing through his ghostly body from shoulder to hip. He remained motionless for a few seconds, frozen in place, but a moment later, a gust of dreadful wind blew and dispelled him like mist. Just like that, the cursed wanderer was destroyed as well. He was vanquished in the very heart of the eternal city, which he had searched for thousands of years, slain by a far more harrowing wraith. Jet lowered her scythe and glanced up, as if wanting to inhale deeply. At that moment, Cassie's voice resounded in Sunny's head. "See, I told you she'll be fine. Chapter 2706, Fox in the Henhouse. You have slain a great tyrant, soul of Connacht. You have slain a corrupted devil, elites of the Nine." Jet glanced up at the dark sky of the eternal city. She should have felt ecstatic, but instead the thought that came to mind was, damn. She had not been away for long, but the sky above her was crumbling. The torrential rain had turned into an apocalyptic downpour, and here and there colossal hexagonal pillars towered above the ruined city. From afar, it seemed as if they were supporting the invisible dome of the sky, but it did not take Jet more than a moment to realize what they really were. The vast surface of the invisible dome turned out to be composed of countless hexagons, and as some of them faded out of existence, the cold waters of the storm sea rushed down under devastating pressure. The giant pillars were not supporting the dome. They were water falling through the breaches in the dome, still contained in their shape. On top of that, the palace was nowhere to be seen. Instead of it, a gargantuan mass of bent metal was floating in the air, groaning as it was being bent even further by the dead gods. I only stepped out for a moment. On the positive side, the Shadow Legions seemed to have been pushing the wraiths back. And now that both the tyrant controlling them and the devil controlling the tyrant were gone, those wraiths were barely a threat. They would be wiped out before too long. Right? Jet finally remembered what she had done. She had killed them. The soul of Connacht, the cursed wanderer, the horror of the seas, Dutchman and its fearsome captain were both gone, slain by her hand like many abominations before them. Jet had killed countless nightmare creatures throughout the years, but still, this was her crowning achievement. A saint killing a great tyrant was not exactly a common occurrence. In fact, it was something that was not really supposed to happen. And yet Jet had done it. In the end, it had all come down to the decision she made after activating the special ability granted to the Mistblade by the soul of the heart of Connacht. Jet had wanted to attempt killing the cursed wanderer, but she was not sure if she would be able to. It was a gamble, and a perilous one at that. So in the end, she went with a different gamble. Instead of trying to slay the master of the soul of Connacht, he chose to be swallowed by it. It was not an entirely reckless decision. Jet had been studying the Dutchman and its wraiths for a while by then. She had especially noted that the ghostly cutlass kept emanating torrents of ethereal light, summoning more spectral warriors onto the battlefield, which meant that its hold was not empty yet. The soul of Connacht was a hungry beast that had devoured countless souls throughout the ages. However, Jet had quite an appetite herself. She wanted to kill the cursed wanderer, but that was not her task. Her task was to hold him back and buy her allies enough time to accomplish their goals. The soul of Connacht was his source of power, so if she could destroy or weaken it, that would achieve the same result. Plus, she had just the needed constitution to do that, being a wraith and all. So, instead of trying to kill the cursed wanderer in the single heartbeat, granted to her by the heart of Connacht, Jet severed his hand and took hold of the ghostly cutlass instead. She knew that it would consume her. In fact, the very purpose of stealing the soul of Connacht was to be consumed by it. Still, when she felt herself being drawn into the Viridian blade, she could not help but feel unnerved and cursed quietly. In the next moment, she was gone. Out there in the belly of the soul of Connacht, the world was different. There was no world there, actually, to begin with. There was no space, no time, no life, no death, just a vague expanse of viridian glow that enveloped her like a mire, and the presence of many souls that the tyrant had consumed, just like her. But there was one crucial difference between Jet and those subjugated souls. They had been killed before becoming thralls of the soul of Connacht. Jet, however, had been dead to begin with. She entered captivity as a malevolent wraith, not as a hapless soul stripped of its flesh. And that allowed Jet a measure of independence, at least for a brief moment. She was on the verge of dying by then, her soul almost entirely drained of essence. The tyrannical will of the soul of Connacht descended upon her, striving to suffocate her sense of self and make her a mindless, obedient thrall. Might have succeeded as well, it would have probably given a chance. But Jet did not give the soul of Connacht an opportunity to conquer her. Instead, she used that brief moment to raise the Mistblade and focused her killing intent into a razor-sharp scythe. One slash of that scythe was enough to harvest every enthralled soul within the great tyrant. After all, there was no space and no time there. That meant that all of the captured souls occupied the same space, and unleashing 10,000 strikes took the same amount of time as striking once. So, like a fox in the henhouse, Soul Reaper Jet slaughtered every single phantom contained within the soul of Connacht in an instant. Uh-oh, a tsunami of essence flooded her crumbling soul, mending it in an instant. Much more impactful was the great torrent of fragments that flowed into her shattered soul core. The core which had been growing steadily for decades, suddenly ballooned, increasing in size at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had instantly grown so vast and so heavy, in fact, that Jet's transcendent soul started to struggle with bearing its weight. That's quite a boon, I think. Jet felt strange, much more powerful, yes, but also dangerously unbalanced. She would deal with that later, though. For now, Jet had slaughtered every soul enveloped by the viridian glow with her first strike. Her second strike was aimed at the walls of her prison itself. It was as if she were cutting a way through the belly of a beast after being swallowed by it. Soon enough, the strange unworld surrounding her shattered, and she found herself under the tempestuous sky of the Eternal City once again. Standing in front of the cursed wanderer, the sinister wraith seemed greatly diminished, now that the source of his power was destroyed. Jet, meanwhile, felt more powerful than ever. So, she brought her scythe down and erased her adversary from existence. That was how the dreadful legend of the cursed wanderer and his appalling ship ended. That was how a new chapter was added to the glorious legend of the Soul Reaper Jet, as well. Chapter 2707, Finish Line. The battle against the Dutchman and his Wraith Armada was all but over. Ended suddenly, and without warning, when Jet shattered the soul of Connacht from within, and cut its master down with her mist blade. At the moment surrounded by cold mist in her ghostly form, she really did look like the Grim Reaper, continuing to pour all of his will into stitching Nightwalker and his shadow back together. Sunny whistled quietly. She really is fine. Honestly, it felt great. For once, someone else had pulled off an unexpected and utterly unbelievable, borderline preposterous feat. Sunny was quite happy to be usurped. This peculiar mixture of disbelief and elation. Is that how people feel when I'm around? Maybe it was. What are you mumbling about? Sunny was pale and covered in cold sweat because of his ghastly burns and the exertion of bending the world to his will, while Nightwalker looked the same because his soul was being pierced by a literal needle. His voice sounded a bit strained. Sunny flashed him a brief smile. It's Jet. She killed the Dutchman. Nightwalker blinked a few times. That lovely young lady, she destroyed that fiend? Sunny chuckled. Yes. To everyone outside the Eternal City. That lovely young lady is the fiend. She had once been the commanding officer of the Devil. After all, Sunny sounded nonchalant, but while he wasn't as stunned as Nightwalker, he was also surprised. Jet was strong, yes, but the most powerful adversary she had defeated before was a great devil, and even then Effie and Kai had aided her, so he had not expected her to go and outright slay the Dutchman. She had given them an unexpected gift. There were countless wraiths still left on the battlefield, but now that the tyrant who commanded them was gone, they became a disorganized mob. The Shadow Legion had already been gaining the upper hand, so now the battle was turning into a slaughter. The sorcery of the Demon of Repose was failing, and as more holes appeared on the surface of the dome, the ruins below were not repairing themselves anymore. The crushing had destroyed the Eternal City one final time. Behind Sunny, the palace was slowly turning into an enormous sphere of jagged scrap metal. Beyond the palace. Oh, damn. The entire eastern expanse of the lake was enveloped in white flames and swirling torrents of black dust. Nephis seemed to have unleashed her true transcendent form, becoming a boundless sea of immolating fire. The maelstrom of flame and dust was revolving furiously, being drawn to the epicenter of the fiery calamity. Soon, it coalesced into a radiant silhouette that hovered alone above the water, illuminating the darkness with her luminosity. Nephis seemed to have absorbed the madness of Connacht into herself. That was one way to deal with the seemingly indestructible nightmare creature, just her style. She remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her head slowly and briefly covered her eyes with an unsteady hand. Then her eyes ignited with a pristine, ferocious white light. Sunny thought that he heard an echo of an inhuman wail. I guess that one is dead as well. Ah, I suddenly feel lazy. Sunny was not entirely sure how Nephis had managed to absorb the madness of Connacht into her mind and burn it to ashes instead of succumbing to it. But then again, that sounded exactly like something she would do. If it had been Sunny, he would have probably had to suffer infuriating whispers for a couple of years before finding a way to rid himself of the maddening mind invader. What are you talking about now? Nightwalker glanced at him with curiosity. Sunny smiled. Oh, Nephis killed the madness of Connacht. Nightwalker tilted his head. Nephis? That pretty young lady? Sunny gave him a smoldering glare. Yes, and hey, bastard, pretty young lady again? Don't you know any other words? Nightwalker smiled sheepishly. What? I'm just saying it like it is. He paused for a moment, then asked, with a hint of excitement in his voice. What about Knave? Whom did he kill? Sunny stared at him with a dubious expression. A bunch of wraiths? Nightwalker remained silent for a bit, then glanced away and sighed. Well, he did his best. Sunny frowned and drove Weaver's needle into his soul. Ouch! At that moment, Sunny dismissed the shadow lantern. The last of the shadows had just entered the Gate of Shadow, so there was no need to keep it manifested anymore. Sunny had recruited as many as he could, and the rest were already being obliterated by the Shadow Realm. A resulting essence storm was becoming increasingly devastating and ferocious, accelerating their final demise. Even Sunny's own avatars were not safe there anymore, so, raising a hand, he summoned the shadow lantern back. The small stone lantern appeared in his hand as if nothing had happened, as if it had not randomly turned into a black hole and obliterated both the divine sorcery of the Demon of Repose and her entire palace. Its gate opened and 3 tattered shadows flowed out of it, turning into 3 battered avatars of Sunny. Welcome back, guys. Good job. Behind them, the messy sphere of metal that had been levitating, high above the island, suddenly plummeted down and hit the ground with a deafening thunderclap. It was all that remained of the palace, 100 times smaller in diameter, but weighing the same. The moment the sphere impacted against the ground, the palace island shook and its surface split open, shielding his eyes from the cloud of dust and debris that rose into the air. Sunny calmly continued stitching. Nightwalker, meanwhile, glanced north, where a titanic mountain of ghastly flesh was drawing closer to the shore. The arrival of the flesh of Connacht was imminent, and the shadow was attached only halfway. So only this ugly thing is left? Then Sunny took a deep breath. Yeah, why worry, though? It's just a great titan. Chapter 2708, Enemy Titan. Sunny would be a fool not to be wary of a great titan, especially one as ominous as the flesh of Connacht. True, he had slain a cursed tyrant once, a being who was far more powerful, at least in theory. However, that had happened inside Ariel's game, where the puppeteer had been heavily restricted by the rules of the miniature realm. Its greatest power was the beings it controlled. But in the end, the sinister moth had been forced to face Sunny alone in melee combat, so now its shadow helped him control his legion. The flesh of Connacht was not restricted by anything, though, and could unleash its power fully. Still, while Sunny was worried, he wasn't too worried. Facing the great titan alone might have been tough, but at the moment there were 2 supreme titans set against it, the Lord of Shadows and the Star of Ruin. Speaking of ruin, Nephis had thoroughly destroyed the Eternal City with the help of the Crushing. Sunny had unraveled the sorcery sustaining it, while she obliterated the city itself. Now, it was slowly being turned to dust by the growing number of hexagonal pillars of water, and only the area around the palace island still remained unscathed. Well, relatively unscathed, the palace itself was gone, and the entire island had cracked. The Shadow Legion was still cleaning up the remaining wraiths, exacerbating the damage. What wondrous destruction! The Eternal City had survived thousands of years, but Sunny and Nephis wrecked it in the span of a day. Now, all they had to do was destroy the flesh of Connacht as well, or at least stall it long enough for him to make Nightwalker mortal again. Sunny considered his options carefully while his avatars moved to the northern shore of the island. He abandoned the puppeteer as well, judging that the Shadow Legion could finish the job even without his direct participation. So, 4 of his avatars stepped out of the shadows near Jet. She was still in her wraith form, looking calmly at the looming titan. Letting his avatars fuse into one, Sunny spent a second enjoying the rush of power and raised an eyebrow. Why are you not turning back into a human? Her ghostly eyes pierced him with a distant gaze. Jet remained silent for a while, then shrugged. Oh, somehow this felt more natural for a moment. The mist around them flowed, being absorbed into her ethereal form and her scythe. Then, she turned back into a human and forced out a smile. Damn, I look like a corpse. Her armor was torn and her face was bloodied. Having endured the duel against the cursed wanderer, Jet looked quite battered, although surprisingly not as battered as Slayer was. That was the difference between fighting an enemy that you perfectly countered and one that you did not. Sunny stared at her for a moment, then said neutrally, "You are a corpse." Jet grinned. "At least I have a corpse, though. You're just a creepy shadow." Sunny could not help but smile back. "Excuse me, creepy? I'm not just a creepy shadow, I'm also 6 other shadows." He fell silent for a few seconds, then added earnestly, "Also, good job killing the Dutchman." Jet nodded. "Good job destroying the palace. You should think about opening a demolition company." With that, she turned and looked back at the flesh of Connacht. She remained silent for a moment, then asked, "So, what now? I sort of gained a lot from slaying that dreadful duo. Essence, a deluge of fragments, and their souls are trapped in the Mistblade now as well. However, as much as I hate to admit it, I don't think I'm ready to fight another damn part of Connacht." Sunny shook his head. "That's all right. You should head back and help Cassie and Knave finish off the remnants of the Wraith Armada. We'll take it from here." He paused to think for a second, and then added, "Oh, and since this whole place seems to be falling apart, be ready to board the chain breaker and get the hell out of here. Great Titan be damned," Jet chuckled. "I guess our expedition is really coming to an end then." She looked at the scene of devastation around them, then sighed and turned her back to the lake. "It was fun, but also, let's do something less exciting next time." Sunny wasn't sure that he could promise something like that in good faith, but still nodded. "Deal, actually. I've been thinking about exploring the underworld." But Jet was already rushing away. "Nope, not a chance. Take Cassie instead. She hasn't had an astonishing adventure with the Lord of Shadows." Yet with that, she was gone. However, Sunny was not alone on the fractured shore. At some point during their conversation, Nepes had landed on the stones behind them, her silver hair moving faintly in the wind. Now, she walked over to stand beside Sunny on the edge of the water, and both of them looked at the approaching Titan. "Why did she run away?" "What did you say?" Sunny coughed. "I just shared my plans, you know, one last expedition." She remained silent for a moment. "I see." Her voice should have been flat and devoid of emotion, somewhat, but it sounded strangely full of it instead. Sunny studied her carefully, feeling that something about his girlfriend had changed. "The madness of Connactic. I assume it's dead." Nephis shrugged slightly. "It's dying. Having it in my head was fruitful. I think I took a big step toward mastering the knowledge of corruption." Sunny smiled faintly. "That's good." He fell silent, then asked in the same tone, "So how are we going to handle this great Titan?" Nephis looked up at the immense expanse of the walking abhorrent mountain of grotesque flesh, and said with a hint of hesitation in her voice, "I go high, you go low." Sunny studied her for a moment. Was that a comment about my height? Nephis finally turned away from the Titan and looked at him silently. "I love your height," Sunny coughed again. "Oh, that's good then." As Nephis took a step forward, though, his expression changed subtly. "Wait, hey, you didn't say no!" Chapter 2709, In the Flesh. Neph's skin swelled with a blinding radiance, and 2 gorgeous wings opened behind her. She soared into the crumbling sky of the Eternal City, rising to meet the titanic figure of the abhorrent Great Titan. It was as if a falling star was shooting from the ground to pierce its gigantic head, surrounded by a vast halo of pure light. Light and darkness clashed, and darkness parted to make way, illuminated by the passing of the Star of Ruin. Countless raindrops glistened like precious jewels at the same time. A tide of shadows swallowed Sunny and surged, transforming into the Shadow Colossus. Jade Mantle encased him in a suit of fearsome black armor. He summoned Serpent, who turned into a tenebrous Odachi that spanned no less than 200 meters. "Dare I say that my height is of no issue?" Sunny smiled. His shell was truly enormous, but it seemed tiny in front of the monstrous figure of the flesh of Connacht, barely reaching its knee. He could make it taller, but the amount of effort needed to maintain such an immense manifestation would grow exponentially, especially considering how intricate a proper shell needed to be. So while this size was not his limit, it was the optimal choice. Let's fight a titan. Sunny took a step forward. At the same time, he activated the weakening curse enchantment of the curse, with 4 links of his shadow-bound memory working in tandem to rob the flesh of Connacht of its strength. The effect was both potent and instant, making the great titan stagger a little as it rose from the lake. Nephis had almost reached it by then, however. Instead of attacking straight away, she circled the titanic nightmare creature, as if aiming to attack it from behind. Although titans were enormous, they were also relatively slow, or at least were supposed to be due to their unimaginable size. Nephis, on the contrary, was impossibly fast, so trying to circle the foe seemed like a good tactic. However, in reality, the flesh of Connacht did not seem to care about where the attack came from. Its misshapen figure resembled a human, but did not behave like a human. As soon as Nephs drew close to the back of its head, countless tendrils of bleeding flesh shot from its shoulders like a slithering forest, threatening to pierce, envelop, and suffocate her. But that was all right. Delivering a powerful blow was not the main purpose of her maneuver. Anyway, the real purpose was simply to get behind the flesh of Connacht. Because now that Nephis was behind it, her blinding radiance cast the Titan's shadow onto the palace island. And there, Sunny reversed the grip on the hilt of his lethal odachi, then plunged it into that shadow to the hilt. At the same time, the name of Connacht thundered from the crumbling sky, as Nephis called fire and destruction upon the great Titan. Flying back from the forest of red tendrils, she brandished the blessing and unleashed an enormous plume of flame from its blade. It was as if her sword suddenly extended to be hundreds of meters long, cutting cleanly through the creature's neck. The flesh of Connacht had been weakened. Then Nephis and Sunny delivered simultaneous blows. Sunny targeted its soul, while Nephis targeted its corporeal vessel. The great Titan shuddered. Its head started to fall, a charred chasm opening across its vast neck. However, a moment later, countless ropes of flesh shot from the awful wound, breaching the chasm. They connected the head back to the neck, then tensed, pulling the severed parts back together. A moment later, the ghastly cut disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed at all. The soul of the ghastly nightmare creature did not seem severely damaged either, or possibly it had repaired itself in the blink of an eye, just like the body did. Sunny grimaced. This is going to be bad. A heartbeat later, the flesh of Connacht retaliated. Moving with surprising speed, it leaned forward and slammed its ghastly fist into the ground, only missing Sunny by a hair's breadth due to his rapid reaction. The entire island shuddered, the fractures scarring its surface growing wider. At the same time, 2 more immense arms suddenly shot from its back in a torrent of blood, aiming to catch Nephis. The lake receded, then rushed back in a towering wave. Sunny was no more than 100 meters away from the arm of the great Titan, the enormous fist resting in a small crater, well within the striking distance of his odachi. He was already in the proper stance as well, so it would take him only a heartbeat to unleash a devastating slash. Close. However, before Sunny could pat himself on the shoulder for skirting the obliterating blow, the flesh of the immense forearm squirmed, and countless tendrils shot from it toward him. This time, there was no time to evade them. High above, Nephis had become a radiant spirit. A powerful explosion rippled from his shining figure, tearing the 2 hands, closing in on her to shreds. But instead of being destroyed, new hands grew from the bleeding stumps, reaching toward her again. At the same time, Sunny was enveloped by the red tendrils. They slithered across his armor, penetrating the seams between its parts. 2 pierced the visor of his helmet, burrowing into the eyes of the shadow colossus shell. The damage they dealt was not really severe, but something eerie happened then. The flesh of the great Titan did not simply stop at damaging the shell. Instead, it grew, spreading through the shell like countless tumors. The shell, built in the image of a human body, became infected, compromised, and then transformed by the invading sickness. Damnation! Sunny barely had time to escape his own shell. Appearing out of the shadows, hundreds of meters away, He threw a stunned look at the towering shadow colossus, if it could be called that, still enveloped and penetrated by the bleeding flesh. It looked no different from the titanic nightmare creature behind it. It had been infected by the flesh of Connacht. It had become the flesh of Connacht. The red colossus shuddered, then took a step forward, then another. Then it collided with the forearm of the great titan and was absorbed into it, becoming a part of the ghastly creature. Standing on the shattered ground of the palace island, Sunny shivered. I can't feel those shadows anymore. Only Serpent managed to escape, assuming his soul beast form and slithering away. Sunny's shell was truly and utterly gone. Chapter 2710, Growing Threat. Even weakened, the flesh of Connacht was fearsome. It was enormous. Its power was like a natural calamity. Its vitality seemed boundless, and its will was like a vast ocean, reshaping the world around the great titan to excuse its existence. Worse than that, its grotesque body was infinitely malleable, mutating at a startling speed to answer the demands of combat. That made the monstrous nightmare creature utterly unpredictable, and therefore countless times more perilous. But worst of all was the fact that the flesh of Connacht could grow, infected any living being, or a semblance of a living being it could reach, then made them a part of itself. I can't let it touch me. After witnessing the fate of his shell, Sunny felt quite disturbed. He was not at all confident that his body would be able to resist the flesh of Connacht, even if it had been altered by Weaver's lineage. And since it seemed that even manifested shadows could become hosts to the parasitic titan, at least if the form they were manifested into resembled living beings, he could not be sure that abandoning human flesh in favor of his natural form would be of any use either. How do I kill something that I cannot touch? For now, Sunny chose to continue with his original strategy and attack the shadow of the great titan instead of targeting its body, aiming to destroy the nightmare creature's soul. Nephis and Sunny clashed with the flesh of Connacht, causing the entire world to ripple and quake. The fury of the forces they unleashed was so terrifying that the palace island started crumbling into the water, while the water itself boiled and seethed in a turbulent chaos of towering waves. The echoes of their terrifying battle washed over the wraiths and the shadows, forcing many to halt. They even reached the Ivory Island, making its chains rattle and the trees growing on its heavenly surface sway. Nephis unleashed torrents of incinerating flame and rays of annihilating light, burning and severing the body of the great titan. Sunny continued to pursue its shadow, delivering one strike after another. They worked together naturally and seamlessly without the need to use any words. Not that it did them any good. Cohesion and cooperation were vital in battle. But when the enemy could mutate in any kind of way at any given moment, there were no vulnerabilities left for them to help each other exploit. No matter the timing of their attacks or the direction, the flesh of Connacht could always respond to them with dreadful effectiveness. And even if they did manage to deliver it grievous wounds, those wounds were simply mended without leaving any trace behind. The great titan itself, meanwhile, was overwhelmingly powerful, and every one of its terrifying attacks threatened to destroy them. Well, maybe not. Sunny had 7 incarnations after all, so he would lose a few parts of himself at best if one of the attacks landed. Nephis, meanwhile, could heal herself endlessly. Neither of them even knew if it was possible to kill her, let alone if the flesh of Connacht could. But despite their tenacity, they were at a disadvantage in this battle, because unlike the great titan, they had something to protect. They needed to protect the Ivory Island, as well as their companions, Jet, Cassie, and Knave. Most of all, Sunny needed to keep the flesh of Connacht away from his last incarnation, and Nightwalker, since the process of reuniting his shadow with him could not be interrupted. So they pushed the great titan back into the lake and continued the fight in the shallows. It was then that Nephis finally failed to dodge an attack. The tendrils growing from the immense body of the flesh of Connacht caught her as she was preparing to unleash a conflagration of soul flame. She was a spirit made of light, at the moment, a being made entirely from flame, which made it so there was no flesh for the titan to infect. However, the tide of red flesh enveloped her still, and then something truly disturbing happened. There was no body for the flesh of Connacht to infect and control, so it created a body. The tendrils of flesh enveloping Nephis slowly assumed a twisted, deformed semblance of her own figure around the radiant spirit, imprisoning her within a cage of bleeding flesh. It was not a mere physical barrier either. When the flesh of Connacht grew a body for Nephis, that revolting shell actually became her body, and since she possessed a body now, the Titan could infect her. Another terrifying explosion shook the world, and Nephis escaped the body that was forced upon her mind and soul in a whirlwind of flame. She seemed a bit disturbed, though. Nothing is working. Cassie relayed their messages, allowing them to speak with each other. Physical attacks have no effect. It is too big to be turned to ash, and any burns I leave on its body disappear without a trace. Its soul is unimaginably resilient as well. That was what it felt like to fight a Titan. That being, it seemed endless, inexhaustible, impossible to destroy. Sunny was starting to feel a bit of apprehension. So what the hell do we do? They could even stall for time, really, because the flesh of Connacht was too powerful. Even Death Will was having no effect. Nephis remained silent for a few seconds before relaying the rest of her message to Cassie. I'm not sure, we need to keep attacking it, gather information, and then come up with something that will work. If there was something that could work. Sunny gritted his teeth. If only! And at that moment, a familiar voice suddenly resounded in his ears. It was a familiar voice, of course it was. After all, it belonged to Sunny himself. It was the voice of the handy bracelet, it said. You, Shadow, has evolved. Chapter 2711, Nightmare Fuel. It took Sunny a moment to realize what he had heard. My shadow, what? The flesh of Connacht went on the offensive just then, surging forward in an avalanche of bleeding tendrils, gargantuan limbs, and titanic power. An obliterating explosion bloomed in its path, sending a devastating shockwave spreading outward in all directions. The waters of the lake seethed, and Sunny leaned into the forceful blow, feeling his bones rattle as he withstood it. If there were any intact buildings left in the Eternal City, they would have been toppled by the shockwave. Even the dark castle shook, a few cracks appearing on its walls. But the great Titan was not even slowed. A conflagration of white flames charred its enormous body, turning a vast swath of it into a ghastly blackened mass. Entire slabs of tissue vanished, as if the fire had taken bites out of the gargantuan abomination. A few moments later, however, the flesh of Connacht mended its burned body and continued barreling toward the palace island. Sunny gritted his teeth, manifesting countless chains to hold it back. The chains snapped. Which of my shadows evolved? That was a stupid question, really. There were thousands of subdued immortals sleeping within the dark castle, trapped in the labyrinth of nightmares. Those immortals were bizarre beings, their minds and identity were gone, but their bodies and souls were still intact, endlessly revived by the Eternal City. At the same time, there were parasitic pieces of the flesh of Connacht inside their bodies, controlling them. The flesh of Connacht was not the only thing infecting the immortals, though. They were also infected by the dream curse, or rather, had been. The immortals had been caught in the maze of dreams by Nightmare, and every being that died within that maze made the tenebrous steed stronger, their souls serving as fuel in the furnace of his ascension. Nightmare had been fighting an uphill battle before because his victims could not die. However, once Sunny opened the gate of shadow and made them mortal again, things changed. The immortals perished, and suddenly thousands of ancient and exceedingly powerful souls became nourishment for his loyal steed, and that pushed Nightmare across the threshold of evolving to a new rank. Nightmare was a supreme terror now, drowned by the shadow of the flesh of Connacht. Sunny smiled wickedly. Just in time, Nightmare. Answering his call, a vast and dreadful presence revealed itself in the shadows. A chilling wind blew across the devastated island, and the scattered wraiths shivered, suddenly overcome by fear. Then 2 terrifying crimson flames ignited in the darkness, and the shadows slowly formed into the shape of a black, monstrous steed. The radiance of the dying flames reflected from the adamantine surface of Nightmare's steel horns and fangs. His hooves turning the stone rubble to dust, with his mane dancing in the wind. Nightmare galloped across the fractured ground, bringing terror and dread with him. Reaching Sunny, he stopped and cast a chilling gaze at him, cold fury burning in his ominous crimson eyes. Sunny could not help but smile. "Good job, buddy, then." He pointed at the gargantuan form of the flesh of Connacht. "Go put that thing to sleep." Nightmare stared at him for a few moments, then turned to look at the great titan and neighed. The sound of the appalling stallion's voice echoed above the boiling lake like a dreadful lullaby, and he rushed forward in a torrent of harrowing darkness. Sunny looked at the colossal abomination too. Suddenly, it did not seem so enormous anymore. Well, naturally it didn't. The notion of a great titan was daunting and calamitous. However, when two supreme titans and a supreme terror opposed it, it lost some of its dreadful implication. "Let's go." Not wishing to let his steed outpace him, Sunny lunged forward. The flesh Connacht was vast. Its body, its soul, its will were like boundless oceans, seemingly endless and inexhaustible. So even if Nightmare was supreme now, it was going to take some time to lull the titanic abomination into slumber. But not as much time as it would have taken normally. After all, the great titan was weakened by 4 fully augmented links of the curse. All its resistances were compromised by a sinister poison, and it was made vulnerable to the insidious infection of the dream curse. The titan was going to fall asleep much faster than it was supposed to. And even before that, it would slowly grow drowsy, compounding the advantage Sunny and Nephis had somewhere behind them. Slayer and Jet fought side by side, eradicating the frenzied wraiths. Saint and Fiend led the Shadow Legion to do the same. Knave followed the shadow of Daron, observing how the ancient sovereign fought with focused intensity. The dark castle trembled slightly. It seemed that the marvelous mimic was sneakily devouring the bodies of the perished immortals while its master was looking away. Sunny was a bit concerned, but he decided to deal with the gluttonous shadow later. For now, he had a great titan to fight, emerging from the cloud of immolating flames like a bleeding mountain. The flesh of Connacht finally stepped onto the soil of the palace island. Its red mass instantly seemed to take root in it, numerous tendrils shooting from its feet and shins into the ground. Then the flesh began to spread, slowly devouring the island. The blessing flashed, severing one of the great titan's knees. Another explosion detonated within the cut, obliterating the entire joint. It repaired itself, of course. But not before the flesh of Connacht lost balance and fell to its knees, supporting its inconceivable weight with both forearms. Sunny was not celebrating, though, because both forearms of the great titan took root too, accelerating the rate with which the red mass of ghastly flesh spread south from the northern shore. Damnation. Taken aback a little, he watched as the palace island was being slowly consumed by an ocean of bleeding flesh. The ghastly mass continued to grow and spread without ever slowing down or showing any sign of stopping. At the source of it, the flesh of Connacht had lost all resemblance to a human, looking more like an abominable 4-legged beast. Sunny grimaced, nonplussed. Well, that's just great. Chapter 27:12, 3 Titans. The flesh of Connacht was like a force of nature, unstoppable and seemingly inevitable. Its ghastly body was like a mountain. Furious mountain that was full of frenzied malevolence and hunger, overcome by an insatiable greed to assimilate all living beings into its grotesque expanse. At the same time, it mended and restored itself no matter what grievous wounds were dealt to it, indifferently shrugging off attacks that would have destroyed entire cities, if not continents. The gigantic vessel of the great titan was only half a problem, too. There was also the undulating, revolting mass of red flesh that expanded outward from where it stood on the fractured shore, slowly consuming the palace island as it grew. Sunny hated to admit it, but he was honestly at a loss. How were they supposed to stop that boundless horror? He sifted through his memory, trying to remember if he had ever battled a similar nightmare creature. There had been some that were immense, and there had been some that were like elemental forces. There had even been some that boasted inexhaustible vitality. But Sunny had never faced an adversary quite like this one. The closest match he could think of was a nightmare creature he knew of, but had not witnessed himself. Aletheia of the Nine, the first Seeker. That fiend had even corrupted everything it touched, just like the flesh of Connacht infected and assimilated everyone that touched it. Nephis, how exactly did you defeat the first Seeker? Having failed to keep the great Titan away from the island, Nephis streaked across the sky and landed gracefully nearby, sliding back on wet stone before coming to a halt just a few meters away from Sunny. Her voice sounded a little concerned when she spoke. "That thing? Well, I blew up the city." She raised the blessing, preparing to resume her relentless assault on the distressing Titan. "That didn't kill her, though, so I blew up the city some more. And after that, I burned all that remained." She had already unleashed the wrath of her flames upon the flesh of Connacht, and it did not help, even though the power she wielded now was incomparably greater than it had been in the tomb of Ariel. Still, the answer was typical. No, really. How did a woman whose go-to strategy was, if you can attack something up, why bother coming up with anything else, become the ruler of humanity? Oh, right. Was because Sunny, Cassie, and Nephis had schemed and plotted for years to put her on the throne, and also because blowing things up was an effective strategy in a surprising number of situations, but sadly, not this situation. Sunny gritted his teeth. Flesh of Connacht calmly, then nodded. And that is not our only problem either. She looked past the great Titan. Out there, the eternal city was slowly coming undone. The invisible dome that had protected it for thousands of years was unraveling, and the black depths of the storm sea were rushing into the breaches, eager to reclaim their prize. The edges of the vast ruin had already been crushed and consumed by water, which stood like a dark wall in the distance. Closer to the palace island, hexagonal pillars stood here and there, with new ones appearing every few seconds. Some of the islands were completely destroyed. Some had been fractured or pierced. The wharf had been obliterated. The lighthouse still stood somehow, even if it had been submerged in water. Just then, another pillar descended from the broken dome, devastating the clock tower. This time, forever. The final devastation was slowly converging on the heart of the eternal city, which meant that they did not have a lot of time left, even if the flesh of Connacht did not swallow them soon. Nephis spared Sunny a brief look. "How much longer do you need?" Her tone was even, but he could tell that she was eager to reclaim Nightwalker for the benefit of humanity too. After all, the fate of humanity was not only her direct but also personal responsibility. Sunny grimaced. "A bit longer." Nephis lingered for a split second, then nodded. "Then we hold that thing back for as long as we must." With that, she ignited her soul, burning through it, to unleash a blinding white inferno. The names escaped from her lips, shaping the world according to her will. This time it was Sunny who manifested a pair of black wings and soared into the air. The sky was crumbling upon the ruins of the eternal city, and in its heart, a grotesque red infection was spreading like a vast tumor. It felt like the world was coming to an end. Let's make it a happy end. Then, a towering wall of white flames rose across the northern reaches of the palace island, cutting off the advance of the spreading mass of flesh. The avalanche of bleeding tissue fell into the fire and burned, turning to ash, then grew again and burned again, disappearing into the immolating crucible. The fractured ground turned incandescent and then melted, becoming a sea of lava. It flowed into the lake, producing billowing clouds of searing steam. High above, Sunny opened the gate of shadow once again and summoned the ancient darkness of the realm of death into his hand. He manifested it into a long javelin, making it as heavy as he could. Heavy enough that even his supreme strength was barely enough to hold it. Then he raised his hand and threw the javelin down with all his might. No tricks, no clever enchantments, just inconceivable weight and pure kinetic force. The black javelin fell like a dark meteor and pierced the shoulder of the great Titan, impacting it with so much force that the huge nightmare creature staggered and was pushed to the ground. Its shoulder joint exploded, erased from existence, and one of its limbs was separated from the great mass of slithering flesh. The entire island quaked, a vast swath of it sliding into the boiling lake. Countless tendrils of flesh shot from the torn limb, reconnecting it to the main body. But before it was fully attached, Sunny had already summoned another javelin. "I just need to buy us time." The battle raged as more and more of the eternal city disappeared under the water. Chapter 2713, Elemental Forces. In the end, the flesh of Connacht never reached the Dark Castle. It grew and spread until the entire northern part of the palace island became consumed by the virulent mass of red flesh. Sunny could easily imagine that harrowing Red Sea expanding endlessly, swallowing entire cities, kingdoms, and realms, metastasizing until the entire world and all the living creatures inhabiting it became nothing but one endless, dreadful expanse of undulating flesh, a single abhorrent organism. But that was not meant to be, because a towering wall of immolating white flame ignited in the great Titan's path like a sacred barrier. No matter how much the harrowing mass of bleeding flesh grew, no matter how hungrily it reached forward, its tendrils were burned and incinerated, becoming nothing but ash. It was a primal elemental conflict between two titans of an equal rank. Nephis stood motionlessly behind the wall of fire, looking forward with a dispassionate expression on her beautiful face. Her calm gray eyes were cold and firm, shining with the pure white radiance of incandescent flame. The scathing, dreadful agony of being burned alive. Behind the emotionless mask, however, a storm of furious passions fueled her fire. The sea of red flesh could not pass the wall of white flames, but the flames could not spread and consume the Red Sea either. The two titanic forces were at a stalemate. Meanwhile, the main vessel of the great Titan, a hideous bestial colossus of bleeding flesh, was struggling to advance deeper inland. Its attempts were thwarted by Sunny, who unleashed a hail of devastating javelins from the dark expanse of the crumbling sky, all aimed at the joints and tendons of the detestable creature. Each javelin struck like a meteor, causing the boiling waters of the vast lake to overflow its banks and making the sprawling ruins of the Eternal City quake violently. His aim was true, striking the flesh of Connacht in the precise points that, if damaged, would slow the Titan down the most. Retaliation. The gargantuan nightmare creature unleashed a vile forest of towering tendrils to pursue Sunny across the sky, forcing him to play a fatal game of cat and mouse across the collapsing firmament. The battle of three titans was truly terrifying, unfolding like a world-ending calamity in the heart of the dying city. No, actually, isn't it the battle of four titans? Serpent participated too, and naturally, there was Nightmare as well. The battle had gone badly for Sunny and Nephis at first. They had barely managed to hold ground, gritting their teeth and refusing to be pushed back. He was even forced to consider the worst-case scenario, abandoning Nightwalker and retreating to save themselves. But then, slowly, the dream curse started to take hold. It was difficult to notice at first, the effects barely noticeable. But as Sunny and Nephis stubbornly continued to resist the flesh of Connacht, they felt their enemy slowly growing unfocused. The speed with which the red flesh spread diminished a little, and the movements of the titanic abomination grew faintly sluggish. And as they stood their ground some more, the difference slowly became more pronounced, until it was easily noticeable. The flesh of Connacht was weakened by the curse, which allowed the dream curse to take root in its consciousness faster, which in turn made it weaker still. Contained by Neph's flame and undermined by an insidious synergy of Sunny's powers, the great Titan fell into a vicious cycle. And once it did, there was no escape. The gargantuan nightmare creature, which had been slowly advancing south, became completely immobilized by the devastating rain of black javelins. The sea of red flesh, which had been straining to drown out the wall of white flames with its ghastly mass, started to recede. The northern part of the island had been completely destroyed by then. The ground was shattered and pulverized, then melted into lava and swallowed by the lake. Billowing clouds of boiling steam and swirling ash were washed away by the ice-cold rain, and deafening thunderclaps echoed above the ruins as enormous waterfalls crushed the Eternal City into dust in the distance. The Shadow Legion had wiped out most of the remnant wraiths by then, allowing its champions to join the fight against the flesh of Connacht. Saint arrived first, reshaping her tenebrous blade into a great bow made of pure darkness. Fiend rose from the shadows and gleefully dove into the towering wall of white flames. His steel body turned incandescent, and he unleashed his own infernal flames upon the receding sea of undulating flesh. Slayer ignored her grievous wounds to draw the string of her bow against the faltering great Titan. Knave used the last of his essence to pierce the limbs of the titanic fiend with towering spikes of azure ice. And lastly, Jet faced one more nightmare creature born from the scattered fragments of Connacht, shredding its flesh with a storm of enchanted shurikens. Their combined assault slowed the great titan down, then halted its advance completely. The red sea of flesh was pushed back and incinerated, receding until it disappeared altogether. Only the gigantic, hideous mountain of flesh, that was the nightmare creature's main vessel, remained. Nephis, Sunny, and their companions continued to deal it an unimaginable amount of damage. The power of sovereigns, saints, and supreme shadows descended upon it like an annihilating guillotine, tearing the gargantuan body of the flesh of Connacht apart over and over again. It was truly an assault, worthy of destroying a great titan. Sunny even caught himself feeling quietly awed by their terrifying show of force. And yet, how is this even possible? The flesh of Connacht refused to die. It refused to be irrevocably wounded. Even its body and soul continued to repair themselves, enduring an unfathomable amount of punishment with no visible effect. No matter how terribly the great titan was mangled and mutilated, soon enough, it was entirely unscathed again. It stayed alive, and it was still alive by the time the dream curse pulled him into the embrace of deep, unnatural slumber. That was how the eternal city was conquered. What was left of it, at least. Chapter 2714, Fury of the Sea. This is a first standing on the ruins of the Palace Island. Nephis gazed at the huge, motionless figure of the flesh of Connacht. She had released her transcended form, becoming human again. Her eyes were dim and tired, the white flames that had burned in them long extinguished. However, the fire dancing on the rubble still reflected in their beautiful gray depths, so there was little difference from how they had shone before. The great titan was asleep. It lay on the bed of ash and molten lava, lulled into deep slumber. Sunny and Nephis stood some distance away, surrounded by their companions. They had poured everything they had into destroying the titanic nightmare creature, but it was all for naught. Finally, after utterly exhausting themselves, they stopped. Nephis turned and glanced at Sunny. I have never met a nightmare creature whom I could defeat, but not kill. Sunny stared at the slumbering titan with a peculiar expression. Yeah, indeed, his mind was still reeling in the aftermath of the calamitous confrontation. The siege of the Eternal City, the mad rush to the Palace Island, the stand against the Dutchman and its Wraith Armada, and finally the battle against the flesh of Connacht. All of it had happened so recently and so rapidly in quick succession. So, he was failing to fully acknowledge both what had happened and that it was all but over. I don't think I've ever been in this situation either. It was preposterous, really. Usually a battle ended when the enemy was dead. Killing the enemy was synonymous with achieving victory. One could win a bloodless victory, of course, but defeating abomination and still failing to kill it was a bizarre novelty. Sunny regarded the flesh of Connacht silently. The thing was still alive. It had been captured by the dream curse, but even now that nightmare was a supreme terror. The maze of harrowing dreams was not going to hold a great titan indefinitely, or even for long. The ghastly nightmare creature was going to shake off its slumber eventually. So what do we do with it now? Nephis hesitated for a few seconds, then glanced into the distance. The distance was not that far anymore. The barrier surrounding the Eternal City was failing. In fact, the rate of its destruction had been increasing exponentially by now. A dozen hexagons composing the invisible dome blinked out of existence every moment, unleashing roaring waterfalls of dark water. The outer ring of the ruin had already been swallowed by water, so now it seemed as if a black wall was closing in on the Palace Island from all sides, erasing the world as it drew closer and closer. The inner ring was half gone too, and there were even several hexagonal pillars falling into the turbulent lake. Nephis let out a quiet sigh. Do we need to do anything? She remained silent for a moment. The terrible weight of the storm sea will soon descend upon the sleeping titan. Even if the abomination survives the pressure, it will most likely be immobilized. And even if it retains the ability to move despite carrying the entire storm sea on its shoulders, it might not ever find human citadels scattered in the waters far east of here. If it does, Decades would have passed. The sea is vast, after all. Decades later, we will either be strong enough to vanquish it once and for all, or dead. Sunny glanced at her incredulously. So are you suggesting we just leave it? He glanced at the monstrous towering mass of the flesh of Connacht. Nephis, Jet, and Knave glanced at it too, which meant that Cassie was watching as well. Nobody said anything for a while. Eventually, it was Nightmare who broke the silence, letting out a quiet snort and glaring at the mountain of bleeding flesh with smoldering hatred. Nephis and Sunny did not react, and Jet remained her usual self too. However, Knave and Fiend could not help but shiver at the sound of the harrowing Destrier's voice. Considering that Fiend was dozens of meters tall, that was quite the sight. Sunny shook his head. I guess that is. His voice was drowned out by the ferocious roar of rushing water. High above them, several vast swaths of the dome vanished at the same time, and innumerable tons of foaming water plummeted down from great height. The world shook when the water reached the ruins, devastating the islands closest to the lake and erasing the southern end of the Palace Island from existence. This time, the damage was not limited to those islands alone. The very foundation of the Eternal City seemed to have reached its limit, fracturing with a deafening noise. Several of the remaining islands crumbled and collapsed into the seething canals, revealing where the enormous fractures were hidden. Those fractures spread outward from the point of failure, and most of them converged on the Palace Island. The Palace Island crumbled as well. Crap! Suddenly, Sunny realized that the flesh of Connacht was not the real problem. The great Titan had been defeated, so even if they failed to slay it, that was all in the past. The current peril facing them was the Eternal City itself. Having broken it, they now had to survive its destruction. The decision on how to deal with the flesh of Connacht had been made for them. It's time to escape. As the ground opened beneath their feet, Nephis summoned her wings again. Sunny grabbed Jet and Neve, pulling them through the shadows. A moment later, they appeared on the walls of the dark castle. It was leaning heavily to the side, perched precariously on the edge of a deep chasm. Far below, the dark expanse of the deep fracture was quickly filling up with foaming water. Ignoring it, Sunny pushed his companions toward the graceful silhouette of the chainbreaker. He forced out a smile, then grinned earnestly. My fellow treasure hunters, I hereby announce the completion of the Eternal City expedition. It was a resounding success. Thank you for joining me on this fun and mildly amusing adventure. You both performed admirably. Now, we just need to escape this sunken hell alive. Knave gave him a startled look. What? Before he could finish, Sunny pointed at Cassie, who was already landing on the deck of the chainbreaker. Follow her! I'll join you as soon as I can! If I can, in any case, go! Sparing one glance back, and making sure that Nephis was already ascending to the Ivory Island, Sunny pushed them one more time and stepped into the shadows again. As soon as he left them, his gaze landed on his charred incarnation, which was still stitching the wayward shadow of Nightwalker back to its master amid the devastation. You fool! What's taking you so long? His figure separated into 4 identical avatars, each glaring at the 5th with the same indignation. Why are you so slow, bastard? We have defeated an entire Wraith armada and a great Titan while you were dawdling around. What the hell? Do you see all this water? We hate water. As more of the dome collapsed, unleashing an apocalyptic deluge, Sunny gritted his teeth and glanced at his other incarnations with seething fury. Shut the hell up, wretches! He paused for a moment, and then growled. Since you're already here, pick up a needle and help out. Chapter 27:15. In Stitches, Sunny had already done most of the work, but he was tired. His will was exhausted. As it turned out, undoing a severing performed by the Demon of Repose was far more difficult than breaking the Void Chamber. Maybe it was because this time, it was the ancient demon who had destroyed the bond between a living being and their shadow, while Sunny was responsible for recreating it. Breaking things was always easier than making them. Damn it! Mustering his strength, Sunny forced the world to submit, reshaping it according to his will, one stitch at a time. His other 4 incarnations joined, hastening the process. The needles they manifested from shadows were no different from supreme implements, and yet they were far inferior to the Weaver's needle. a tool that had been created by Nether and bathed in Weaver's blood, imbued with no enchantments but possessing mystical power. So, things were still going slower than Sunny would have preferred. The Eternal City was in its death throes all around them. Nightwalker studied the 5 identical avatars of Sunny for a bit, then looked around. Crazy bastard, you really did it. You destroyed the Eternal City. The wall of dark water was already encroaching upon the lake. The southern expanse of the Palace Island had been erased from existence, and more of the dome was blinking out of existence. The deafening roar of plummeting water and the thunderous impacts of descending pillars made the world quake. Sunny spared him a brief glance and smiled. Of course I did, I said I would, after all. And I am the most honest person in the world. 7 most honest people in 2 worlds, actually. Haven't I told you? Nightwalker let out a forced chuckle, grimacing from pain. Then he looked up. That flying ship is leaving? Sunny nodded. Good, I told them to leave. There was a loud rumbling noise behind them. The foundation of the island continued to crumble, and the impossible heavy sphere of jagged metal fell down into one of the chasms. Sunny watched it roll with regret, then cursed quietly, and sent one of his incarnations after it. Soon enough it ended up in his soul sea. Granted, transporting it there almost drained his nearly boundless reserves of essence. He could get his essence, fact, his youthful face returned to its usual distant expression. He even stopped pretending to be bothered by the pain. After decades spent fighting and dying in the Eternal City, there was probably no kind of pain that could impress him. The flying island is moving? Sunny threw a swift glance at the ivory island, then concentrated on his work again. Good. They're not wasting any time. Nightwalker remained silent for a few moments, studying him with a dark and detached kind of amusement. Eventually, he asked, with a hint of curiosity in his calm voice, "Why are you trying so hard?" Sunny halted for a brief moment, then continued to stitch. "Haven't I told you, it's because I'm desperate." His voice was hoarse and somber. "You might not know it because you've been stuck here for decades, but the world is coming undone. The dream realm is in the process of consuming Earth, and the fallen deities of that cursed world are stirring. Cursed nightmare creatures, unholy nightmare creatures, and countless nightmare creatures of lesser rank as well. All of them are going to wash over the human enclaves like a tide before too long." Sunny made another stitch. "So even if we manage to resettle humanity before the world ends, it will still end up being wiped out sooner rather than later, unless it gives birth to new gods. Which means that some of us will have to challenge the 5th nightmare. The 6th nightmare as well. Which means the strongest champions of humanity will either die inside the seeds or be gone for a long time. Including me? Oh." Sunny almost froze. "So what's how it is?" I see. While saying those words, he suddenly realized something. It was the fact that he had not hesitated to include himself among those who would challenge the nightmares. He had been struggling with the decision to return to the cruel embrace of the nightmare spell for the longest time. But somewhere along the way, perhaps in the frigid expanse of Ariel's game, maybe on the grimy streets of Mirage City, or possibly even here, in the sunken hell of repose, he seemed to have already made that decision without even realizing it. Sunny had already decided to reclaim his fate, to be bound by fate once again, only this time, nobody was putting him in chains. Instead, he was making a choice to accept them, which maybe made all the difference. He was choosing duty over freedom, trust over independence, responsibility over self-interest. He did not want to be forgotten anymore. He did not want to be an orphaned shadow anymore. It was a terrible thing, after all, for a shadow to walk around with nothing to cast it. Well, something like that. Sunny smiled bitterly, remained silent for a few moments, and then looked at the dome above them. "The world is not that different from the Eternal City. It's falling apart." He pointed to one of the remaining hexagons. "That's me." His finger moved slightly. "That's Nephis, Cassie, Jet, Effie, Kai Morgan, Sation and her sisters, the House of Knights, St. Tyrus and St. Roan, Wake of Ruin, and countless more, but not that many in the end." Sunny looked at Nightwalker solemnly. "So if I can get one more hexagon and a stellar one at that, you can be damn sure that I'll get it. Now shut up and let me work. The hexagon he had pointed to vanished just then, unleashing another pillar of water that landed on the palace island and making its shores crumble. A few more disappeared as well, and the wall of dark water swallowed the outer reaches of the lake. Nightwalker coughed. "All right, I think I get it, but aren't we cutting it a little bit too close?" Sunny grinned. "What seems to be the problem? You can fold space and I can outright walk between shadows. Oh, I can also fly 1 a.m., sure we'll make it." Just then, the radiant rift of the Dream Gate split the dark sky in front of the Ivory Island. And at the same moment, Sunny made the last stitch. Sunny lowered his hands slowly and saw the shadow of Nightwalker remaining in place, flawlessly attached to his figure. Looking at the former immortal, Sunny smiled. "Look, I've granted you death, Nightwalker, so now would be a great time to run." The Eternal City, which had been vast and sprawling, had shrunk to a narrow swath of the lake and the shattered remains of the palace island. The palace itself was gone, and the Eternal City was not eternal anymore. Neither name fit now. The ornate buildings, the vast groves of silver trees, and the splendid plazas had been turned to rubble by the crushing, then turned to dust and washed away by the ferocious descent of the storm sea. Only the unblemished surface of dark glass remained, stretching into infinity, and the radiant lighthouse that still shone brilliantly despite being submerged in water. Sunny doubted that anyone would ever reach it again, but then again the future was unpredictable. The remains of the dome were collapsing. There were mere minutes left before it vanished, completely seconds possibly, so he had to hurry. As soon as the last stitch was made, the 5 incarnations of Sunny fused into one. He had already dismissed his shadows. The colossal figure of the puppeteer was gone from its perch atop the dark castle, and the dark castle itself was gone as well. The Shadow Legion had retreated back into the vast lightless expanse of his soul. All that remained was to get to the Ivory Island before it dove into the Dream Gate. Looking up, Sunny took a single step and emerged from the shadows of the Tower of Hope. At the same time, Nightwalker took a single step across folded space and appeared on the emerald grass beside him. The legendary founder of the House of Night glanced around with a detached expression and asked in an even tone, "What is this place exactly?" Sunny looked at the skull of the dead dragon that stared at them with empty eye sockets. Ivory Tower. This one was built by a different demon. The chainbreaker was already resting on the placid waters of the small lake. Beyond it, the pristine white abyss of the Dream Gate was drawing closer and closer, slowly obscuring the devastated Eternal City. Towering pillars of dark water surrounded them on all sides, and above them the last of the invisible dome was crumbling under the unimaginable weight of the storm sea. Nightwalker looked ahead, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said in a faintly subdued tone, "So I'm really leaving this place." After all, he let out a long sigh, then smiled faintly. Looking down, he studied the monstrous form of the flesh of Connacht that was slowly drowning in rising water far below. "And we are really leaving that thing behind without killing it. I can't quite believe it." Sunny looked down too. His expression turned a little sour. "Yeah. Now there are 2 great titans on my kill list. Don't worry, I'll get to them sooner or later. He always did." Sunny turned away, knowing that there was no point in thinking about the flesh of Connacht anymore at the moment. Instead, he began to gather shadow around him, preparing to encase the Ivory Island in a cocoon of them if need be. It was still unclear if they would be able to escape the Eternal City before its dome vanished completely after all. In fact, the island swayed just then, pivoting to the side to dodge a crushing waterfall of dark water that suddenly appeared in its course. Nightwalker sighed, then looked at the chainbreaker. "I want to be on a ship now." He took another step, landing directly onto the deck of the ancient vessel. Sunny followed. Nephis, Cassie, Jet, and Knave were gathered there. There was no need to steer the ship, but Nephis was focused on controlling the Ivory Island. The other 3 were behind her. When Sunny and Nightwalker appeared, they all let out relieved sighs. Jet, who was sitting on the deck and leaning against the railing, smiled lazily. "Oh, you're back. Good. I thought you decided to go for a swim." Sunny gave her a long look. "No, thank you." Knave turned to Nightwalker and stared at him with subsided intensity, but did not say anything. Likewise, Cassie remained silent. No one spoke, watching the approaching Dreamgate intently. The Eternal City was almost entirely gone by then. The grotesque mass of the flesh of Connacht had disappeared beneath the waves, and the spot where Sunny had been stitching Nightwalker and his shadow together had been crushed by a pillar of water. More pillars descended all around the Ivory Island every moment, as if straining to prevent it from reaching the towering white rift of the gate. Sunny had escaped a great deal of disaster in his life. Granted, few were as apocalyptic as this one. Still, he found it hard to believe that they would actually escape the Eternal City. And yet, in the end, they did. The Ivory Island reached the Dream Gate unscathed. Its edge entered the blinding radiance slowly, and a pristine white wall seemed to erase it from existence. The wall drew closer as the flying island passed through the gate, and then swallowed Sunny and his companions. He closed his eyes a few seconds before, so he did not see the actual second of transition, but he felt it. The rain that had been pelting them vanished suddenly. A warm wind caressed his face. The harrowing sounds of a dying city were replaced by blissful silence, and the darkness of the abyssal depths was replaced by gentle sunlight. Sunny opened his eyes slowly. A blue sky welcomed him. We made it. The Ivory Island was flying above the southernmost region of the basin of the River of Tears. The river itself was twisting across a vibrant landscape, far below, full and vast. The night garden was resting on its flowing waters, its decks brimming with countless people. After spending a long time away from sunlight, they seemed to have all poured out of the cavernous holds of the living ship. Many of them were pointing at the sky now, excited by the appearance of the ivory tower. The Dream Gate closed, cutting the connection between this land and the Eternal City. Now, the expedition was truly over. Sunny exhaled slowly. They were safe. Nightwalker took a deep breath and looked up, a smile slowly appearing on his face. Ah, the sun. I really did not think that I would ever see it again. One last time, turning to Sunny, he bowed slightly. Thank you. It means more than you can imagine. Sunny frowned. One last time. What are you talking about? You'll see it plenty, perhaps even enough times to get sick of it. Nightwalker lingered for a moment, then shook his head softly. I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Just then, a long cut suddenly appeared on his cheek, swelling with blood. Sunny stared at him, dumbfounded. What? Where did this cut come from? Nothing had attacked them. Nightwalker turned to Knave as if intending to say something, but by the time he did, 2 more jagged cuts appeared on his body. Nightwalker, what the hell is happening? Father, he staggered and fell to his knees, letting out a quiet groan. No and nothing, it's just mortality. It has a way of catching up with you. Countless wounds had revealed themselves on his body. Sunny finally flinched, realizing what was happening. The Eternal City still had its claws in its prisoner. Nightwalker might have reclaimed his shadow, and they might have escaped, but that did not erase the past. So every wound he had received over the decades was catching up to him now. Art! His bones cracked with a terrible sound, and his flesh was split open. He was dying. He was going to die 1,000 times over, until there was nothing left of him, except scattered fragments of bone and a sea of spilled blood. Ah, it's been a pleasure. I always thought I'd die on the deck of a ship. Sunny stood there, frozen. No, it can't be. Not after everything I've done. Luckily, Nephis was not frozen at all, appearing near Nightwalker. She placed her hands on his shoulders and looked down. Do not die on this ship, though. A soft radiance suffused her skin, and the terrible wounds on Nightwalker's body began to heal, and new ones appeared to replace them. His body was mangled, mutilated, and destroyed. His skin was flayed and his flesh was torn. His limbs were ripped or severed, and his eyes were gouged out. No matter how used to pain Nightwalker was, he couldn't help but scream. However, Neph's flames healed him at the same rate as he was being destroyed and shredded by the blades of postponed death. In the end, Nightwalker's body was entirely torn apart, and yet Nephis' flame healed that damage too. Come on, Sunny did not notice when he had held his breath. Who was going to win? The laws of the world or Nephis, naturally, in the end, Nephis won. Nightwalker survived. He escaped the Eternal City at long last, and so did the rest of them, with him. The river of tears was so vast that it seemed boundless, flowing across multiple regions of the dream realm. In fact, it was an independent region in and of itself, complete with its own collection of bizarre mysteries and a thriving ecosystem. An ecosystem that was lethal, like everything else in the harrowing expanse of this dangerous world, but thriving nonetheless. The vast river was born from the great waterfall of the Moon River Plain, the Weeping Goddess, while its estuary was all the way in the south on the misty shores of the Storm Sea, used to serve as a great waterway connecting the citadel cities of the Song Domain. And now that those cities were rapidly expanding, its vital role had only become more important. Just like the caravans of the warrior merchants of the East, the stronghold ships of the West were what made the scattered cities in the basin of the River of Tears a civilization. The scarred, huge, heavily armored vessels carried goods, resources, people, and information across the perilous waters. None was as fearsome and majestic as the huge ship that was sailing on the River of Tears at the moment, however. The Night Garden floated with the current, moving south. It was returning to the Storm Sea after escaping its dark depths a few days prior. The ivory island glided across the sky high above it, as if escorting the great citadel home. Jet was currently in her garden, looking around with a peculiar expression. The sacred trees she had planted had grown considerably in just a few days, their branches brimming with golden fruit. Countless flowers bloomed between them like colorful jewels, while the decorative bushes had become tall and wild. "Do I need to hire a gardener?" Her tone was a little troubled. At that moment, a black crow fell from the sky and landed on her shoulder. "Jet! Jet!" She glanced at the bird and raised an eyebrow. "Yeah? What?" The crow pecked at her cheek. "Fruit! Fruit!" A subtle smile appeared on her lips. "What about them?" Just then, a second crow glided down and landed on her other shoulder. "What do you mean? What about them? Those are sacred fruit, aren't they? This much should be enough to supply you with essence for a while." "Arg, damn it! What the hell?" Jet flinched and reeled away, knocking the second crow of her shoulder. The crow was sent tumbling through the air, collided against the trunk of a tree, and fell to the ground pathetically. There, it turned into a young man with pale skin and raven-black hair, sitting on the ground and comfortably leaning against the tree. Sunny grinned. "What's up with that reaction?" Jet stared at him with wide eyes. "Since when, actually? Forget it. Never mind." She sighed, then reached and plucked one of the golden fruit. Walking over to Sunny, she sat near him and took a juicy bite. The two of them spent a few moments in comfortable silence, watching the clouds move across the azure sky. Eventually, Jet said, "People don't appreciate what they have until they lose it. I never really paid any particular attention to the sky, but after spending all that time underwater, gods, what a lovely sight. I never want to explore the depths again." Sunny smiled. "Me neither. Still, it wasn't all bad, was it? We gained so much, just as expected." The expedition to the Eternal City had turned out to be quite eventful, granted. Sunny had not expected to wage a small war against a horde of immortal abominations. However, the spoils were similarly great. First and foremost, they managed to initiate the restoration of the Night Garden. Sunny gave Jet a curious glance. "By the way, what exactly changed about your ship?" She remained silent for a bit, looking around the overgrown garden. "We are still figuring it out. But you must have noticed some of it already. Local soil was always inexplicably fertile, allowing us to gather multiple harvests a year. But now, that nourishing effect has grown many times more powerful. It is truly remarkable." Sunny nodded. The trees around them were noticeably higher than they had been before, and the bushes seemed out of control. The same was happening across the entire Titanic ship. Everything was growing, blooming, and bearing fruit much faster than before. The surface decks resembled a jungle, and the Night Garden now really looked worthy of its name. Jet inhaled deeply. Here and there, various species of native plants sprouted out of nowhere. They are a bit weird. A certain algae in the water reservoir, for example, is producing oxygen, and I mean all by itself. It doesn't need the sun or carbon dioxide to do so. Other kinds do other useful things. It is too early to tell, but I think the Night Garden is fully self-sufficient now. It can drift for thousands of years in any kind of environment, and people on board will still be comfortable. Well, I mean, they'll be dead of old age, but they would have lived and died of old age comfortably. She chuckled. The aegis surrounding the ship seems to have grown much more sophisticated. As well, stronger too. Honestly, we have no idea what exactly changed about it, but the changes seem incredibly profound. It is as if the night garden is ready to dive into the void. Jet paused for a moment, then added in a distant tone, "Do you think that that was what the Demon of Repose had built it for? That it is a void ship?" Sunny hesitated for a while. "I don't know. Maybe it was not initially. But after wandering the seas and the skies for thousands of years, exploring all of existence, she might have grown curious about what lay beyond. Of course, she probably never got the chance to explore it. The Doom War happened first." Jet sighed, then nodded. "Indeed. Well, apart from that, the Night Garden now allows me to open, let's call them portals, rifts that connect 2 points in space. However, I can't really use that new component, because to do that, we need to figure out a different new function first. It has something to do with navigation, but nobody knows how it works. So until we learn, I can only open those portals to somewhere within my direct line of vision." She smiled. "There are lots of minor changes as well, like the hull being able to repair itself much faster and so on. I won't bore you. It made the expedition worthwhile. But there were other gains as well. The arsenal of enchanted weapons Sunny had salvaged in the Hippodrome was going to strengthen the forces of humanity. The artifacts looted across various districts would as well. The marvelous mimic was producing a steady stream of essence coins after gorging itself on the bodies of fallen immortals. Sunny had become familiar with using the puppeteer to control the shadow, Legion increasing the strength of his dark army by a large margin. Knave had returned with the memory carrying a reservoir of starlight, capable of granting people the lineage of storm god Jet, had greatly increased the volume of her soul core and captured 2 powerful souls into her mist. Blade Nightmare had become supreme. Nephis had come closer to mastering another branch of her aspect legacy. Nightwalker had returned to the embrace of humanity. And Sunny himself, Sunny had found the 6th fragment of Weaver's Lineage 1, he had yet to absorb. Sunny had felt the weight of the scroll throughout the last few days, busy and chaotic, as they were a million things demanded his attention, after weeks of absence, and yet he could not help but think about the vessel of Weavers. Will that lay on the altar of the nameless temple's replica, deep within his soul now that things had settled down a little. He could finally face it. Sunny remained silent for a long while, then smiled and looked at Jet. "Well, how was it your personal adventure, with the Lord of Shadows? Was it all you had hoped for?" Jet chuckled, her icy blue eyes narrowing a little. "Oh, it was unforgettable, Effie, and Kai weren't lying." She fell silent for a moment, then added with a shrug. "Granted, it was far less educational than I had thought it would be. I do not feel like I've learned something. It feels more like I passed an exam." Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. "Well, I wouldn't know. I don't think I ever took a single exam in my entire life. I wouldn't presume to have what it takes to teach the infamous Soul Reaper Jet a lesson." Either Jet smiled, then looked away. "What about you, Sunny?" Raised an eyebrow. "Me. What about me?" She looked at him and shrugged. "You said that these excursions were to prepare us for the 4th nightmare. But to me it seemed like you were searching for answers of your own. So, have you found them?" Sunny stared at her for a few seconds, then turned away with a quiet chuckle. "Ah, perceptive as always, as it happens. Yes, I somehow stumbled on the answer I had been looking for ever since becoming a saint. Maybe even longer. Thank you for that, by the way. Why was it that every time he was in dire need of advice, Jet was right there to share some hard-earned wisdom with him? Sunny really did not know how to thank her, but then again, she wouldn't know or remember what it was that he was thanking her for. So there was no point. For now, Sunny remained motionless for a little while, basking in the realization that he had already started to regard her inability to remember him as a temporary affliction, one that would be cured soon no less. The same went for everybody else. It was as if he finally saw light at the end of the tunnel. Jet smiled and rose from the ground. "I am not sure what I did, but I am glad that it helped. We outskirt rats should stick together, right? There is not a lot of us left after all, and since the outskirts are more or less gone, there will never be. You did was monstrous. Because what you did was unconscionable. Because you wiped out myriad innocent lives, women, children, the elderly, those who had nothing to do with your damn realm and the damn empire. You doomed everyone." Yuris remained silent for a while. Eventually he said in his creaky voice, "Wouldn't you?" Sonny gaped at him, shocked and outraged by the question. "Naturally not," the skeleton chuckled. "That is a failure of imagination on your part, boy. You are far more heartless and wicked than we have ever been. So I think you'd have done worse. Just imagine. Imagine it honestly." Yuris stared into his eyes. "Everyone you cherish, everyone you know, everyone you have ever passed on the street, or seen from afar. Your lover, your child, your siblings, your friends, and your comrades. People who depend on you and look up to you. People who despise you as well. Your teachers, your neighbors, your idols, your priests." His voice turned darker. "All slaughtered, mutilated, enslaved, and stolen away to serve the murderers and abusers for what little remains of their lives in vicious indignity. The graves of your parents desecrated, the home you built for yourself burned to the ground. The culture that nurtured you destroyed, and even the language you speak erased, until everything and everyone you ever knew is gone trampled, drowned in malice, and brutalized." The ancient skeleton laughed quietly. "And the slavers, those who trampled and brutalized your everything, continuing their lives unpunished, prospering even, smug and satiated in their opulent homes, while those who enabled their barbarity are revered and worshipped everywhere under the sky. Why would you blame a slave for hating his slaver? Are you sure that you would have been in a forgiving mood, boy?" Sonny remained silent. "What would he have done if Nephis, Rain, Cassie, Effie, and her family, Kai, Jet, Iko, Teacher Julius, the White Feather Clan, the survivors of the first irregular company, and everyone else he knew had been brutally killed?" His gaze darkened. He might have killed a god or two as well. Still, he wouldn't have slaughtered innocent bystanders. He wanted to believe that he wouldn't. Pretty sure." Yuris laughed. "Well then, let's hope that you'll never have to find out. As for me, I am at peace with the past." Sonny glanced at him darkly, then uttered through gritted teeth, "So what? No remorse? No regret? You don't regret destroying the world at all?" The skeleton remained silent for a while, then shrugged. "I don't know." Sonny's eyes widened. "You don't know? What kind of answer is that?" Aris stared at him expressionlessly. "I am quite old, you know, at the beginning. I remember being quite convinced of my mission. My, oh my! I was a man of great conviction, and I even kept that conviction for the first few decades of hanging on that tree. I remember being full of glee while watching the world fall apart from under its branches." He chuckled. "But then, eventually I went mad, and after that I came to regret my every choice and my every action. I wailed, cried, and begged for forgiveness. I think I cried for a century and begged for a century more. Then, I don't quite remember. But by the time I came to my senses, I was full of hatred and wicked joy. I celebrated the fact that I'd destroyed the world. I laughed and sang joyous songs, welcoming every new day in exhilaration. But eventually I just stayed silent for an eternity, and by the end of it, I didn't really care either way." The skeleton clicked his jaw. "All of it happened so long ago, you know. See, I don't know anymore sometimes. I feel a little wistful, and sometimes I feel a little sad. But mostly I don't feel much of anything at all, except, I pity you, and that loathsome girl, you poor kids. You didn't do anything to deserve this." Sonny gritted his teeth. "I don't need your pity." He couldn't wrap his head around it. Any of it, the fact that this man had destroyed the world, and the fact that he didn't particularly care about having destroyed the world as well. Yuris just stared at him. I wasn't offering. He fell silent for a while, then sighed, and said in a neutral tone, "For what it's worth, I wish you luck. I hope that you do become gods, and that you build a new world on the ruins of the one I and my people destroyed. The gods I hated are dead, so I think it will be nice. A new beginning." His voice sounded sincere enough, but Sonny couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "A new beginning, is this it, then? Is this Weaver's will?" He felt like he was about to go mad. So, he forced himself to calm down. He composed himself and steeled his resolve. With a sigh, Sonny rose from the ground and summoned Serpent. "I guess all of this works out great for you, doesn't it, Yuris? Now that I know the truth, Lamb more motivated than ever to kill you. And if I do become a god, I'll finally have enough power to actually do it. No matter what happens, you win." Yuri stared at him with the same skeletal eternal grin. "I guess it does my oh my. I must be a genius." Sonny exhaled slowly, then nodded. "All right, then, after all, I made a promise. I feel like I'll be busy for a while after this, so I'll try to kill you well today, Astarion." As he raised his sword, the ancient skeleton laughed. "Huh? What did you say? Oh, that's peculiar. That's creepy. Just now, I felt something trying to crawl into my head. How rude, how unpleasant." Not listening to his nonsense, Sonny brought the sword down. Far away, in a different world, night had enveloped a desolate plain. Ruins of an ancient city towered in the distance, like a concrete jungle, and rusted corpses of grotesque war machines lay half-buried in the dry earth. The air was thick with invisible poison, and no mundane creature could survive this forsaken hell. Nevertheless, people had intruded upon the desolate plain this night. They were kneeling on the ground, their protective suits and flimsy vehicles covered by dust. Some had already died, but the rest were still looking up at the silver disk of the distant moon, chanting a simple prayer. "Astarion! Astarion! Astarion!" One more fell to the ground. "Astarion! Astarion!" The indifferent moon looked down at them from the sky. Astarion they had been praying for a long time, but tonight their prayers were finally answered. A falling star suddenly streaked across the night sky, burning bright in the vast darkness. Its fiery halo grew brighter and brighter, falling as it left a trail of smoke in the air. Finally, a radiant meteor impacted the ground, causing a devastating explosion and a powerful earthquake. The praying people fell down, crying as they reached toward the crater joyously slowly. Their voices grew quiet. Then a hand appeared from the crater, and Aemon, wearing a torn, charred spacesuit, pulled himself over the edge. Rising to his feet, he took off his shattered helmet, closed his eyes, and inhaled the poisonous air with full chest. This was the first breath he had drawn in decades. A charming smile twisted his lips. "Ah, good old Earth, it seems I have returned." For him who was born in the dream realm, this was an alien world, but he was still glad to be back. End of Part 3, Voyage of the Night Garden. End of Volume 10, Dark Lord's Dreadful Travelogue. Chapter 2721, The Ship of Theseus, the being drifted in a dark vastness of shattered memories. It was vaguely aware of its own existence, but it did not know what it had been, what it was, what it would become. The cold abyss of broken memories surrounding it seemed boundless. The memories belonged to different creatures, different ages, different worlds. Some were sweet, while some were awful. Some were faint and brittle, while some were clear and sharp as if etched into eternity. The being was lost in the labyrinth of those memories, unable to remember itself. Time and space were meaningless in the absence of awareness, and yet the being felt a faint certainty, a subtle premonition of its doom. If it failed to find itself soon, it would dissolve into the ocean of memories forever, becoming something else. Something mindless, weak, and destined to cease. How vexing. The being thought that the evanescence of its existence was daunting. Did not possess limbs, or body for that matter, nor did it have a concept of possessing them. Not that things like that existed in the cold abyss of recollections. Still, the being wanted to reach for the memories, so it shaped its will into long tendrils and grasped the nearest one. In the next moment, it saw the last battle of a war for the throne of a dying world. The being was a blind woman who perceived the world through the senses of others, walking down the steps of an ancient black tower. With each step, a dull pain radiated from beneath her bloodied blindfold. All around her, countless humans and abominations were preparing to face the final siege of the war, even if its outcome had already been decided. There were too many of them to count, but oddly enough, only a few were individuals. They were those precious few who had yet to succumb to the plague. The remainder were merely vessels of her last ally, the hateful butcher of the north. Walking out of the ebony tower, the blind woman faced the familiar expanse of the chained island. Out there, separated from the flying island by a vast chasm and the great length of 7 celestial chains, the forces of humanity were arrayed against them. More than 100 saints, thousands of masters, countless awakened warriors. Sation and her sisters were among them. So were the saints of the House of Night, Sky Tide, Roan, even her own firekeepers, and their master, naturally. All of them were ready to attack the Ebony Tower. The sky below would have served as a natural barrier for most, but Nightwalker was there as well, ready to fold space and deliver the besieging army to her doorstep. The Ivory Island loomed in the distance as well, and the Night Garden could appear at any moment. Quite a sight, isn't it? She turned her head faintly, acknowledging the man who had spoken to her, the wicked monster with eyes that reflected the world back on itself. The blind woman lingered for a moment, then said indifferently, "I wouldn't know." He laughed. Once the echoes of his laughter were swallowed by the wind. The man added in a mocking tone, "It all could have been avoided if you had let me loose, you know. Ah, but alas, you and your senseless morality." He paused briefly, then asked, "So what does defeat taste like?" The blind woman lingered for a long time. When she finally spoke, her dark voice was full of defiance. "I am not defeated yet," the being reeled away. "Who were those people? Who were their adversaries? And what were they fighting for?" It did not know, but the woman, the blind woman. She felt familiar. What was her name? Looking around, the being reached for another fragment. The tendrils of its will wrapped around it tightly, and it saw a different memory. In that memory, the being was vast and boundless. She wore a nebulous mantle and a mask of polished wood, standing proudly under a lightless sky. The being was surrounded by 6 figures. There was one wrapped in darkness and mist, its frightening black wings obscuring the sky. There was a horrid whisper that hid with the wind flowing insidiously into her ears. There was a graceful figure woven out of darkness and light, so stunningly gorgeous that she wanted to cry. There was an ethereal presence that felt like the sweetest of illusions. Its sweetness hid the very depths of hell. A ghostly silhouette who smelled of sea waves and starlight, her piercing blue eyes as vast as the sky, as dark and unfathomable as the cold embrace of shadow. And another one, whose visage eluded her due to being unmemorable. The master of darkness and mist spoke. "We shall draw a line across all of existence and separate all that exists. There will only be those who stand beneath our banner and those who stand against our will, those who follow the demons and those who believe the lies of the gods. None shall refuse our challenge, none shall escape our call, not even you, Weaver," she laughed, her elusive voice sounding like a myriad of hopeless prayers. "Who are you to call on us, brother? Who are you to challenge fate? We have heard you call and refuse it. We shall not be a part of the war that you wage." The demon of choice was silent for a moment, then spoke in a voice that contained the infinite weight of the boundless abyss. "The line has been drawn, and there is no escaping its judgment. Even by choosing to stay still, you are making a choice. The choice to abandon your siblings and side with the gods." His voice swelled with coldness and fury at the hint of betrayal. "Choose wisely, my sibling. You are alone and surrounded. If you choose to betray us, do you think I will let you escape?" She looked at the master of darkness and mist from beneath her fearsome mask, then raised her chin arrogantly and lied as she always did. "We are Weaver, the demon of fate. We are the eldest of us, 7 orphans, and the most dreadful. Weaver was the master of knowledge and lies, after all. You spoke of choices, my brother. But why does it seem like you have already made yours? Do you think you can best us? No, you have already lost." Her elusive voice turned cold and penetrating, making the darkness shiver. "We are alone because that was our will, and we are surrounded because that is where we wanted to be. Every step you took, every word you spoke, and every thought you conceived of has been formed, foreseen, and dictated by fate. And we are the master of fate after all. Therefore, we are your master as well." She looked at her brother from beneath the wooden mask and asked coldly, "So tell me, demon of choice, who is it that has to choose wisely?" The being staggered away, gasping for breath even though it did not have lungs and existed in a space alien to the concept of air. No, that memory was too grand, too terrifying, too impossible. The memory was in its possession somehow, but belonged to someone else, to someone terrifying. I running out of time. Still suffering the aftershocks of witnessing the terrible confrontation. The being desperately extended the tendrils of its will toward a different memory, and that felt fresh and impactful, painted in shades of pain, fear, and profound insight. It belonged to the blind woman again. Yes, this feels right. This feels like me. Chapter 2722. Monster of Crete stepping out of a luxurious PTV. Cassie inhaled the stale air of NQSC. The city felt emptier than before, but also more anxious than before. People seemed to be moving ever so slightly quicker than they usually would, looking down as if pressed to the ground by the weight of fear. Maybe it was her own anxiety coloring her perception, though. The general population was still unaware of the odd war happening in the shadows of both worlds. After all, the war against Astarion and his spreading influence, which they were struggling to contain. She sighed. "Shall I go up with you?" Her driver today. Once again was Sid, even though most of the firekeepers were busy preparing to challenge the third nightmare these days, they still performed their usual duties. Escorting Cassie was one of them, due to the obvious limitations of her flaw. She shook her head. "No need," considering the sensitive nature of the meeting. He won't be happy to see an unfamiliar face. Nephis and Sunny could not visit the waking world too often, or for too long, but there was still endless work to be done here. So, Cassie spent her days between the Ivory Island and NQSC, with the latter taking most of her time as of late. Today, she ventured into the city to attend a clandestine meeting with Saint Cor, Wake of Ruin. Usually there would have been no reason for them to act secretly. But in the current air of distrust and paranoia, numerous things had become difficult. Sid grimaced. "What's the point of sending me to protect you if you'll just leave me behind?" Cassie turned to face her and smiled. "What's the point of sending a master to protect a saint?" Leaving her bodyguard behind, she entered an unremarkable building. Was not that she did not trust the firekeepers. It was just that any threat that could pose a hazard to Cassie would be absolutely deadly to her subordinates. She felt reluctant to risk their lives needlessly behind the weathered facade of the building hid a luxurious and exclusive club, the kind where only distinguished awakened could attain membership. Cassie was guided to a stylishly decorated lounge where awakened and masters rested in leather chairs, speaking quietly as they leisurely enjoyed expensive alcohol. As she walked across the lounge, she subtly marked a few of them, sharing in their senses. Finally able to see, she secretly let out a relieved sigh. The decor was subdued but opulent. The mood was lavish, verging on decadent. Cassie's appearance would have caused a stir if not for the fact that she had long learned to blend into the background. Usually a saint's presence made them stand out, but Cassie's was the opposite. Her presence was simple to overlook and difficult to remember. She approached the bar and took a seat, gesturing to the bartender to pour her a drink, something brewed in the dream realm, and therefore capable of affecting awakened. But not strong enough to affect a saint. Wake of Ruin had not arrived yet, so she had some time to kill, of course. There were myriad perspectives Cassie was keeping an eye on at all times, so there was never really true downtime for her. She was focusing on the events happening in Ravenheart. When someone took a seat next to her, Cassie did not react, but studied the stranger through the eyes of the bartender. He was not Saint Cor. She did know him, though. The man was an awakened who distinguished himself in Antarctica, ascended, and later went on to pledge his allegiance to the Song domain during the war in Godgrave. Now, he was a free agent, and on several recruitment lists she had compiled. "Can I have what the lady is having?" The man turned, opening his mouth to say something, then froze for a moment. Saint Cassia?" Cassie smiled politely. "Nice to meet you." The man remained silent for a while, staring at her with a perplexed expression. People often stared at her, safe in the assumption that she was blind and could not tell. This ascended seemed more surprised than starstruck, though, which was a nice change of pace. Eventually he nodded and looked away. It's an honor to meet you. They did not speak for a while after that. Cassie remained still, enjoying her drink in silence. The man did the same. When his glass ran dry, however, he finally found the courage to address her again. His tone sounded friendly enough. By any chance, do you know the legend of Minotaur? Cassie lingered for a few moments, then put her glass down and raised her hands. Pulling down her blindfold, she turned to. That's how people perceive him, I guess. A monster whom Theseus, the gallant hero, slayed in the labyrinth to save himself and other sacrificial youths. But actually, his smile turned a little bitter. The Minotaur was not really a monster. Or at least he wasn't only a monster. He shook his head with a sigh. He was a descendant of the sun god and a prince of Crete, born neither human nor a beast, an abomination that no kind welcomed. His father imprisoned him under the palace as a child, and kept him there in the darkness, feeding him human flesh. Every year 14 youths were sent into the darkness to be devoured by the Minotaur. Well, until Theseus happened to be one of the youths. Cassie nodded. Thescus slayed the Minotaur and escaped the labyrinth using a string that Ariadne gave him. Right? The man nodded eagerly. Indeed. He fell silent for a short while, studying Cassie with curiosity. The Minotaur must have been dreadfully hungry, stuck there in the darkness. He was only fed once a year, after all. Perhaps that was why he developed a taste for human flesh. But did he really have to be fed human youths and be remembered as a monster? The man sighed and glanced away, smiling strangely. I've always wondered, what would have happened if he were fed monsters instead? His voice sounded wistful. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Wouldn't he have been a cannibal either way? The man laughed. Oh, what an interesting point of view. He shook his head and wiped the corners of his eyes. But no, I don't think so. Rather, I think that the Minotaur had never committed such an act. He was neither a human nor a monster, after all. Since he belonged to no kind, no one he devoured was his kin. So what sin did he commit? Cassie did not respond for a while. Eventually, though, she asked, Are you speaking from personal experience? Were you awfully hungry, stuck there in the darkness? The man glanced at her with a friendly smile. You can't even imagine. You can't even fathom it, young lady. The moon might be a stunning place, but looking down at your planet from up high, all I could think about was how important it had turned out to have a damn string tied around your wrist. Chapter 27-23, Herald of the Dreamspawn. The words hung in the air, enveloped by a terrifying silence. Cassie remained motionless as well, doing her best to suppress her body from trembling. Asterion, it would be a lie to say that for a moment she did not feel fear. Her thoughts spun, and she sent a stream of mental messages to those caught in the web of her aspect. The man sitting next to her at the bar was a herald of the Dreamspawn, an agent of the insidious foe threatening the very foundations of the human domain. But he wasn't Asterion himself, so she was not in mortal peril yet. Cassie lingered for a few moments, assessing the danger, and came to the conclusion that she had to buy some time above all else. So instead of reacting strongly, she simply reached for her drink and took a leisurely sip. Oh my, you are a new type. The man smiled. You should have foreseen that people like this one would emerge. No, he was not wrong. Cassie, Nephis, and Sunny were still determining the full extent of Asterion's powers. There were few reliable sources of information about him. Sadly, the previous sovereigns had been too thorough in erasing all notable mentions of his existence from history. Asterion's aspect was one of mental and spiritual manipulation. He could sense and influence the thoughts and emotions of others, as well as feed on them to grow stronger, and that was only as far as his dormant, awakened, and ascended abilities went, according to Nightwalker. No one, not even Jest, the exiled patriarch of Clan Dagonet, knew what his transcendent form was, let alone what his domain's nature and supreme ability were. They could infer quite a lot, though. Asterion seemed to possess an ability to spread his influence akin to a mimetic virus. Everyone who was exposed to his name was infected by his power, and after that, well, different people were affected differently. Some did not show any symptoms at all, Some would begin uttering his name randomly from time to time without even noticing it, helping the virus spread. Then, there were those whose thoughts and actions changed entirely under the influence of the dreamspawn. Those were his agents in the human world. They were the ones Cassie had been hunting for the last few months. But the man in front of her seemed to represent a new breed. He was not merely under the influence of Astarion's powers. He seemed to be consumed by them completely, falling under complete control of the eerie sovereign. Cassie was not even sure if he could still be considered an actual individual, as opposed to a mere extension of the dreamspawn. An avatar, perhaps? She nodded. I did. Even if my powers of foresight are not what they used to be, I can still make deductions. Astarion was not that different from Cassie in a sense. If she wanted to, she could burn every single memory from a person's mind, turning it into a blank slate. Then she could fill that canvas with whatever false memories she wanted to invent, turning them into a marionette. Not that she had done something like that yet. He could most likely do the same with a person's feelings and thoughts, just on an entirely different level due to being a supreme. The question was, why had he sent this brainwashed Ascended to find her? There were plenty of reasons to eliminate Cassie. Naturally, her powers could counter Astarion's influence. For one, albeit on a limited scale. But how would a lone master eliminate a saint? Who says that I am alone? As the man smiled, Cassie felt a cold shiver run down her spine. She had taken measures to guard her thoughts, but it seemed that it was all for naught. Astarion still read her like an open book. Both you and every little fly caught in your web, young lady. What an intricate net you have woven, indeed. Flinching once again, Cassie hurriedly cut the connection to most of her marks, except those gathered in the lounge and therefore serving as her eyes. The man laughed. He studied her with a calm, subtly mocking smile. Do you still hope to buy time, Song of the Fallen? As soon as he said those words, Cassie's perspective shifted. That was because the people she was using to see what was happening inside the lounge, all of them, turned their heads at the same time. They were all looking in the same direction now. They were looking at her for a split second. All she could see was her own pale face, the golden waves of her hair and the electric light reflecting in the blue depths of her unseeing eyes. I've walked into a trap. Cassie tensed her muscles, preparing to fight, but before she could move, she suddenly went blind. It was not because someone had erased her mark off the awakened and masters gathered in the lounge, and neither was it because she fell victim to some debilitating ability. No, it was much simpler. It was because all her marks simultaneously closed their eyes, plunging her world into darkness once again. The lounge exploded into a cacophony of sounds. Every single person inside used their superhuman bodies to lunge forward, shattering the furniture and splitting the wooden floor as they barreled in her direction. Before they even reached her, however, Cassie felt a flash of monstrous pain. That was the bartender bringing down an enchanted dagger to nail her hand to the bar and immobilize her. The weapon had to be at least an ascended memory to pierce the flesh of a saint. The man himself must have been quite powerful too. It was a good thing that Cassie had activated her awakened ability as soon as she entered the lounge. So, the pain she felt was merely a phantom conjured by the promise of an immediate future. She moved her hand, avoiding the bartender's blade, and smashed her glass into his head. At the same time, she slid off her chair and kicked the wrist of Astarion's avatar, preventing him from sliding a cold blade between her ribs. By the time she did, the rest of them were upon her. Chapter 27-24. Insidious Paradox. Cassie could glimpse a few moments into the future. That ability of hers drew knowledge from a different source than the prophetic visions she used to receive, so it remained unaffected by the severing of the strings of fate, which had robbed most diviners of their foresight. That gave her a fatal advantage in battle, even if the rest of her aspect was not at all suited for combat. However, Astarion seemed to be able to read her thoughts without much effort. So he was aware of all her decisions and therefore knew what she intended to do in advance. It was quite a bizarre kind of stalemate, to say the least, with both adversaries possessing a perfect understanding of what the opponent would do. The outcome of their confrontation depended on a very primitive set of factors. Cassie's transcendent body was stronger and faster than those of the awakened and ascended warriors attacking her, but they held a numeric advantage. Each of those warriors also possessed a unique aspect of their own. The opulent lounge disintegrated almost in an instant. The lavish furniture turned to splinters, the bar exploded with a deafening roar, and even the walls themselves cracked and crumbled. There was no time to even summon a memory. By the time it would manifest itself into reality, the battle would already be over, one way or another. Cassie dodged the shrapnel and escaped unscathed from the flames, shrugging off hands that reached forward to grab her and stealing the bartender's dagger to use as a weapon. The man himself was unconscious or dying, so he would not be able to dismiss it just yet. But as she brandished the sharp blade, she hesitated. Even if it was for a split second, she froze. What am I supposed to do? The answer was obvious. She had to carve her way out and escape, keeping herself safe until reinforcements arrived. She had sent Sid away with a mental message, afraid that her bodyguard would be killed, but a far more formidable ally was on his way. It would take even him some time to reach her. Sadly, even though cutting down these people to escape was not impossible, they were not really her enemies. They were victims of the dream spawn themselves. That was the true horror of the issue they had faced after Astrian's influence began to spread in earnest. The only way to stop its spread was to eliminate those affected by his powers. But they were the very people Cassie, Nephis, and Sunny were trying to protect from him. What an insidious paradox that was. It was a war where they could not kill the enemy soldiers. How did one fight such a war, let alone win it? Cassie only hesitated for the briefest of seconds, but that was enough to give the adversary a dire advantage, because in the next moment, she felt her body being riddled with wounds. The branches of the near future sprawled in her foresight, each ending with cold steel plunging into her flesh. The pain of these unrealized futures rattled her, but Cassie had long become used to such torment. So she ignored it and moved. Vile creature. She felt a chill running down her spine. Asterion was not simply commanding the people he subjugated, he made them act against human instinct, completely ignoring the need for self-preservation. They fought in a way that went against familiar logic, throwing their bodies at Cassie almost as if they were begging her to maim and destroy them. It was as if she were being attacked by a herd of ravenous corpses, not people at all. She cut, struck, and kicked them away, trying to avoid delivering mortal wounds as best she could. But that ended up costing her, soon in the end. Only a handful of moments after the battle began, the man who had first approached her grabbed her by the neck, stabbing his knife deep into her abdomen. Cassie shuddered. The pain was no different from the phantom agony she had been enduring, but the knowledge that she was actually being stabbed made it so much more shocking. As she suffered in pain, he grinned. Least she thought he did, blind as she was, because there was a note of mirth in his languid voice. Do you remember Song of the Fallen? Despite all the help Ariadne had given Theseus, he still abandoned her, leaving her to die all alone. As the man twisted his knife, Cassie gritted her teeth. Go to hell, feeling hot streams of blood rushing down her body. She turned her head at the sound of his voice and activated her transcendent ability. Entranced by her gaze, Asterion's avatar revealed his mind to her in all its convoluted vastness. His memories, at least. Usually she would have treated them with a gentle touch, or the intricate precision of a seasoned surgeon. But this time, surrounded and seconds away from either being killed or having to slaughter a room of innocent people, she simply ravaged the memories, callously burning away everything she could reach. Somewhere among the numerous memories she destroyed were the memories of Asterion and the knowledge of his name as well. The man staggered, changing in the face. His grip on her throat weakened, and the hilt of the dagger slipped from his hand. A confused, feeble question reached her ears through the haze of pain. "What? Where am?" He sounded like a child who suddenly found himself in a scary place, slurring his words and struggling to form a sentence. Cassie pushed the man away and groaned, feeling the sharp blade shift in the ghastly wound. The dagger was sure to be enchanted with some kind of poison, no doubt. But she did not have to worry about that. She was a champion of the human domain, After all, moments later her wound would be washed away by the familiar, soothing, radiant white flames. In fact, they should have washed her pain already. Why, am I still bleeding? A new voice resounded from the darkness, full of laughter. Why did you expect little Nephis to save you? Another voice joined, full of reproach. Ill expected better of you, young lady. Surely you did not expect me to come unprepared. Laughter surrounded her from all sides, followed by human voices. Didn't I say it? Ariadne died alone. Well, it was her own fault for putting her trust in a human, although between the Minotaur and Theseus. Who do you think was more grotesque? Taking a step back, Cassie pressed a hand against her wound. Although she could not see anything, she felt enemies closing on her from all sides. She shared their senses, after all, so she could feel their muscles contracting, adrenaline rushing through their veins, the weight of their weapons pulling their hands down. She could smell the scent of her own blood through their nostrils. Suddenly, Cassie was not sure that she could win this fight, and so she fled. Or at least attempted to. Chapter 2725, Collateral Damage. Cassie could not escape the building through the door or through the crumbling walls. That would only make her an easy target, allowing the Dreamspawn's thralls to litter her body with more wounds. Neither could she escape into the dream realm by pulling on her tether, since there was not enough time of all the futures she could sense. Most ended in a violent sea of pain and agony. The depths of that savage sea were dark and heinous enough to make her blood run cold. Still, there was hope. There always was, after all. Raising a hand, Cassie grasped the blue gemstone set into one of her earrings. The earring was a transcendent memory she had purchased at a high price once, a long time ago, from the armory of Clan Valor. The other was a mundane item created to match it. That memory was a consumable charm that could only be used once, transporting its master to a predetermined point in space across a vast distance. Naturally, a charm like that was a perfect tool for someone wishing to escape danger. However, Cassie had never intended to use it as a means of escape. On the contrary, she had needed it to make sure that she could reach someone as quickly as possible. The anchor of the spatial charm was placed in her childhood bedroom here in NQSC. She had long moved out of her family home, using one of the guest rooms in the Immortal Flame Manor to place her tether instead. Cassie was quite a powerful and esteemed individual now, after all. People like her had to choose the place where they entered the waking world carefully, since it was a point of vulnerability. If somebody wanted to ambush her, attacking in the brief seconds of disorientation after she passed the realm boundary was a solid choice. So, keeping her tether close to her mundane parents would only put them in danger. The world was a dangerous place in and of itself, though. Since they were reluctant to abandon their lives in NQSC and move to the dream realm where Cassie could keep them safer, she needed some insurance in case a nightmare gate opened near her childhood home. So she had commissioned this memory. Who would have thought that she would have to use it to save herself one day? All Cassie had to do to activate the enchantment was crush the blue gemstone between her fingers. And yet, she hesitated. Does he know about the earring? Asterion seemed to have prepared this ambush quite thoroughly, and considering how well he was informed about the abilities of both Cassie and her allies, he could have stolen the knowledge of this transcendent charm from her mind as well. Even if he had not known about it before, he knew now. Suddenly, Cassie was overcome by an overpowering sense of paranoia. Was it his intention to force her to use it, to begin with? Or she felt creeping terror flood her mind, making even the pain pulsing through her body seem faint. Or was the paranoia she felt nothing but a thought implanted into her head by Asterion in an attempt to prevent her from slipping out of his trap? She could not even trust her own thoughts anymore. Suppressing the fear, Cassie gritted her teeth. Any case, the blue gemstone was her last resort, and she was not pushed against the ropes just yet. Grasping the hilt of the dagger protruding from her abdomen, she pulled it out and spun the bloodied blade, catching it tightly in a proper grip. Armed with two daggers. Now Cassie closed her eyes and accepted the darkness. She could not see anything, but the darkness was full of sensations. Both the present and the future were brimming with information, readily available for her to peruse. The movements of her enemies, the details of their aspects, the enchantments of the memories they wielded to cut her down. Another ascended unleashed a powerful and eerily sharpened shockwave, slicing the unfortunate man Cassie had robbed of his memories in two. She sidestepped both the shockwave and the torrent of blood, then spun to deflect a rapid sword and cut the wrist tendon of the awakened with her second dagger. A split second later, she evaded another blow and kicked the attacker in the knee, shattering it completely. Then she took a step back. She was one step closer to the exit now, but that was as far as she managed to go. The man whose wrist she had slashed was incapable of holding the sword now, but he simply threw his body at her like a madman. The woman whose knee she had shattered could not walk anymore, but could crawl and grab her ankle instead. And there were more coming. Plume of flame nearly swallowed Cassie, making her grimace from searing heat. An arrow whistled past, leaving a nick on her neck. Someone slammed into her, sending her staggering back. Still in the throes of pain, Cassie stumbled and fell to the ground. Sharp blades flew toward her body. Cruel hands grabbed her legs, her arms and her shoulders pressing her into the ground. In the darkness, Cassie opened her eyes. Enough. She moved, shaking off the people holding her down. Her two daggers moved as well. One sank into a neck, unleashing a flood of blood. The other sank into a heart, making it cease its incessant beating forever. The spell whispered tenderly into her ear. "You have slain an awakened human. You have slain an ascended human." Not holding back anymore, Cassie answered the deadly malice of Astarion's thralls with her own. It was a terrible thing when a saint let their power loose. Bodies fell to the floor, and blood washed over the debris. She felt guilt and disgust, knowing that the people she was killing were innocent, but their innocence did not make the gruesome wounds. They delivered her less real. She was stabbed again, cut across the back, and struck terribly enough to make her ribs groan. None of the wounds healed, but it did not matter anymore, because the exit was already near, but what met her when she finally reached it was a mocking voice. "Ah, I see now. It seems you've wanted to escape the darkness, too." Cassie's eyes widened. There was no way out in the countless futures she saw anymore. All of them ended in pain. She was caged in a prison of futures, just like the defiled Sybil killed by her had been once. Cassie dropped the daggers and raised her hand. As the door exploded and a powerful shockwave slammed into her, throwing her body back, she grasped the blue gemstone and crushed it. A split second later, the thundering roar of the explosion was replaced by dead silence. Chapter 2726. In the flesh racked by pain, and utterly blind, Cassie slammed into something soft and tumbled to the floor. Laying there, dazed, she tried to shake off her disorientation. The spatial charm. Right? The darkness was full of familiar scents. She was in her childhood bedroom. The thing she had slammed into was her bed. The surface underneath her was the beautifully embroidered rug. Her dad had bought her a long time ago after she finished middle school. The soft rug was swiftly absorbing her blood now. Cleaning it was not going to be easy. Come to think of it, her pink bed cover had to be smeared in blood now too. Cassie felt a pang of panic at showing up home in such a state. Her mom was not going to have a heart attack. No, this was not the time to think about these things. Her call for help would be responded soon, but there was no telling how dire an ambush Astarion had prepared. What if his thralls somehow followed her here? Then she would have put her parents in danger. Need to move. She had to take them away, to Bastion, before anything else could happen. Her dad would still be at work right now, but her mom had to be home. But before that, Cassie examined her own memories, starting with the moment she received the meeting location from Wake of Ruin. She meticulously compared each to the previous one, looking for the signs of tampering. And there indeed. Although Astarion had not been able to mess with her head significantly, some of her thoughts and emotions seemed to have been pushed in unnatural directions. Her unwillingness to harm the thralls despite the risk to her own life had been strengthened. Her fear of using the spatial charm had been made stronger. There were a few more subtle manipulations as well. Cassie let out a quiet growl. The eeriest part of it all was that even knowing that those emotions had been forced upon her, she still genuinely felt them. She still believed that her choices had been natural and correct. Groaning, Cassie erased her own memories and replaced them with identical copies that had the tampered thoughts and emotions removed. The vile traces of Asterion's manipulations disappeared from her mind, but the knowledge of what had happened remained. All of it took no more than a few seconds. Ignoring the pain in her battered body, she forced herself to stand up. As a whirlwind of ethereal sparks exploded out of her body, Cassie staggered to the door. There was nobody here to share their vision with her, but she knew the layout of her home by heart, so she could walk swiftly even without being able to see anything. It took her just a few seconds to reach the stairs and stumble to the first floor. Her mom was in the living room, reading a book. Cassie hesitated for a split second, then activated the mark she had placed on her, and finally saw herself. Oh, I did not look good. Her clothes were torn, bloodied, and smeared in soot. Her hair was disheveled, and her blue eyes shone feverishly on her pale face. Her mom looked up and froze, the book falling to the floor. "See, Cassie? Baby, what happened?" Before Cassie could even respond, her mom jumped off the sofa and ran to her, reaching to support her weight. It had the opposite effect, though, because Cassie stumbled and fell to her knees. "I'm all right, Mom. It looks worse than it feels, but we'll deal with it later. Right now, we need to leave." She could only see her own face, not her mother's. Still, she knew that it was painted with worry and confusion now. "What do you mean, deal with it later? Cassia, you're bleeding." Cassie suppressed a groan and grasped her mom's hands. "I'm a saint, Mom. A little bleeding won't kill me, but we must leave now." There was a brief moment of stunned silence. Her mom had to be dazed, since it was the first time Cassie spoke in that tone to her. "Leave? Why?" At least she seemed to have understood how serious the situation was. Cassie let out a stifled sigh. "I've encountered a bit of a problem, so, just to be safe, we'll need to get you to Bastion for a while. I'll send someone to retrieve Dad soon, too. Just think about it as a vacation, Mom. Please." She was already thinking about the logistics of relocating her parents to the dream realm. Their way of life would be disturbed, but Bastion was not a wild frontier city anymore. It was quite developed, albeit not yet on the level of NQSC. There was even electricity there now. So, hopefully the shock would not be too great. "Cassie, don't be silly. Why would we leave our home?" Her mom's gentle tone was not at all fitting for how terrible Cassie felt on the inside. It was the same tone she had used to explain elementary things to her daughter as a child, and later as a moody teenager throwing a tantrum. "TL, buy us a new home, Mom, but we need to go now." Her mother sighed. "No, I just mean, there's no reason to leave." She patted Cassie on the head and leaned forward to hug her, saying gently, "Lord Asterion only means well." Cassie froze, and the fear she had felt in the lounge club suddenly felt like nothing at all. Compared to the horror that suddenly flooded her heart, it paralyzed her thoughts completely, making her feel like a clueless child again. "What?" Her mother patted her on the back. "I know you have strong opinions, but he is a wonderful man. Won't it be great if we could all get along? That is what Lord Asterion wants, too." Her embrace was gentle but firm. In fact, it felt more like a hold than an embrace. Now Cassie was not sure that she could escape it without breaking her arms. She raised a shaking hand and traced her mother's face. A soft, familiar smile was playing on the familiar lips, no different from the countless smiles she had seen and felt before. Still smiling, her mother thrust her fingers into Cassie's bleeding wounds, ripping them open. "Shh, baby, shh. It's for your own good, sweetheart. Just bear with it a little. It will all be over soon." Her mother was smiling, as if genuinely believing that she was doing her best to help her daughter. Her tone was gentle and kind, no different from how she had soothed Cassie decades ago, when she was a little child. Mom," Cassie's voice trembled. She was still frozen, not knowing what to do. She did not even feel the pain, her thoughts scattered and encased in ice. When did it start? How much of her memories will I have to erase to cleanse her of the dreamspawn's influence? Can I cleanse them? Cassie was still motionless when the door opened, and she heard the sound of soft footsteps approaching them across the carpet. Her mother looked up, her smile widening. "Lord Asterion, oh, thank the gods. Please, hurry, we need help." Cassie shuddered. A tall man had entered her childhood home with a slight, friendly smile illuminating his captivating face. He had to be in his late 40s by now, but he did not look older than 30. His tan skin was smooth and flawless, and his disheveled black hair fell to his shoulders, as if having absorbed the heat of the sun. His eyes were of a stunning amber shade, almost golden, or maybe they were golden after all, glistening strikingly while reflecting the light. Cassie did not care about how the man looked, however. All she could think about was the overpowering presence that enveloped the world when he appeared, pressing her into the ground. It was as if the world had become a thin film floating on the surface of an endless, infinitely hungry abyss. You? He was Asterion, the dream spawn, the eldest sovereign of humanity, and perhaps the most harrowing. Asterion was in her home, in the flesh. How? How is he here? Why? As Cassie struggled to come to terms with reality, Asterion reached them and patted her mother on the shoulder. His friendly smile was a little humorous and a little warm. Why, naturally, I am here, so of course I should help. He gently pushed the woman away and crouched near Cassie, looking at her with a wry expression. His voice was calm. I think we've yet to finish our conversation, young lady, haven't we? Ah, where were we? Cassie did not move, painfully aware of the fact that she would not be able to fight a supreme. Much more importantly, she would not be able to protect her mother if they were to fight. She licked her suddenly dry lips and opened her mouth to speak, but before she could even ask her question, Asterion already answered it, having read it in her mind. What do I want? Well, that should be obvious. He chuckled and placed his hands on her shoulders, as her mother watched them with a relieved expression. The dream spawn spoke in a kind tone. I want to eliminate a little problem before it becomes too tedious. I want to cut Ariadne's string. We can't have people escaping the labyrinth before its unfortunate occupant ate his fill, can we? Cassie filled her mind with every song she could think of, drowning her thoughts in a torrent of disjointed lyrics. Asterion grinned. Cute. With that, he raised his hand and brought it to Cassie's face. She felt his fingers brushing across her cheek, almost tenderly, and then an impossible, devastating pain exploded in her head, making her struggle desperately in his iron, inescapable grip. Cassie screamed, something wet and hot spilled down her face, and as her mother let out an amazed gasp, Asterion dug out her left eye from its socket with his bare fingers, tearing it out. He peered into the mesmerizing blue depths of its iris and sighed wistfully. Such pretty eyes. Ah, what a shame. He crushed the bleeding eye in his fist, turned to Cassie and smiled. It's a pity, really? With that, he reached for her right eye as well. Before he could reap it out, however, there was a subtle shift in the air, and Asterion whipped around. His hand shot forward, grabbing a flying rapier that had streaked across the room, aimed at the back of his neck. Huh? The slender blade trembled defiantly in his crushing grasp, straining to break free. A moment later, it shattered with a mournful ring, the shards exploding into a whirlwind of sparks. As Cassie cried out, pushing the tall man away, the spell whispered into her ear, Your echo has been destroyed. No, you weren't really. Before Asterion could finish the sentence, a storm of glistening tendrils suddenly rushed at him like a tide. He frowned slightly, rising to his feet, and easily brushed them away. One of the tendrils wrapped itself around Cassie, though, while another wrapped itself around her mother. As both of them were pulled away, a graceful figure in a flowing red dress revealed itself from the darkness, moving toward the sovereign with an eerie and inhuman smoothness. Her narrow back obscured his menacing figure as Cassie embraced her mother and shielded her. Then, her back met the wall of the house and shattered it. Both of them were thrown into the street, rolling across the pavement in a shower of debris. Cassie tried to protect her mother as best she could, but there was no saving her from minor wounds. We need to run. Her mother tried to resist weakly, but Cassie hoisted her up and rushed away, torrents of blood still streaming down her face, even blinded by white-hot pain. She knew that the situation was desperate. No, actually, she was in shock, failing to truly comprehend the full extent of what had happened, of what had been done to her. But she knew that they did not have a lot of time left. Cassie only managed to take a few steps when the spell spoke to her again. "You, Echo, has been destroyed." She staggered, torment. Behind her, Asterion walked out through the broken wall, holding a head that seemed to have been savagely ripped off the neck in his hand. He raised the red veil with a bloodied finger and looked underneath curiously, then shivered and threw the head away as it dissolved into a torrent of red sparks. Cassie gritted her teeth and continued running. The full force of his will descended upon her, then making it seem like she had to run for a full minute to move forward just a single meter. Asterion, however, caught up with her without much trouble, despite walking at a leisurely pace. "That's quite enough, young lady." He pushed her lightly, and she fell to her knees. Cassie took a deep breath, shielded her mom from him, and looked up. One of her eyes was missing, and her deathly pale face was awash in blood. However, there was a vicious smile playing on her lips. She spoke in a hoarse voice. "Yes, indeed, that is quite enough," looking down at her defiant smile from above. The Dreamspawn frowned, then his expression changed subtly, and at the same time, a cold wind blew across the empty street. Every shadow around them suddenly seemed infinitely darker, terrifying, and unfathomably deep. A chilling, ferocious killing intent washed over Asterion. In a vast area around them, all the trees suddenly quaked, their leaves withering away and falling to the ground. The grass turned yellow, then rotted away as if stricken by blight. The shadows moved. Asterion sighed. "Oh, it seems I wasn't quick enough." He looked down and shook his head. "It's this eerie world. I have almost forgotten how suffocating it was, fighting against its laws just to exist." He shook his head again and offered Cassie one last smile. "Ah, I'd love to continue, but it's not the right time just yet. It was nice meeting you, young Cassia. Until next time, then." With that, he took a step back, and then a towering rift of a dream gate sliced the fabric of reality in the heart of NQSC, plummeting down to cut the road in half. As the rift widened, the hungry abyss she had felt before was revealed in its depths in all its harrowing madness, and Cassie let out a quiet whine, trying to crawl away from it against her will. As two soft hands reached for her from the shadows, the memory ended. Perhaps because she finally fainted, having lost too much blood, the being let go of the memory, still feeling the pain etched into it, and pushed it away. It was reeling. Cassia! Cassie! Song of the Fallen! Yes, that was her name, chapter 2727, Darker Shades. The being remembered its name. She was Cassia, Song of the Fallen, a blind seer who was destined to bear witness to fate, or at least she had been. Fate was torn and mutilated, after all. She had mutilated it. Fate had been delivered a mortal wound by the very beings who were supposed to be its heralds, and was now coming undone as the promised future ceased to exist. Song of the Fallen was not a mere witness anymore. She was an architect of what was to come instead, destruction, salvation, no matter what end awaited them in the future. She would have built it with her own frail hands. Does that true name fit me, still? The being, Cassia, observed the dark expanse of shattered memories once more. Now that she knew who she had been, she could discern which ones were her own better, but not well enough to gain clarity. She had been a strange existence, it seemed. She was someone who had lived dozens of lives at the same time, experiencing the world through countless conduits of her subtle aspect, those who were powerful and those who were weak, those who served her and those who did not. Men and women, mundane and awakened, young and old, the memories of their lives were intertwined with those of her own, inseparable. More than that, the memories of the past were intertwined with the memories of the future, one that would not come to pass, at least not anymore. There were memories that she should not have possessed at all as well, a vast ocean of them, bearing on her with the crushing weight of eternity. Memories of the worlds that had perished, of the ancient past that had been erased from the pages of history by the passage of time. What has happened to me? She knew who she had been, but who was she now? How did she end up in this ocean of memories? What was her purpose here? She lingered until a sudden realization struck her. These memories, it's me. They were the building blocks of what had made Cassia who she was. She had been shattered, and now she had to assemble herself back from these pieces. If the shape she created was true, a woman named Cassia would continue to exist. If not, something else would take her place. If she failed to fit the shards together entirely, her existence would be scattered by the wind. How ironic. It seemed that she had to build the labyrinth first in order to escape it. That man Asterion had compared her to Ariadne. But he was wrong. Song of the Fallen was not only Ariadne, the traitorous princess of Crete. She was also Minos, its king. She was also Daedalus, who built the labyrinth at his order. She was also the Minotaur, who was imprisoned in the darkness and forced to eat human meat. She was also Theseus, who killed both the monstrous brother and the naive sister who had given him the life-saving string. That was why failing to kill her on that day was a fatal error that could not be undone. The Dreamspawn was a terrifying foe, so much so that there was hardly a being out there capable of overcoming his insatiable malice. So what would doom him in the end was his own hunger. Tendrils of will extended toward the sea of memories, grasping dozens of them and pulling them close. She absorbed a tiny, insignificant shard first. The memory might have been slight, but it was clearer and more vivid than almost any other. Its edges were vicious and sharp. That memory. She was a young, frightened girl laying on cold stone as the sounds of a dark sea washed over her, filling her heart with terror. The world was cruelly dark, devoid of all shapes and colors. She was blind, weak, and useless. She was only alive due to the benevolence of others, and even if she was too frightened to think it, she knew that the cup of their benevolence could run dry at any moment. Her companions were behind her now, having a quiet conversation. The sound of their voices had awoken her, and now she was failing to fall back asleep. "How did you know that I'm a legacy?" That was Neph's voice. Nephis was the person who had saved her, back when Cassie was lost in the darkness, shedding tears as she waited for a lone and gruesome death. Even now, hearing her speak made Cassie feel warm. Nephis was like a lone ray of sunlight in the darkness that had shrouded her world, giving her more than mere comfort, giving her hope. Simple. I heard Castor mention it. He was scolding other sleepers to make them treat you with respect. That voice belonged to Sunny, their new companion. Sunny was largely a stranger, but to Cassie, he was special. That was because sometime during their days at the academy, she had seen a vision of his past. In that vision, he was quietly celebrating his birthday on the day of the winter solstice, hiding from the biting wind and the toxic smog of the outskirts in a rusty shipping container. Because of that vision, he was the only sleeper whose face Cassie knew. She had already been blind by the time she arrived at the academy, so everyone else, even Nephis, were like disembodied voices that called out to her from the darkness. But Sunny had a face. Hearing him and knowing what he looked like made Cassie feel human again, and so she cherished his voice a lot. "Can I ask another question?" Cassie gave up her attempts to fall back to sleep and opened her eyes in the darkness, curious to hear what he was going to ask. Sunny spoke in a blunt, indifferent tone. "Why are you burdening yourself with her?" She froze. Nephis seemed to have smiled slightly. "Why wouldn't you?" His response came after a short pause, sounding cold and disgruntled. "No, no. Ah, it hurt." She let go of the memory, feeling like its edges had cut her will. Was funny how many things could sometimes depend on a single word. That one word had colored her impression of Sunny in darker shades, and that darker hue in turn shaped much of what would happen beyond that old lightless memory. Would history have turned out differently if Sunny had given Neph a different answer on that cold night on the forgotten shore? If he had been able to lie, would it have changed for the better or worse? No one knew, and no one would ever come to know. Not even her. Chapter 2728. Bygone future, a different memory. This one full of ruin and devastation. A vast, shattered bone plain stretched endlessly under a gray, cloudy sky. Liquid metal rained down on the corpses of numerous men, as an abyss of ferocious white flame melted a raging storm of swords into an incandescent hail. Among the corpses, a man in a vermilion cloak and heavy armor had crossed swords with a young woman wreathed in flame. Her own sword had surrendered to his will as well, so she discarded it and forged herself a blade out of her own soul, out of pure light and a ferocious, unquenchable longing. And hatred, of course. The battle had wounded the very foundations of the world, so reality was coming undone around them, revealing the harrowing depths of divine laws hidden beneath. Needless to say, that battle had swallowed up numerous lives as well. The man had been overbearing and proud, but now he was battered and covered in gruesome burns. His sword, which had been able to cut concepts once, was turning blunt. His face, which had been handsome before, now resembled a ghastly mask of melted wax, but his steel-gray eyes were still burning. His swordsmanship was precise, transcendent, and sublime. His authority over all things metal was insidious and uncompromising. His will was like a towering iron wall, impregnable and devastating. The young woman was a sage of the sword, as well. She had mastered countless styles and invented more than a few of her own. But today she was stubbornly clinging to only one, a flowing, unpredictable technique that was both versatile and supremely adaptable. Her father's technique, which the King of Swords knew too well. It did not save him from falling prey to the legacy of broken sword, all the same. In the end, the indestructible steel wall of his will was melted down by the fiery longing. The dreadful edge of his all-severing sword was swallowed by light, and his unfeeling cold heart was pierced by the blade forged of incinerating hatred. Anvil staggered, grasping the ray of white light that had plunged into his chest. It was of no use, though, because the sharp edge of light simply severed his fingers, making him stagger and fall to his knees. When he raised the ghastly melted candle of his face, however, a twisted smile was playing on what remained of his blackened lips. A ghastly gargling voice came from the depths of his scorched throat. "Flawless. You are flawless at last," standing above him in the immaculate brilliance of her merciless white flames. Nephis gazed down with no expression on her inhumanly stunning face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to respond, but in the end all she gave him was silence. Did I want to say something? Yes. Yes. She remembered that she had. She had wanted to say something. Too much, even more than could ever be expressed with words. She had spent most of her life dreaming of this moment, after all, longing to kill this fearsome man and burn all the things he had built to ashes. She had wanted to make him remember her father. She had wanted to make him remember her. Every loss, every tear, every wound, every moment of bitter hopelessness that she had endured. She had wanted to make him choke on his failure, his weakness, on his wasted betrayal. But at the moment she could not really remember why she had wanted to say anything at all. She did not really care about this man, and about the pain she had suffered either. It was just pain, after all. Looking down at Anvil of Valor, Nephis felt nothing. Her heart was a beautiful, barren wasteland of flame. It was pure of all feelings, all doubts, and all desires as well. She did not even feel bored, because boredom demanded an inclination to be excited. A bubbling laugh escaped from Anvil's melted face. Flawless, pursing her lips in distaste, Nephis pulled her radiant blade from his chest and beheaded him with an effortless slash. As she turned away indifferently, the headless body of the former King of Swords fell among the rest of the charred corpses, already catching flame. Her throne stood on these corpses built with blackened bones. The being that had been Song of the Fallen discarded the memory, sending it drifting into the darkness. She did not need this weathered, useless thing, a glimpse of the future that had already been erased and would therefore never come to fruition, of a bygone future that was destined to only ever exist in her memory. Forgotten by all, there were many shards like that one around her, full of scenes that were doomed to remain forever unwitnessed. But she was not interested in these relics of a ruined future just yet. Instead, she drew a different memory closer, gazing into its dark depths. In that memory, she was a harrowing being of great vastness once again. She wore the nebulous mantle and the black wooden mask again. She was walking through the shadows, approaching a lone glimmer of light. A deep night was shrouding the world, and a full moon was climbing up the velvet surface of the starlit sky. But there, some distance away, a shimmering white light danced in the darkness. In the center of a small valley that was formed by several hills, a lone human figure sat in front of a small fire there. His head hung low, and his face was obscured by the falling hair. He was naked above the waist, his pale skin covered with dry blood. However, there seemed to be no wounds on the stranger's body. In fact, there was not a single scar on it. On a stone in front of him, a diamond sickle lay, its blade painted crimson, sensing something. The man inhaled slowly and looked up. His face was young and beautiful, with smooth silken skin, high cheekbones, and exquisite features. Strangely enough, there was a symbol of a crescent moon drawn on his forehead. Not hiding from his gaze, she stepped from the shadows and loomed above him. Her gaze fell down like a dark omen, making the winds fall silent in fright. Despite that, a pleasant and carefree smile suddenly twisted the man's lips. He raised his hand, which had been hidden in the darkness before. In it, a bleeding human heart was grasped tightly, still warm from when he had cut it from his own chest. The beautiful man spoke in a bright and melodious voice. He said, "Hail, Weaver, demon of fate, firstborn of the forgotten god." She tilted her head a little. Her answer was even. "Beast of twilight, I am not at all happy to meet you again." The beautiful man looked at her in confusion. "Oh, have I had the dubious pleasure of meeting the great and terrible Weaver before?" He remained silent for a moment, then grinned. "Well, no surprise, I am the most personable and gregarious man in all of the Kingdom of Hope, after all." Chapter 2729. Source Element. She studied the smiling man silently, drops of crimson blood falling into the fire from the human heart he held. The fire danced as it licked his hand, scorching it. His silky skin, once smooth and pristine, was swelling with blisters, and breaking now, revealing the sizzling flesh beneath his bright smile. Never wavered. A vast and hungry madness was hidden in the depths of his glistening gray eyes. She sighed deeply and looked at the dark sky. "We have never met before." With that, a slender arm revealed itself from the nebulous folds of her mantle. Receiving the bleeding heart between two claws, she studied it for a moment, then casually discarded it by throwing it into the fire. Noctis let out a short laugh. His gaze slowly traveled away from Weaver's fearsome mask, becoming lost in the dancing flame. After a few moments passed in silence, he spoke in an easy tone. "Hope has been imprisoned for 1,000 years, and humans have enjoyed a golden age for 1,000 years. One cannot help but wonder if there's a connection between the two, prosperity and hopelessness. What a pair!" Noctis looked at her again, the smile draining from his stunning face. "They say that we are prospering, but when I journeyed beyond the borders of the Kingdom of Hope, all I saw was strife and desolation. By the moon, I could not tell who was crazier, those funny people dwelling in the distant realms or me." He shook his head and sighed. It really made me wonder. What had Sun God been thinking when he called upon us to become immortal guardians of hope? His gaze turned cold and dark. "Say, Weaver, I won't ask you why the Lord of Light imprisoned hope, but tell me the truth. Why? Why didn't he simply kill her? Why create this long and tiresome charade?" She looked down at him for a while, then laughed in 1,000 chilling voices. "You must really be mad. Are you really pleading for truth from the Master of Lies?" Sitting by the fire across from the stunning man, she cast a thoughtful gaze at the dark sky. A cold wind rose, and the pale visage of the moon was obscured by clouds. Then, the contours of her mask turned blurry, and it disappeared, revealing nothing. There was nothing but darkness hiding beneath the fearsome mask. Noctis seemed to forget how to breathe, looking into the darkness with trembling eyes. A raspy voice resounded in the silence, making the flames die. "Have you heard, my brother, the prince of the underworld, has broken one of the divine tenets? He has encroached on the purview of the gods and created a race of living beings to settle his lightless lands. No one but the gods had been able to create life before, but now the demon of destiny created life as well. We daemons are inclined to perform impossible feats, are we not?" Noctis frowned. "Why are you telling me this, Weaver? How does that answer my question?" She laughed. "Because I am known to appreciate deceit, and this is a brilliant lie." Noctis studied her in confusion. "What? That Nether created the Stone Saints?" She shook her head, obscured by darkness. No, that the gods can create life. Leaning forward a little, she reached toward the embers and pierced the ashes with her 7 fingers, making sparks fly. No one can create life, beast of twilight. Not even the gods. All they can do is reshape it. That is what Nether has done as well to create the stone saints. Paling. Noctis leaned back and asked in a dazed tone, "What does that even mean, though?" "Hey, Weaver." "Oh, I meant Great Weaver. The demon of fate, as far as lies go, this one is not even that convincing, don't you think? From the primordial dragons to the smallest of mice, there are all kinds of creatures populating the vast realms. I really expected better from someone known as the Master of Lies. I was really looking forward to being deviously cheated, fooled, and deceived." Noctis shook his head in reproach. She looked at the dancing sparks. "It's the same old story, from before the dawn of time. The 7 gods were born from the flame of desire, just like the 7 daemons were born from the forgotten god. You humans were born from stray sparks. How were all the creatures that the gods created born then? Where did the sparks that gave them life come from? The sparks burned away, their frail warmth swallowed by darkness." She raised her hand from the ashes. "All life comes from the flame of desire in the end. When the gods were creating the first living beings, they merely tore pieces of themselves and used them to breathe life into their creations, just like the forgotten god did to breathe life into us. My brother, the demon of destiny, was the one to fathom that truth. So he took sparks of his own flame and placed them into his own creations. That was how the stone saints came to be." She looked at Noctis, who was listening to her with an odd fear in his beautiful, mad eyes. "That is why Sun God cannot kill hope. That is also why the gods have grown small and feeble over the ages, having spent their flame to populate all the realms." Noctis shivered, small, feeble. A moment later, a sudden laugh escaped from his lips, vanquishing the ominous silence. And here I was, thinking myself the most arrogant man in all of Kingdom of Hope. Leave it to the infamous demon of fate to call the great gods small. I am ashamed. I am in awe. I have no words, really. He wiped the tears from his eyes. But how does one connect to the other? I still don't understand why Hope has to live. She smiled. What will happen if she dies, beast of twilight? The shadow realm cannot contain us. Demons. Death cannot swallow us. He had already tried and failed. That is because we've never been truly alive to begin with. We are mere manifestations of a greater flame, and even if we are entirely destroyed, the sparks that give us life will simply return to their source, to the forgotten god. Her laughter made the world cower. And make forgotten god complete? Was that what you wanted to ask me, beast of twilight? Is that why you carved your heart out under the full moon? Noctis looked at her with a pale smile, then inhaled deeply and slowly shook his head. No, not really. He let out a joyless laugh, then grinned. Instead, I wanted to ask you to help me free Hope Chapter 2730 deal with a demon. Noctis gazed at the demon of fate, his grin shining with a hidden abyss of barely contained madness. His voice, once cheerful and pleasant, turned hoarse and low now. I wanted to ask your help with slaughtering all the chain lords, breaking the shackles Sun God had forged, and unleashing hope upon the world. I wanted to ask your help with plunging this abominable land into the darkness burning below it, even if it brings all other lands to ruin. I wanted to ask you to help me break the will of the gods. I had to be satisfied with only this little, since the gods themselves cannot be broken. Noctis laughed. In short, I wanted to ask you to help me die. He looked at the diamond sickle that lay on the stone before him, smeared in blood. His grin dimmed slowly, replaced by exhaustion. Well, something like that, anyway. I'm tired, Weaver. I'm tired of guarding Hope, from being driven mad by Hope, and from not knowing what my duty is. It was all so clear all those years ago when the Lord of Light entrusted us with this task. But I've been having doubts. Noctis sighed and looked at her with a pale smile. If he truly wanted us to keep Hope shackled, why did he give us the keys to open her chains? His head dropped, and a whisper escaped from his twisted lips. Perhaps what he really wanted was for us to release her, all along. What marvelous cruelty that would have been, don't you think, Weaver? She studied the tired man in front of her for a while. Even I do not presume to know the mind of the gods. Mercy, cruelty, love, indifference. The gods are too vast and too great to contain only one emotion, bear only one desire, and harbor only one intent. She smiled coldly in the darkness. Ah, but I can tell you this, beast of twilight. You truly are far too arrogant for a mortal man. Did you really think that 7 transcendent men can contain a daemon? Did you really think that 7 human lives are enough to bind thee? But my burden is far greater, and therefore I see far more. I see it all. Noctis smiled crookedly. And what do you see, Weaver? She smiled ominously, obscured by darkness. I see a beginning of the end. The end was inevitable, though, so her actions did not matter too much in the end. At best, she would hasten the inevitable instead of becoming the cause of it. That was what she told Noctis, at least. Will you help me, Weaver? I've spent so many years searching for the keys, the ivory knife, the obsidian knife, but they always elude me. So I'm willing to pay any price. You are my only hope now, Weaver. Noctis studied the terrifying darkness, then smiled with mischief. Oh, but then again, you have already given me an answer, haven't you? After all, the great demon of fate would have known my request all along. Therefore, you would not have answered my call only to refuse me. She studied him as well. That swindler, her voice was mocking and cold. What can you give me if you're intending to die? Do not think me a fool, beast of twilight. Do not hope that death will let you escape a debt owed to the demon of fate. She pointed at him with a clawed finger. Yes, I shall help you break the chains of hope. Yes, I shall help you defy the will of the gods, but the price I demand is your life, not your death, even if you long for the mercy of death. I will curse you to live. I will curse you to live, to hope, and to serve me, you and the one in the north. Both Noctis shivered. Well, now, wait a minute. But she did not wait. A fearsome black mask covered her face once again as the clouds receded, washing the world in the silver light of the full moon. Letting out a sigh, she looked up into the harrowing eternity of fate shining above them. The crimson beast of twilight was an eerie existence. He was a man whose fate had been plucked from the great tapestry by a god and twisted in on itself, becoming a seamless loop. So, she reached into the endless infinity of radiant strings and grasped one of them tightly, making all of existence shudder. Wait, what are you? Baring her teeth, she pulled the string of fate down, feeling it bite into her fingers. As drops of golden ichor fell to the ground, she bore the weight of eternity. She moved infinity with nothing but the strength of her arm and the force of her will, changing the shape of existence forever. The ethereal thread she had pulled down entered Noctis, piercing his chest, where a new heart was already beating weakly, now imbued with a new fate. She did not break the will of Sun God. Instead, she simply made it so that what Sun God willed did not matter anymore. Only the will of the demon of fate mattered. Be by the moon, she laughed. Beast of twilight, do not call upon the moon. That is not your name anymore, and you do not belong to the gods anymore. You belong to me now. Now, you shall only call the name of Weaver. Chapter 20731, A New Kind of Enemy. She escaped the memory of the moonlit night, feeling haunted by it. Noctis, the blessed of the moon. There were other memories of him in the dark sea of her shattered self as well. There, a memory showed Noctis teaching her to steer the chain breaker. There, a memory showed her Noctis donning a black mantle and a wooden mask. There were memories of the one in the north as well, and the rest. She absorbed those memories greedily, slowly rebuilding the foundation of who she had been. The forgotten shore, the kingdom of hope, the tomb of Ariel, her childhood home in NQSC, the secluded manor of the immortal Flame Clan, the opulent compound of the great clan Valor, and so much more, the eerie years she had spent having forgotten most of herself, moving through life like a blind person lost in fog, as the rough contours of whom Song of the Fallen had been slowly took form. She was overcome by a subtle anxiety. Nothing in those memories explained how she ended up shattered into a million memories, drifting in the dark space between seconds. Nothing hinted at what had happened to her, and what purpose she pursued in clinging desperately to the ghost of her actual self. The past is the past, and the future is no more. But the present. What about the present? Disturbed, she slowed down for a short while, then extended her tendrils to more recent memories. She wanted to know what was happening now. Not what had happened back then, but the answer was elusive, so much so that she feared that only completing the whole picture would allow her to find out the truth. She did find a hint, though. Peculiarly enough, the best hint she had found was not hidden in her own memories. Instead, it was hidden in the memories of a different being, which nevertheless seemed to constitute a vast part of her life. That being felt peculiarly familiar somehow. Ah, it's him, the cruel boy who had wanted to leave her to die. Only naturally, he was not a boy anymore, even if he was still just as cruel, if not more so. The Lord of Shadows, sensing a scent of an answer, she delved into the memories she had shared with, or possibly stolen from him. Show me. Where were you when the dream spawn came? The world where Sunny had been born did not welcome him anymore. In fact, it rejected him ferociously. It was a little discomforting, but then again, if he was honest with himself, Earth had never treated him nicely. If anything, it had always been a cruel and uncaring mother, leaving him to fend for himself while surrounded by cold winds and hungry wolves. Metaphorically speaking, naturally, since not even the wolves had survived its poisoned expanse. Now, nightmare creatures ruled its ruined wilderness, while people survived in vast cities like NQSC. The fortunate lived quite nicely, but the unlucky wretches like him did not. So, he could not bring himself to miss Earth. He still had to visit occasionally, though. The reasons for his visits were rarely benign, and today was no exception. Things were not going well for the human domain as of late. It was only a month or so since Sunny returned from the Eternal City, but a lot had happened since. Problems were piling up, and even with 7 bodies, he was struggling to address them all, especially because he had to maintain secrecy and hide his existence. How does this even make sense? Before, it used to take roughly a month for a trade caravan to travel between the Weeping Goddess and Ravenheart. But now, a day had been added to that time. That was not because the merchants had become lazy, and neither was it because some powerful nightmare creature had forced them to change routes. Rather, it was because the distance between Ravenheart and the former citadel of Clan Sorrow had changed, which was quite disconcerting. The Dream Realm had always been full of bizarre occurrences, but if its geography was shifting, there was only one explanation: meant that more of the waking world was seeping through the realm boundary, plunging into the nightmare. The pieces of his homeworld were being swallowed by the realm of the forgotten god, forcing them to rethink the timeline of total resettlement, as if they did not have other problems to deal with. The greatest and most eerie of those problems was, naturally, the name of Astarion, the dream spawn, spreading across both worlds like a plague. That quiet and seemingly innocuous plague made all other issues troubling the human domain seem trivial in comparison. Sunny's expression darkened as he thought about the dream spawn. He did want to find the correct words to describe how uneasy that man made him feel. It all happened just like Cassie had predicted it would, back after he escaped Mirage City. The name of the dream spawn spread like a virus, infecting anyone and everyone who heard or beheld it. Those infected by the knowledge of Astarion became carriers of the disease, helping it spread further. Some only showed mild symptoms, blurting out the eerie name without even realizing what they were saying from time to time. In some, the disease seemed to progress much further, affecting the very way they thought and influencing their actions. There were half a dozen small cults proselytizing the name Astarion, like the Church of the Moon that was gaining popularity in the former territories of the Sword Domain. There were also secular organizations like private clubs and black market gangs doing the same. The cumulative power of these sleeper agents was not at all great. In fact, it was negligible and nothing short of pathetic. If Sunny and Nephis wanted to, they could have wiped them all out in a day. But that was the damnedest thing. For the first time in his life, Sunny had met an enemy that made all his strength meaningless. It was not that he and Nephis were weaker than Astarion, They were not, by far. It was just that Asterion attacked in a way that made using strength to repel him impossible. They could not wipe out thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of innocent people, although possibly they should have. Because if they did not, the number of people who had been infected by the knowledge of Dreamspawn would soon reach millions, and hundreds of millions after that, until every single person in the world, both worlds rather, was infected by the name of Asterion. What were they going to do then? Entering an abandoned underground factory in the outskirts of NQSC, Sunny uttered a curse. Hell, if I know, his usually light tone was dark and heavy. Chapter 2732. Quiet plague Sunny walked across the desolate floor of the factory. His expression dim. He felt bitter. It was one thing to encounter an enemy who used his own strength against him, an insidious and cunning enemy, one different from both the malevolent nightmare creatures whom Sunny had slain in the past and from the callous humans whom he had brought down from their tainted thrones. However, what really filled him with distaste was that they had been cautious and vigilant, yet still ended up being blindsided by Asterion. Sunny and Nephis had known that the third sovereign would become a dire adversary immediately after ending the Godgrave War. Even when they had been building a new world order and learning how to guide humanity in its days of existential crisis, they spared time and energy to prepare for the eventual return of the Dreamspawn. They committed vast resources to searching for the few pieces of information about him that Anvil and Key Song had failed to erase. They had created a network of informants across both worlds to watch for the signs of his emergence. They rushed to master their new powers as supremes and grow stronger so that no enemy of the same rank could threaten what they had built. But all their preparations had turned out to be woefully insufficient, because now that the new threat was finally starting to reveal itself, there was precious little they could do to stop it. The Shadow Clan and Cassie had identified all the cells of Asterion's newly initiated followers, but eradicating them was not an option. Even if it were, it would serve no purpose, since too many people outside the small groups of thoroughly infected were already aware of his name. Worst of all, Sunny did not even know what they could have done differently if they had discovered the spreading corruption sooner. He could not help but feel infuriatingly powerless. Sunny did not experience fear often these days, but Asterion did make him feel an unpleasant sense of apprehension. One of the most threatening things about the Dreamspawn, meanwhile, was that they still knew very little about him even to this day, and it was very much by design. Their investigations had borne some fruit in the past month. Old Jess knew a bit, even if his trustworthiness was in question. Morgan had contributed a few crumbs of information as well. The most important piece of knowledge, and the most unnerving too, unexpectedly came from Seishan. Seishan, who had inherited some of Key Song's legacy, revealed to them why the sovereigns chose to seal Asterion on the moon instead of simply killing him. It was not because they were wary of facing him in battle. Rather, it was because Asterion could not be killed. That devious bastard. The Dreamspawn was not technically immortal. However, he had become a unique existence as he climbed the path of ascension, a being who was more so an idea than a creature of flesh and blood, a demon of thought rather than hellfire and brimstone. For as long as the idea of Asterion dwelled in human minds, he could not be destroyed. Therefore, to kill him, all one had to do was kill everyone who carried the knowledge of the Dreamspawn in their minds. Therein lay the problem, though. Anvil and Key Song had been the carriers of the knowledge about Asterion as well, so the only way for them to kill him was to kill themselves first, or at least find a way to erase all information about him from their own minds. However, if they erased the memories of Asterion from their minds, they would forget why they needed to kill him. In the first place, they would forget how to kill him too. Driven into a dead end by that paradox, the best they had managed to do was trap him on the moon by culling those who composed his eerie domain and continuing to suppress his influence from spreading over the decades. That was a valuable piece of information. Indeed, even if it did nothing to assuage Sunny's worries. If anything, he grew more and more despondent the more they learned about Asterion. They were still lacking one of the most important pieces of knowledge about the Dreamspawn, though. It was the knowledge of what, exactly, the threat of his spreading name was. Up until now, all the people infected by the knowledge of Asterion, Those they had managed to identify, at least, were only showing one symptom of the mental disease. They were all helping that knowledge spread further. The infected did not kill, did not rob, and did not harm the human domain in any way. They did not seek to undermine the immortal Flame Clan or disturb the current balance of power. By all accounts, they were still upstanding citizens. If anything, those who were affected deeper were more selfless and altruistic than an average person. There seemed to be no purpose to the spreading infection except for the growth itself. The most eerie part of the quickly escalating crisis was how mundane and utterly normal everything seemed. Of course, Sonny did not believe for a second that things would continue the same way. He did not need to be connected to the great tapestry of fate and possess an uncanny intuition to know that there was some kind of sinister purpose behind Asterion's attempts to propagate his name as far and wide as possible. They just did not know what the purpose was today, however. Today they could find out, or at least start to understand the mechanisms of how that purpose was going to be accomplished. Sonny stopped near an elevator door where Aragtag team of Shadow Clan agents was resting on concrete blocks. He looked at them intently, then asked, "How is the prisoner?" One of them, June, was it, offered him a pale smile. "He is in top shape, boss." Everything went smoothly. It was eerily smooth, actually. There was no resistance at all. Sonny frowned. Still, good job. Leaving the agents behind, he entered the elevator. Today, they were finally going to interrogate a person who had not simply been infected by the Dreamspawn's name. They were going to interrogate an actual subject of Asterion's domain. Chapter 2733, Turncoats of Humanity. The deepest level of the abandoned factory was dark and quiet, illuminated only by the light of radiant memories. Usually, such enchanted lanterns looked warm and inviting, but as pieces of cement scraped under his feet in the dead silence, Sonny could not help but find their familiar radiance eerie instead. There were no members of the Shadow Clan here, no government specialists, and no firekeepers either. The only people waiting for him at the end of a desolate hall were a blind seer and the last daughter of the immortal Flame Clan. The ruler of humanity herself. They were Nephis and Cassie, naturally, which temporarily made the old underground factory the most exalted place in all of existence. Sonny greeted them somberly. "Long time no see." Nephis gave him a peculiar look, making him smile faintly. He had, in fact, seen her this morning. Naturally he had, considering that they always woke up together. However, even a few hours of separation could be considered a long time, and he was entitled to his subjective opinion. Cassie simply nodded, then turned to a heavy metal door. The cell where the prisoner was being held had been reinforced to contain an awakened. There was a complicated weave of runes shimmering on the alloy, as well, having been drawn by Cassie herself to isolate this hidden space from the outside world. They did not know what kind of threat the prisoner could pose, exactly, so they had prepared for as many complications as they could. Even though the man locked inside was hidden from view, or possibly because of it, the very sight of the imposing cell made Sonny feel a hint of an ominous premonition. For some reason, he was reminded of the dungeon hidden under the ruined cathedral of the Dark City. It was there that he had found the ancient corpse of a nightmare spell priest, read the dreadful prayer to Weaver carved into the floor, and inherited Weaver's mask. Hail, Weaver, was it? They had worked hard to catch the man locked inside the enchanted cell. It's a bit peculiar, isn't it? Remembering all the efforts that went into arranging today's interrogation, Sonny could not help but think about how incongruous it all was. Here they were, putting in work hours to stave off the end of the world, as if it were the most mundane thing to do. At some point, world-ending threats had become the new norm, so much so that even the emergence of a creepy mind-altering sovereign felt like nothing new. Which was not to say that they underestimated how perilous the Dreamspawn really was. Sonny often saw Nephis standing on the balcony of the ivory tower, gazing down at the world below with a distant expression every time. He knew that her mind was elsewhere, lost in the billions of small flames burning brightly in the vast expanse of her splendid domain. Some of those flames grew brighter over time. New fires ignited in the darkness, as children were born or learned about changing star and were inspired by her. But at the same time, too many flames were extinguished every day. Nephis felt their absence, and even if she did not show it often, he knew that she grieved the loss of their light. It was just that now, not all of the flames that disappeared necessarily meant that somewhere out of there, a person had died. Some of them, as Nephis suspected, simply ceased to be subjects of the longing domain, becoming servants of Asterion instead. Her suspicions were not easy to prove, though. Even if Nephis felt a connection to billions of people, it was not like she knew their names or their faces. Instead, she only knew their desires, the fragile flames of longing burning in their hearts. So even when compared against the list of documented deaths that happened across the two worlds on any given day, she could not determine if there was a missing flame not mentioned in the report. So, they limited the list of potential turncoats from all of humanity to only the awakened, going from billions of potential suspects to only slightly more than 1,000,000. Sadly, that proved to be too vast a number as well. Therefore, they changed tactics. Although Nephis was connected to billions of people, sensing the flames of their longing, she could not fathom all of them at the same time. As a result, not everyone who called upon her healing light could receive its blessing. So, over the last month, Nephis was concentrating only on a small number of areas, making sure to extend her healing to everyone who needed it there. Naturally, the chosen areas were those where the bloodshed was most intense, the very tip of the subjugation crusade in the remote reaches of the dream realm east of the former sword domain, the frigid wastelands west of Ravenart, and the most perilous lengths of the death zone belt separating the two great human enclaves from each other. By enduring the pain of her aspect, to heal as many wounded warriors as she could in these perilous areas, Nephis gave Sunny and Cassie an opportunity to find outliers among them, those awakened who were grievously wounded in one of the ceaseless battles, but were not healed by the wondrous white flames. And after monitoring those outliers for a short while, as well as using Cassie's powers to stir Neph's memories of their longing, they identified several as true subjects of Asterion's domain. They were real sleeper agents that served the dream spawn, as opposed to those who were merely infected by his name. The discovery was quite disturbing, since there were more of them than they had suspected. None had shown any signs of being disloyal to the human domain or their comrades either. Worse still, the hidden thralls were spread out evenly among various armies of humanity, proving that the malignant tumor of Asterion's corruption had spread too deep and too wide to be incised. And eerily, these turncoats were not showing any signs of abnormal behavior, going about their lives as if nothing was out of place. If not for their absence from the sea of flames of the longing domain, they would have never been discovered. The rest was relatively easy. Sunny sent a team of Shadow Clan members to capture one of the awakened thralls and bring him here, to this abandoned factory in NQSC. His people had accomplished the task easily, too easily even as June admitted. Glancing at Nephis and Cassie, he lingered for a few seconds, then asked in a quiet tone, "When is Kai arriving?" Cassie responded after a short pause. "He's already in NQSC, 5 more minutes, and he'll be here." They needed Kai's help to make sure that the thrall was telling the truth. Sunny inhaled deeply. "Well then, shall we get some answers?" Nephis nodded somberly. "Let's get answers indeed." Chapter 234, Captured Thrall. A man was sitting on a cheap alloy chair in the middle of an empty room. There was a runic circle surrounding the chair, as well as enchanted shackles binding his wrists together. The circle was preventing him from summoning his memories, while the shackles were draining his essence, making it difficult to unleash his aspect. Needless to say, his expression was grim, and his eyes were full of tension. The room was largely dark, with only half of it flooded by the light of luminous memories. In front of the runic circle, another chair stood. That one was still empty, hinting that whoever had kidnapped him was not planning to get rid of the prisoner just yet, at least. He shifted, uncomfortably, then looked at the heavy metal door. Is anybody there? I'm not sure if you're listening, but you should know that I am a soldier of the Eastern Flame Legion. My disappearance won't go unnoticed." His warning was met with silence. Then, however, a chilling voice resounded from the darkness. "Ah, yes, somebody is indeed there, although I doubt you'll be happy to face them, awakened Yutra." The man flinched, looking around the room wildly. He was willing to swear that there had been nobody else inside. So where was the voice coming from before he could say anything else? However, the door opened, and two women walked inside. Yutra froze, his eyes widening, an expression of stunned awe taking over his face. He literally forgot how to breathe, his gaze glued to the taller of the two women. His heart seemed to be on the verge of exploding. It was not every day that one met a goddess, after all. In front of him, a woman who was like a dreamlike vision of celestial radiance gracefully sat on the empty chair. Her silky skin was the color of ivory and flawlessly smooth, her silver hair glistening in the dim light like a waterfall of pure sunlight. Her striking gray eyes were like two placid lakes, making him feel like he was drowning in their alluring, unfathomable depths. Suddenly, Yutra sensed a sweet pain permeating his chest. He suddenly felt like a naive youth again, full of dreams and desires that were yet to be dulled by the cruel collisions with the harshness of the world. It was as if every wish and desire he harbored was ignited with an ardent fervor, making him yearn for the things he had long given up on, with an almost overpowering intensity. His voice trembled. Lady Nephis? He knew who she was, of course. There was not a single person in the world who did not know Nephis of the immortal Flame Clan, the guiding star of humanity. He had known what she looked like as well, having seen her on countless recordings. But no recording could relay the sublime radiance and divine presence of a living supreme. His shock was so great that he almost failed to register the presence of the second woman, even if hers was a beauty so delicate and beautiful that no words could describe her loveliness. She was Lady Cassia, Song of the Fallen, a renowned saint who had been serving Changing Star from before they awakened. Suddenly, Yutra was painfully aware of his outward appearance. The goddess of humanity looked so pure and wondrous, even sitting in this dirty alloy cell. He, meanwhile, had been kidnapped from his sleeping pod in the military barracks during a long and arduous military campaign. Even if the grime of the battlefield did not cling to his material body, he was still not in a presentable state. He coughed, embarrassed, then forced himself to look at Changing Star without being blinded by her marvelous appearance. She studied him calmly for a few long, surreal moments, then said in a voice that made his heart flutter like a trapped bird, "Awakened, Yutra, I presume? I wish we could have met in different circumstances." Yes. Oh, I mean, yes. It was only then that Yutra remembered that he was imprisoned in a peculiar cell after being kidnapped. A deeply confused expression appeared on his face. I beg your forgiveness, Lady Nephis, but why are you here? For a moment, he entertained the idea that the goddess of humanity was here to rescue him personally. Could such a miracle be possible? Yutra hesitated for a moment, then asked in a quiet tone, "No, rather, why am I here? Why am I here?" Sunny felt glad that he was hidden in the shadows, having become one instead of maintaining the shape of a human. That was because if anyone could see him right now, they would have seen an expression of complete bafflement on his face. What the hell, of all the reactions he had expected the thrall of Asterion to show, this one was definitely not one of them. The man seemed positively smitten. He looked like a devoted believer who had opened his eyes one day only to see his goddess and her high priestess right in front of him. Such a reaction, of course, was only natural for most people of the human domain. Even if one disregarded the inherent presence of supremes and transcendents, Nephis and Cassie were widely renowned. Their celebrity was without a rival, so it was only expected that ordinary people would be starstruck when meeting them. Awakened Yutra, however, was not an ordinary man. He was an agent of Asterion, and therefore both Nephis and Cassie were his enemies. Either the man was one of the best actors in the world, or he was not aware that his master and the immortal Flame Clan were at odds. Which would be strange, considering that no war could be won without letting the soldiers know who the enemy was. Nephis remained silent for a while, then asked in a calm tone, "Awakened Yutra, are you truly unaware of why you are here?" The man looked at her for a while, then shyly cleared his throat. "No, my lady, I truly have no idea." Cassie, who was standing behind Neff's shoulder, did not move. Her expression did not change either. However, her voice resounded in Sunny's mind, sounding a little wary. He is telling the truth. Cassie, of course, was the mental link that connected them to Kai, who was standing outside the cell and listening in on the interrogation. For a moment, Sunny was unsure of himself. Did they really get the wrong guy? However, in the next moment, Nephis dispelled his doubts, crossing her legs as she pierced their prisoner with a cold look. That is strange, because I can sense a woefully potent desire within you. Even if the man was not a part of her domain anymore, she could still feel his longing now that they were face to face. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. The desire to serve someone other than me to follow the will of the Dreamspawn. Having been accused of betraying the human domain. Yutra, the same man who had been starstruck and smitten by the appearance of Changing Star and Song of the Fallen, gave them an earnest, delighted smile. His voice betrayed a deep sense of excitement. Ah, Lord Asterion. Yes, my lady, of course. Serving him well is my most ardent wish. Chapter 2735, For the Greater Good, The Interrogation of Awakened Yutra. A thrall of the Dreamspawn was like a nightmare. Not the kind of nightmare that claws at one's heart and leaves them breathless, covered in cold sweat, in the middle of a dark night, but rather the kind of nightmare that makes one feel like they are lost in the middle of a bizarre and senseless mire. A dream that makes one uncomfortable because of how peculiar and nonsensical it is. Sunny was dazed. I feel like I have a fever. I would never betray the Legion. Awakened Yutra leaned forward, momentarily forgetting even his awe in the face of the ruler of humanity, out of pure outrage. Never, my lady, you experienced war as a soldier as well. You know the kind of bond that soldiers share, so you must know that I will never betray my comrades. I would rather die. He sounded utterly sincere in his indignation. Nephis studied him for a while, then asked in an even tone, What if that was Asterion's will? Yutra had already invoked the name of the Dreamspawn, so there was no point in avoiding it any more, which meant that somewhere out there, Asterion was paying attention to this interrogation as well. The enthralled, awakened frowned in confusion. What? Why would Lord Asterion ever? Nephis interrupted him calmly. Still, Yutra remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. Well, it can't be helped then. As much as it pains me, my comrades would have to die. He sounded sincere now as well. Nephis looked at Cassie, a hint of a troubled expression reflecting in her clear eyes. Cassie opened her mouth. You will sacrifice them if Asterion orders? The man gritted his teeth, visibly disturbed by the question. His answer was firm, though. Yes, but you will be pained to sacrifice them? He shuddered, then forced out in a tortured tone. Naturally I will be. How can you ask that? It will ruin me. Cassie tilted her head a little. And yet, you'll still do it. He nodded. I will. How can I not? Will you hesitate before betraying your comrades? Or will you do it without hesitating at all? Yutra seemed confused once again. Why would I hesitate, if that is Lord Asterion's will? Cassie ceased her questions, still hidden in the darkness. Sunny spoke then. Yutra. The man flinched at the sound of a disembodied voice that came from the darkness, surrounding him like a rustling tide. Sunny studied him for a few moments. You have a wife and 2 children, a son and a daughter, correct? Yutra nodded slowly. I do, yes. Sunny smiled quietly. A famine came, and your children are starving. You only managed to procure enough food to feed 1 person, but you are hungry too. What will you do? Yutra scowled, once again unnerved by the question. He did not hesitate to answer. I will split the food evenly between my son and my daughter, and starve myself. There was no shadow of a doubt in his answer. Sunny considered him quietly, then asked another question. You and your comrades have been captured and ordered to kill one another. It's kill or be killed. What will you do? The man's scowl deepened. I'll die. I won't raise my sword against my brothers and sisters in arms. He sounded confident. How admirable, Sunny asked a third question. The feelings between you and your wife are long gone, but someone new is paying you flattering attention. What will you do? Yutra grimaced in indignation. What? What kind of question is that? Nothing. I'll do nothing. I will never betray my wife, and our feelings for each other are not something that can disappear one day." Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a calm tone, "What if Asterion asks for the food that is meant for your children, orders you to kill your comrades, and advises you to abandon your wife?" Yutra blinked a few times, then responded with the same firm confidence, "Then I will let my children starve, kill whoever he wishes me to kill, and leave my wife without looking back." Naturally, the answer was a bit chilling. What was truly disturbing, however, was the man's expression. It was the very same expression he wore when vehemently denying the possibility of betraying his legion. The expression of a proud, righteous man who was valiantly stating his principles. "What the hell? What the actual hell? It's creepy." The absolute lack of awareness that Yutra displayed was unnerving, and the fact that he seemed perfectly normal even when proclaiming a deranged level of devotion to Asterion was simply eerie. It was like he saw nothing wrong with what he was saying. Far from it. If anything, Yutra seemed confused, uncomfortable even, with the fact that his interrogators were somehow failing to understand something that he deemed self-evident. "Why?" Yutra frowned. "What do you mean?" Sunny sighed. "Why would you choose Asterion over your wife, children, and comrades?" The man remained silent for a while, as if he had never stopped to think about it before. Eventually, his frown disappeared, and he smiled. "Because of the greater good." His smile was pale, but blissful. Yutra inhaled slowly, then spoke in a subdued tone. "I can't describe how much I love my family and value my fellow soldiers, but that is just me. It is the private love and loyalty of a small, simple man. There has to be something greater in your life, if you wish to live nobly, though. A greater purpose that goes beyond your personal attachments. Like the survival of all mankind, of everyone's families and everyone's comrades." He leaned back and looked at Nephis happily. "That is why I'm devoted to Lord Asterion, because he is our best hope of survival, mankind's hope. He is the greater good." Sunny could not help but laugh silently. Oh gods, the irony! Didn't what Yutra was trying to describe sound a lot like conviction? Because of the greater good, huh? Chapter 2736. Contaminated Values. The interrogation continued for quite a while, producing the same nonsensical responses. Awakened Yutra was an upstanding man. He might not have been a powerful man, but in the modest degree of talent and opportunity afforded to him, he was outstanding. He was a loving husband and a father, a reliable friend to his fellow awakened, and a valiant soldier of the human domain. Everything he told them about himself fit the information they had gathered beforehand perfectly, and Kai did not sense any lies in what the man said either. He was a good and loyal man, except, of course, for the fact that in Yutra's mind there was now nothing more important than Lord Asterion, his supposed greater good. His devotion to the Dreamspawn was absolute, trumping all other values and principles. He was not an immoral man, quite the opposite, but his morality made an exception for everything connected to Asterion. He was not an irrational man either, but his reason failed every time Asterion was mentioned, and he was not even capable of realizing that his thoughts and opinions were unreasonable. It was disturbing, precisely because Yutra was otherwise a perfectly sane and rational person. When asked more detailed questions, he became momentarily confused, then easily came up with improvised answers that fit his twisted view of the world. Yutra did not know that much about the subject of his eerie devotion, even if he himself did not realize it. He seemed to vaguely know that Asterion was a supreme, but not how the Dreamspawn had attained supremacy or what powers he wielded. Yutra did not quite remember how he had come to be dedicated to Asterion, or when. Most of all, he had not the slightest idea of what Asterion's plans were, or what his own role in bringing those plans to fruition was supposed to be. All he could do was smile creepily and repeat incomprehensible words. Togetherness? Communion? Salvation for all. He did not know the identities of the other thralls of Asterion either. Of course he didn't. After all, he did not even know that he himself was enthralled. Rather, he seemed to assume that everyone shared his beliefs, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Nothing they said or did managed to shake his devotion even a little bit. Eventually they left Yutra alone and retreated from the chamber. Kai met them outside the cell, wearing a disturbed expression on his handsome face. He is completely insane! They had been disturbed by the bizarre conversation with Yutra, but Kai had to have suffered much more, considering that he sensed that everything the thrall spoke was true, or at least that he sincerely believed it to be true. Sunny coalesced into a human shape and gave his friend a long look. It would have been fine if he was insane. The problem is that he is much too sane instead. Nifis nodded. His mental faculties are all there. It is just that. The source data has been replaced. The complicated machine of Yorta's mind was functioning the way it was supposed to. However, the foundation it was built upon, his beliefs and principles, had been tampered with. So, the entire output was utterly contaminated. Nefis remained silent for a while, frowning. Eventually, she only said one word. Troublesome Sunny tended to agree. He's completely brainwashed, which is a new kind of problem, at least in my unfortunate experience. He sighed. Always been the most dangerous. However, he had never really encountered quite this level of mental manipulation. Usually, thralls were either mindless or directly controlled by their masters. Yutra, however, was neither mindless nor controlled. Asterion was not pulling his strings. There was no need to, because Yutra was not a puppet. He was a completely free and independent individual, a person who still had his agency, and chose to serve the Dreamspawn simply because that was what he believed to be right, even if his beliefs had been tainted by insidious manipulation. We've encountered such a problem before, you should have too. Cassie's voice was calm, but somber Sunny looked at her in surprise. We have, she nodded. When Nefis and I were sleepers, we fell under a mind hex of a profane tree. Twisted our beliefs, albeit not in quite as sophisticated a manner as what the Dreamspawn have achieved. The result was just as effective, though. You burned that tree while exploring the Forgotten Shore years later, so this problem is not entirely new. Sunny's eyes widened a little. Oh, you're right. That tree possessed a similar kind of power indeed. Nefis tilted her head slightly. The Soul Devourer had to have been a corrupted sapling of Heart God's sacred tree. The Dreamspawn inherited the lineage of Heart God as well. What a curious connection. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Heart God. The god of souls, emotions, growth, memories, and hunger. Kai looked at Nefis, then asked in a contemplative tone, how did the two of you escape the mind hex all those years ago? Nefis looked at Cassie, remained silent for a while, then looked down. I don't quite remember. Nefis and Cassie might not have remembered, but Sunny did. How had they escaped the Soul Devourer? Through a fated combination of Cassie's prophetic warning, Nef's stubbornness, Sunny's relentless spitefulness, and a drop of Weaver's blood. He did not think that fate would save them again, though, both because Asterion was incalculably more powerful than the Soul Devourer had ever been, and because he was not fated anymore. Don't quite remember. Sunny looked at Cassie, studied her for a while, and then asked in a casual tone, considering that the Dreamspawn put tainted data into Yutra's head, can't you just erase it? Cassie remained silent for a moment. You want me to tamper with his memories? Sunny nodded. I want you to wash away his brainwashing. It's not like we haven't considered that option before. Asterion's true power spreads through knowledge, and one of us can erase knowledge from people's heads. Wouldn't it be foolish not to try using that to our advantage? Cassie turned her head to face him and frowned slightly. The only problem is that I will be exposed to the same knowledge while trying to erase it. She lingered for a short while, then shrugged. What I mean to say is, it's worth a try. Chapter 2737, War of Ideas. They returned to the cell in concerned silence. Sunny was still hidden in the shadows, having assumed his natural form. He studied Yutra, carefully paying attention to the exhaustion written on the man's face. My lady, I don't understand why you're doing this to me. Yutra's hoarse voice was full of confusion. He glanced at Nefis with fatigued reverence in his eyes. Then, however, a hint of something dark ignited in them, and after hesitating for a long while, he said in a hollow tone, unless, of course, you harbor malice against Lord Asterion, against the greater good for all of mankind. His pupils widened in terror at the implications of his bold suspicion. No, it can't be. Sunny had been feeling uneasy all along, but now he was suddenly full of dark apprehension. Was this Asterian's real goal? Was he not simply aiming to bewitch subjects of the human domain to fuel his source element, but also planning to turn them against the very woman who ruled them? There was only one leap of logic between being devoted to the Dreamspawn and loathing his enemies, after all. Was Asterion building an army out of Nef's very own soldiers? He has to be. Does that mean that we will have to slaughter our own soldiers to destroy his army? Sunny was troubled. Nephis, meanwhile, regarded Eutra silently for a while. Then, unexpectedly, a soft smile graced her lips. "Do you know," awakened Eutra, "I've known Asterion personally since I was a little child." Eutra stared at her in shock. Then his eyes ignited with a sense of awe. You have met Lord Asterion, really?" Nephis nodded. "Of course, I used to call him Uncle Aster. We were quite close." She took the alloy chair and moved it out of the way. "And later, when Valor and Song conspired to kill me, I heard that it was my Uncle Aster who kept them at bay." Eutra's eyes shone as he nodded energetically. Of course he would." Nephis sighed and glanced up with the same soft smile on her lips. "I used to think he was the greatest, too." Then, she turned her gaze to Eutra. "I know he is listening right now. I'm glad he is." She entered the runic circle, walked around the shackled man, and placed her hands on his shoulders. Leaning down, Nephis remained silent for a moment, and then spoke softly into his ear. "It took 3 of them to kill my father, even when they stabbed him in the back. Anvil and Kisong have already been dealt with. They died too quickly, though, so I am glad that Asterion cannot be destroyed as well. He'll long to be able to die one day soon." Before Eutra could react, she grabbed his head and held it in place. What are you?" Cassie was already stepping into the runic circle, pulling her blindfold down. Sunny was behind her, so he did not see what her transcendent ability had turned her eyes into. He could see Eutra flinch in utter horror as he beheld them, though. Then, the enthralled soldier's terrified expression slowly slackened, turning into one of mesmerized wonder, as if he was witnessing something both tantalizing and breathtakingly gorgeous. Sunny was faintly disturbed by the scene. Damn it! Why is everyone so creepy? Cassie stood motionlessly above the mesmerized awakened, her golden hair moving subtly in the wind that blew through the underground cell, thanks to a derelict ventilation system. Everything else was still and motionless, swallowed by a cold silence. Neither Sunny nor Nephis could perceive what was happening in Eutra's mind, where Cassie's power was currently waging a war against the insidious influence of the Dreamspawn. However, they knew that a daunting battle was happening close to them, hidden from view. Sunny did not like the feeling of not being able to help to do anything notable, really. It was an unfamiliar and unpleasant feeling, one he had not experienced in a long while. The same feeling, in a broader sense, was connected to everything having to do with Asterion. He felt like all his power was useless in the face of this particular adversary. Making Sunny feel powerless before the adversary had even revealed himself was quite an achievement, and he could not help but grit his teeth. A few minutes later, Cassie let out a quiet groan. Nephis glanced at her tensely, then asked with a hint of concern, "Are you all right?" Cassie remained silent for a short while, then answered flatly, "I'm fine. Delving into the mind of the Dreamspawn's thrall is like opening myself to a vicious mind attack. It is like walking through a minefield, intentionally stepping on each mine. But I am handling it." Now Sunny was a bit concerned too. "You are handling a mental attack of a Supreme?" Cassie responded after a short delay. "Lamb incapable of repelling an assault of a Supreme. So, while I am erasing the memories of Eutra, I'm erasing my own memories of having erased them at the same time. Thus, I am dodging the attack and keeping my mind free of contaminated knowledge." Sunny fell silent, quietly impressed. He was sure that manipulating the memories of a person was not an easy task, so doing that while also editing her own memories must have been more than a little difficult. Still, Cassie was handling it with seeming ease. The process continued for a while, each minute more tense than the previous one. Eutra's expression of wonder slowly dimmed, replaced by a strained grimace. He was as pale as a ghost, with beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Then gradually his grimace disappeared, and he slowly looked away from Cassie. He seemed spent, disoriented, and dazed. She let out a long sigh. After remaining silent for a few seconds, Cassie said quietly, "It's done. I think it's done." She pulled her blindfold back in place and took several steps back. His first memory of the dream spawn appeared only a few days after the conclusion of the war in Godgrave. I tried to be surgical in which memories I erased, but his condition worsened. Every minute of his life seemed to be contaminated. I had no choice but to erase it all. Just as she finished speaking, a weak voice resounded in the underground cell. Where am I?" Yutra was looking around, anxious and confused. Sunny felt a hint of sympathy for the man. Coming to his senses with no memories of the past couple of years, chained to a chair inside a runic circle, had to be quite a shock. Nephis calmly released the man's head and walked around the chair to stand in front of him. "Awakened Yutra, I presume." His eyes widened. "Lady Nephis?" Sunny felt a sense of déjà vu. Soon enough, a soothing white light ignited under Yutra's skin, healing his scrapes and bruises. Having been stolen from the longing domain by the dreamspawn, he was now healed and returned to the embrace of the immortal flame. Even if he had been robbed of a vast swath of his memories, having lost a short span of his life forever. Not long after, Sunny, Nephis, Cassie, and Kai were gathered on the floor of the abandoned factory, standing in a small circle. A somber silence hung between them, interrupted only by the rustle of the old air filters. Eventually, Sunny asked in a dark tone, "How many thralls can you cure in a day?" Cassie sighed, then lowered her head a little. "It doesn't take a lot of time. But my reserves of essence are not endless. A few, possibly a dozen if I exhaust myself. A dozen!" With the speed at which the infection was spreading and new thralls were being initiated into Astrian's domain, a dozen was woefully not enough. We can't keep doing nothing. Saying that, Sunny glanced at Nephis. I know that cracking down on small cults only makes them spread faster, but since our adversary is an idea, we have no choice but to engage in ideological warfare. Strict censorship, criminal persecution of dissidents, political repression. We'll have to engage in all of those and more." He sighed. "At the very least, we must isolate those who preach the name of the dream spawn to the masses. That won't stop him, but it will slow him down." Nephis looked at him for a while, remaining silent. Eventually she asked, "Are you suggesting that I start hunting down heretics? Those who denounce me in favor of a different god? What next, then? Should I start burning them at the stake?" If she did, the words immortal flame would attain a much darker meaning. Sunny frowned. "Hey, there's no need to be that extreme. I'm sure that we can build a comfortable camp or two for these people." Nephis exhaled slowly. "We are building camps now? Do you even hear yourself?" Sunny studied her for a short while, then smiled. "Nephis, we might have won the war against the sovereigns, but now we are facing a paranormal insurgency led by a supreme who does not even consider himself to be human. There's no time for half measures anymore. Things are going to start happening fast from now on, so we should forget the false assumption that we hold an advantage and start acting far more desperate." Nephis lingered for a long while. In the end, she sighed. "Fine, let's stop doing nothing then." Toward the end, the being that used to be Song of the Fallen abandoned the dark memory, still painted in grim shades by the feelings of powerlessness and apprehension captured in it. It was a little sad and a little uncomfortable to witness someone as fearsome as the Lord of Shadows feeling so stumped and restrained. The Lord of Shadows? His memories were odd and eerie, permeated by a staggering vastness of his consciousness and an alien kind of perception that very few beings shared. She vaguely remembered being strained by sharing his senses, and even now it was too easy to get lost in them. The Lord of Shadows was vast and powerful, but even he had been restrained by the quiet, insidious conquest of the dreamspawn. This man, Yutra, he was the first, but he had not been the last. Knowing what to look for now, she extended the tendrils of her will toward countless memories, those that belonged to her, and those that did not, assembling them into a narrative of what had followed the eerie interrogation. The world was changing at a startling speed, guided by its ruinous star toward the inevitable final clash against the nightmare. They were all so terribly busy, having to put out countless fires that ignited all across the dream realm and the waking world each day, all the while planning and building for the quickly approaching, frightening future. One world was already being swallowed by the other. Even if the process was only just beginning, the consequences could already be felt. The distance between various areas, which had seemed impermeable, was changing. The powerful nightmare creatures that used to dwell in remote death zones were stirring. Some of them already starting to migrate toward the human borders. The waking world was not unscathed either. The number of nightmare gates that opened across its desolate expanse was steadily increasing. The logistical infrastructure of humanity was slowly crumbling under the strain. But even that was not the most immediate concern. The most impactful crisis was developing due to something that nobody had expected. It was the fact that the average temperature across the planet had dropped by a couple of degrees compared to the previous years. That was the result of the cold from the frigid wastelands west of Ravenhearts, seeping through the torn realm boundary. The consequences were not disastrous yet, but they were a promise of the dire madness of the approaching years. That only made it more apparent how important it was to safely resettle as many people as possible, all of them, ideally, into the dream realm before the collapse began. However, that titanic undertaking itself was plagued by numerous problems. At the moment, the human territories in the dream realm were simply incapable of receiving that many settlers. They were all developing with astonishing speed, and yet that speed was not sufficient. There was electricity in Bastion, and Ravenheart was on the verge of ushering in an agricultural revolution. However, the local infrastructure was barely managing to sustain hundreds of millions of people, having almost reached a bottleneck in scalability. It was far from being ready to sustain billions. Now, more than ever, humanity needed as many awakened with useful utility aspects. Myriad awakened and masters made the rapid development of the human civilization in the dream realm possible, while some of the saints were like industries in and of themselves. Saint Bliss would soon be responsible for feeding myriads of humans. Beastmaster single-handedly hastened the expansion of human civilization in the basin of the River of Tears manyfold. Nightwalker, whose return caused a worldwide sensation, was taking charge of all naval navigation in both the storm sea and across the deadly oceans of Earth. Saint Thane, the dream merchant, was on the verge of connecting disparate human enclaves in the dream realm through a new iteration of the dreamscape, thus making nearly instant communication across vast distances possible. Granted, there were many entities in the dream realm that could intrude upon the shared dreams of awakened, so this connection was far from safe yet, even with more than 1 million awakened serving the human domain. There were never enough hands to handle all the demanding tasks of building a new home for humanity. Therefore, countless mundane people were working tirelessly for the shared goal as well. Their contributions were no less important, and perhaps even more so. There were far more mundane people than there were awakened. After all, that meant that they had to be responsible for completing the lion's share of the work. That also meant that there were far more exceptional individuals among them, and even if their strength was not on par with those chosen by the nightmare spell, their minds were just as brilliant. Mundane people could step up and take responsibility for the endless task of building and feeding the growing human civilization of the dream realm. But sadly, they could not carry the many military burdens of the human domain. Even if the civil war between the domains was over, war continued to rage on all sides. If humans wanted to live in the dream realm had to be subjugated. The vast territories taken by the awakened of previous generations had to be tamed, while new territories had to be explored, cleansed, and conquered. United and inspired by a changing star, humanity worked feverishly to ensure its own survival. Song of the Fallen was Changing Star's right-hand woman, and therefore quite possibly the busiest person in existence. However, soon after the interrogation of awakened Yutra, a new duty was added to her list of important responsibilities. It was the task of liberating enthralled humans from the clutches of the dream spawn. The abandoned factory in the outskirts of NQSC became a temporary quarantine facility where those proven to be Asterion's thralls were brought by the agents of the Shadow Clan and kept until she could purify their minds. The work was slow and exhausting, and worst of all, None of them knew for sure if it was making a difference or added up to nothing but a drop in the ocean. Song of the Fallen was not the only awakened who possessed powers that could affect or cure the thralls. There were myriad unique aspects out there after all. There were also an endless sea of memories and people capable of weaving sorcery. So she could have found and recruited a team of helpers to assist her in the task. However, the very nature of their enemy prevented her from doing so. Everyone who encountered the thralls ran the risk of becoming enraptured by the dreamspawn themselves, after all. So only those who could resist his influence could be allowed to face them. And there was no other person except Cassia who could both eliminate Asterian's malignant influence and stay free of it. So, her time and soul essence became the bottleneck in their struggle against the spread of the hunger domain. Cassia's efforts were not the only steps Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were undertaking to combat Asterian's silent conquest, of course. Chapter 207-39 Quarantine Measures Asterian Could Not Be Killed. However, an immortal adversary was not that novel, as far as Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were concerned. Both of them could hardly be destroyed as well, and the same went for the Fourth Supreme, the King of Nothing. All that meant was that the Dreamspawn would have to be defeated and sealed, just like he had been sealed once by Anvil and Kisong. No, rather, he would have to be sealed far better than the first sovereigns had managed, so that his sinister influence never infected humanity again. Therefore, the invisible war of influence that Asterian had declared on Changing Star and her domain was going to end in an open confrontation eventually. So, before then, they had one primary task: to make sure that the longing domain was not weakened too much, while the hunger domain remained as weak as possible. At the same time, they had to prevent Asterian from harming humanity to the best of their ability. It was already apparent that he was intending to hold mankind hostage in his conflict against them. Or at least it seemed that way. In truth, Asterian's motives remained a mystery, just like most things about him did. In any case, Sunny and Nephis needed to slow down the spread of Asterian's influence and disarm as many of his thralls as they could. The hunger domain's silent and disturbingly unnoticeable growth seemed unstoppable, and the Dreamspawn was becoming more powerful with each day. But even if it seemed that they weren't making any progress, in truth, their position was improving as well. That was because they were gradually learning more and more about the adversary. By now they knew enough to take action. While humanity was their weakness, it was also their greatest resource. Innumerable talented individuals were mobilized to develop means of recognizing members of the hunger domain without truly knowing what they were working on, or why that way. They were not at risk of becoming infected themselves. While sorcerers and spellsmiths were working on a tool to identify Asterian's sleeper agents, Sunny and Nephis directed their attention to the fringe organizations that had already been discovered as carriers of the Dreamspawn's will. Sunny had described the conflict they found themselves in as ideological warfare. While not as familiar to them as ferocious and lethal combat, that type of strife was not new to those born of the war realm either. In fact, humanity had a rich and bloody history of waging wars of ideas, most boasting death tolls in no way inferior to conventional military campaigns. So, if they wished to, they could open the bottomless toolbox of history and borrow a harrowing array of strategies to crush an idea championed by the adversary, as well as those who carried it. However, Sunny's careless description was not entirely fitting. Yes, Asterian was as much an idea as he was a man, and his powers spread through human thought. However, the idea of Asterian was not a mundane one. It was an expression of his supreme will. Therefore, it was an idea so perilous and virulent that merely being exposed to it meant becoming infected by it, which meant that most tried and tested strategies of ideological warfare were meaningless in front of the Dreamspawn. That said, Asterian's power was not absolute either. After all, not all of those who had become infected by the idea of him were turned into his thralls, which proved that the Dreamspawn was limited in how many people he could subjugate. That limit most likely was the difference between his personal power and the mental resistance of his prey. Sunny and Nephis deduced that last point after observing the first few thralls the Shadow Clan captured. The person's resistance against mind attacks. mattered, but what seemed to matter even more was their mental state. Depending on how firmly one believed in changing star in the human domain, the difficulty of penetrating the defenses of their mind could either increase or diminish. In other words, they needed to make sure that as few people as possible were exposed to the idea of Asterion. At the same time, they needed to strengthen people's belief in the human domain, so that fewer of those who did end up learning the name of Asterion became his thralls. And lastly, they needed to isolate the thralls to prevent them from spreading the Dreamspawn's name further. That was where they discovered another trap laid out for them by Asterion. That wicked bastard! Sunny let out a frustrated scoff as he stared at the list of targets in front of him. They needed to eradicate the sleeper agent cells that were helping the plague of Asterion spread, like the Church of the Moon, which was rapidly gaining popularity in the former territory of the Sword Domain. However, by coming down on this cult and other ones like it, they would be creating an impression of tyrannical authority that did not tolerate dissenting opinions or afford the people the freedom of thought. Therefore, they would be weakening the belief of the people in the virtue and power of the human domain, making numerous humans more susceptible to the infection. Looking up, he let out a heavy sigh. The forces of the immortal Flame Clan could not be seen persecuting seemingly harmless cultists, so it was decided that the Shadow Clan would handle the dismantling of Asterion's sleeper cells. His agents were already positioned to handle that kind of work anyway, since they were supposed to be the shadow of the unblemished Firekeepers. Naturally, he was not planning on slaughtering the unfortunate souls that fell under the Dreamspawn's influence. Some of them were thralls, while some were merely misguided fools. The former had to be delivered to the quarantine facility in NQSC, while the latter had to be isolated until Asterion was dealt with. Distinguishing the thralls from simple cultists was quite difficult at the moment, though. So all the prisoners would have to be held somewhere. For now, Sunny had already built a comfortable but quite inescapable village for them outside the walls of the Dark City. With so many people vanishing without a trace, the citizens of the human domain would understandably become disturbed. Their confidence in Nephis would diminish. Somewhat, but it was still better than an open campaign of repression. Letting out a sigh, Sunny rubbed his eyes. Look at me, planning to kidnap thousands of people. He was not very happy about this turn of events. Still, it had to be done. The problem was that the Shadow Clan only had a few hundred members, and Sunny himself was spread a little bit too thin. He needed help if he was going to accomplish this task and numerous other tasks to come cleanly. I guess it's time to get myself a capable lieutenant. Chapter 2740, Dark Lord's top lieutenant. Most of the Shadow Clan members were awakened. With only a few masters mixed in, Sunny planned to slowly nurture the talented people he had recruited, and then send those who were ready to conquer nightmares. That way he would eventually come to rule a small army of elite ascended specialists. Some of his agents were already planning to challenge the second nightmare. Tamar of Sorrow, for example, was preparing to take Ray, Fleur, Corsair, and Tello of White Feather, all of a sudden into a seed. However, there were things that even Ascended could not do. Carrying people across the realm boundary, for one that was in the purview of saints. As a supreme titan, Serpent could theoretically place the mark of shadows on transcendent beings as well, and Sunny's life would have become much easier if he had recruited one or two. However, there were reasons why he had never tried to initiate a saint into the Shadow Clan. Firstly, he did not really need to. It was not like he controlled citadels that had to be bestowed upon loyal saints to empower his domain. Sunny had 7 incarnations after all, but only 2 citadels. So, unless he suddenly came into possession of 6 more, he had no need of a vassal. More importantly, though, he could not allow himself to become a master of too many powerful living beings. It was fine if his legion of shadows kept growing, but if enough humans who had climbed high on the path of ascension began to follow him, the forgotten god would come closer to awakening. Still, things constantly changed, and at this point, Sunny needed the assistance of a saint. He needed someone who was competent, would fit into the Shadow Legion, and whose absence would not weaken the longing domain too much. That last requirement was especially stringent. It made it so he could not poach Effie, Kai, or Jet from Nephis. Even someone like Nightwalker was out of the question. For better or worse, however, Sunny did have a perfect candidate in mind. I really don't like this place. Escorted by Saint through a dark corridor, Sunny barely held back a shiver. It was terribly cold down here, and on top of that, his shadow sense was suppressed. Those daemons all must have been wary of Shadow God and his servants. Many of the strongholds they had left behind had a way of making his perception nearly useless, as if he were an ordinary being. The Jade Palace was no different. One of Sunny's incarnations was hidden in Ravenheart. So visiting the Great Citadel was quite simple. He often did either to help Kai or to annoy him out of boredom. Today, however, Sunny had left the opulence of the upper levels of the Jade Palace behind and delved into the network of tunnels beneath it. His goal, of course, was to find the reclusive saint who dwelled there. These were the ice halls, where Ki Song had kept her legion of pilgrims once. A questionable choice of residence as far as Sunny was concerned, but then again, he lived inside a gluttonous devil. Soon enough, the tunnel Sunny and Saint were following opened into a vast open chamber, and he suddenly lost his ability to see. That was because the chamber was drowned in true darkness, the element that the person who lived here freely controlled. Strangely enough, the cold receded as soon as he entered the chamber, and a warm wind caressed his face. Sunny cleared his throat. "I'm sorry to come in without knocking, but, there's no door, so I let myself in." A few moments passed in eerie silence, and then a voice resounded from the dark, sounding somber and cold. "The Lord of Shadows, to what do I owe the displeasure?" Still blind, Sunny smiled. "Oh, I need help kidnapping 1,000 or so people. You were the first person I thought I'd ask." There was a long stretch of silence, and then Revel responded in a tone that lacked amusement. "Get out." Sunny sighed, then turned in the direction where Saint stood silently. Saint, if you will, in the next moment, the darkness around him seemed to ripple. Then it retreated, revealing the vast underground chamber to him in all its Sunny had not really put much thought into imagining how the Lightslayer's lair looked, but he sort of imagined a grim hall devoid of all comfort. A cold and dark crypt where Revel sat on the stone floor, endlessly meditating, or maybe a rough and stark training field where she honed her battle art. The underground chamber he saw after the true darkness retreated, though was a bit cozy and more than a little untidy. There was plenty of expensive furniture, including a bed with a tall mattress and a fluffy blanket, takeout boxes and junk food wrappers strewn around the place, a battery of empty soda cans, and tall piles of books standing here and there, every item clearly dragged here from the waking world. Some of the book piles had even toppled, spreading them across the floor. One of the books was laying right near his foot. Leaning down, Sunny picked it up and looked at the cover with a confused frown. "I didn't mean to seduce the Northern Duke?" He blinked a couple of times, failing to comprehend what he had just read. "Give that back!" Someone snatched the book out of his hand, and he finally saw Revel, who was staring angrily at him. Dark Dancer. Revel looked like she always did. Her skin was pure alabaster, her eyes seemed to be cut from precious obsidian, and her hair was like a waterfall of beautiful black silk. It was just that her silken hair was gathered in a messy bun, and she was wearing a pair of stretched-out sweatpants and a raggedy, threadbare sweatshirt. The former princess of Song hid the book behind her back and turned the scathing gaze of her black eyes towards Saint Since. "When is that thing supreme?" Saint had been able to vanquish the true darkness because she was of a higher rank than Revel, and therefore could exert greater authority over the element they were both attuned to. Sunny was still staring at Revel with a dumbfounded expression, since, Winter, it was Revel, the Lightslayer. All right, Revel was a slob, and an aficionado of questionable novels as well. Sunny was suddenly full of doubts. Come to think of it, do I really need a lieutenant? Chapter 2741 Recruitment Speech. Sunny remained motionless for a few seconds, glancing around Lightslayer's messy lair, then gave her a nonchalant smile and made a move to sit gracefully in a soft-looking armchair. Noticing a small pile of unidentifiable wrappers occupying its seat, however, he lingered for a bit. Eventually, he let out a sigh and summoned his own chair to sit down. Revel gave the shadow chair a long look, then mumbled something under her nose and continued to glare at him. "What do you want?" Sunny shrugged with a smile. As I said, I need your help with something. He remained silent for a short while, then added in a neutral tone. Imagine that there is an enemy whose name you cannot say. Every soldier you send to fight the adversary becomes one of their own. The enemy can be neither reasoned with nor killed. In order to defeat them, you must forget that they exist first. How would you destroy such an adversary? Revel stared at him for a while, then grimaced and went to sit on her bed. So the dream spawn is back, and giving you trouble. Revel's tone regained the cold, threatening arrogance Sunny was used to. Needless to say, it was in dire contradiction to the way she looked. His smile widened a little. See, this is why I knew that dealing with a former princess of the song domain, the first of them to become a saint, no less, would be a pleasure. You already know so much. She studied him with a dark expression, then shrugged. There is only one creepy supreme whose name I was taught never to mention. Plus, Song of the Fallen recently visited to ask Seishin a few unexpected questions. It would be difficult not to know what you're talking about. Sunny nodded in understanding. Still, can I ask something? Revel simply scowled, which prompted Sunny to give her a contemplative look. How does one accidentally seduce someone? And what about that Duke? Has he no standards? Revel's chilling glare instantly returned. Shut up, Sunny laughed. Well, he understood somewhat. Revel's flaw prevented her from walking under the sun, and there was no electricity or network in Ravenheart. It was no surprise that she had turned a bit reclusive, passing time by engaging in the few shapes of entertainment a saint could have easy access to in the dream realm. Still, would it kill her to at least clean up after herself? He grinned. In any case, yes. It has not even been 2 years since the domain war ended, and now we are facing the possibility of a new one. You play quite an important role in the military endeavors of the longing domain. However, at the moment, I need you more. I need someone both powerful and capable to lead the clandestine operations of my clan, Revel smiled darkly. No, thanks. I'm doing quite well for myself right here. Sunny glanced around with a dubious expression. I wouldn't say that living in your mom's basement after? What are you pushing, 40? Constitutes as doing well, but what do I know? I do admit that this has been your home for a long while, but we all have to leave the nest one day. Revel smiled coldly, then said in a perilous tone, Keep talking, Lord of Shadows, Sunny coughed. What I meant to say was, don't refuse me before you hear what I'm offering. Her smile disappeared like a winter mirage. And what would that be? He leaned back, crossing his arms in a relaxed manner. Well, first of all, I am offering you the title and position of an elder in the Shadow Clan. The elder, really, since there are no other people of your caliber in my domain. The power and authority that come with that title are no joke, so consider it carefully. Oh, and there's also a lot of important work to do, so you'll probably never be bored again. He raised a hand and extended 2 fingers. Secondly, there are various benefits to becoming my subject. Money, luxurious accommodations, a cool tattoo. You will gain the mark of shadows and all the powers that come with it. Granted, they won't be that impactful in your case, both due to your power and the nature of your aspect. Sunny extended a 3rd finger, and lastly, I rule an entire region of the dream realm where there is no sun. It's a land of everlasting darkness where your flaw would not be able to catch up to you. You can roam the forgotten shore freely instead of staying in this cold basement. Doesn't that sound fun? Revel stared at him incredulously for a few long seconds. Then she said in an even tone, I like my basement, though. Sunny cleared his throat. Oh, well, in that case, a better basement can be arranged. There's a lot of prime real estate in my city, you know. There's a stunning historic cathedral, a demonic castle, countless unoccupied mansions. Hell, there's even an entire system of catacombs, if that's more your style. He remained silent for a bit, then added in a more serious tone, The Shadow Clan is a modest force now, but in due time it will grow to become the secret weapon of the human domain, a pillar that supports it from the darkness. I won't always be there personally to rule it either, so I need someone to lead it while I'm away. Sunny smiled. I'll already have someone handling the administrative side of running the secretive arm of the human domain. However, I need someone to take charge in the field as well, a champion to lead my followers on the battlefield. He paused, the smile draining from his face. And I need that person now, because the situation is possibly going to turn quite dire soon. When that happens, nobody will be safe. Not you, not your sisters, and not even me. Leaning forward a little, he looked at her silently. So what do you say, Lightslayer? Are you going to work with me? I hope you do, because, there's a lot of work to be done. Even with 7 bodies, one of me is not enough. Revel stared at him for a while. Eventually she sighed and hugged her book. Actually, you had me at various benefits and a cool tattoo. Chapter 2742, Swallowed by Shadows. Sunny's servants moved in the shadows of humanity, unseen. The members of the Shadow Clan were spread out across both worlds, embedded into all layers of society. Theirs was usually a quiet kind of work, with high-intensity missions happening surgically after months of careful preparation, on a moonless night at the peak of summer. Things were transpiring in the same manner. Only, this time, it wasn't only 1 or 2 cohorts participating in the clandestine operation. Instead, the entire Shadow Clan had been mobilized in complete secrecy, with dozens of elite awakened teams preparing to descend upon the adversary from the darkness. In Bastion, Quentin led his men to surround the Church of the Moon as the electric light of the street lamps flickered and died out, plunging the city into the embrace of shadows. Somewhere else, Rain and Tamar were preparing to assault the hidden base of a black market auction, accompanied by Ray and Fleur in NQSC. Kim had donned her armor and led a cohort of awakened warriors to a fortified compound of a minor legacy clan, the street cameras conveniently falling victim to interference as they passed. June and his people had boarded the Night Garden only a few days before, and were now quietly making their way through its cavernous cargo holds. In Ravenheart, the members of the Shadow Clan shivered and looked back with terrified eyes, as a breathtakingly beautiful woman in dark leather armor walked between them with arrogant steps, torrents of darkness swirling around her like a terrifying storm. Their voices were full of awe. It really is her? The Lightslayer Princess Revel is with us. Gods, leave it to Boss to condark Dancer herself into becoming one of his lieutenants. As expected of the Dark Lord, I guess. Hearing the last one, Revel snarled quietly and gave the man a menacing look, which made him pale and shudder with his whole body. Are you done gossiping, fools? If so, proceed to reinforce the other teams. I will handle the bridge operation alone. Somewhere else, an incarnation of Sunny and Aiko were standing in front of a vast table, with manifested shadows rising and falling on its surface, to show hundreds of small figures moving to surround thousands more. The Shadow Clan did not only possess the skill and strength of its elite warriors, of course. Its main power was the near omniscience of the Lord of Shadows, whose senses could spread across vast distances, unearthing hidden secrets and supplying his servants with a detailed knowledge of the enemy. They also wielded memories he had forged, could travel between the worlds through 7 hidden dream gates, and were accompanied on their missions by the incarnations of their lord. Now, as well, 6 of Sunny's avatars were escorting those of the Shadow Clan members who had to assault the most dangerous of Asterian's sleeper cells. He could augment his people if need be. He could also summon shades and shadows to help them, even if that would risk revealing hints of his existence to the outside world. So Sunny hoped that he would not have to act personally today. This is such an enormous mess. Aiko's voice was laced with fatigue. It was no surprise that she was exhausted. After all, it wasn't easy to coordinate a simultaneous assault across 3 continents and various regions in the Dream Realm, especially if it had to happen in complete secrecy. She had received help from Cassie and Jet, of course, as well as from Revel and Sunny himself, but he had not been shy about pushing more work on his trusted assistant. You know? Aiko stared at the moving shadows with a distant expression. Back when you hired me to run a memory shop, this was not what I imagined my job would be. Gods, how did I end up here? Why am I even helping you kidnap thousands of random people? Sunny looked at her thoughtfully for a few moments, then smiled. Because of my charming personality. Aiko gave him a long stare, then gasped, Oh gods, I've been conned, haven't I? He grinned. What, you're only figuring it out now? Chuckling, Sunny turned back to the table. Still, I'd say that you're being compensated quite well for all the trouble. It's your own fault for being so good at this stuff. Noticing that most of the Shadow Clan members were in position, he sighed and erased the smile from his face. It's time to begin then. Aiko closed her eyes with a grimace before activating the communication. Memories, all shadows advance on the table. Hundreds of small figures exploded into motion. All lights went out in the Church of the Moon as cold wind threw the windows open. The people gathered inside were instantly blinded. But those who entered through the windows could see perfectly well in the dark, so they did not waste any time rushing forward with noiseless steps. In front of the vault of a secretive auction house, the awakened guards suddenly heard a beautiful voice that seemed to belong to a young woman. In the next moment, they found themselves unable to move, see, or scream. All they could do was stand there, frozen in terror, and listen to the subtle sound of approaching steps. The heavy reinforced gate of a legacy clan's manor opened, despite being sealed with a master command, and armed figures poured in. The few awakened retainers who patrolled the grounds fell victim to paralytic memories before even making a sound. The security systems, both high-tech and magical, were disarmed in a matter of moments. Within a single minute, the invaders were already entering the house. A sea of impenetrable darkness suddenly flooded the stone headquarters of a newly formed battle sect in Ravenheart, robbing everyone inside of sight. Before the awakened initiates had time to react, chilling screams shattered the silence, and a harrowing sense of coldness grasped their hearts. In the depths of the night garden, a sudden explosion bloomed, illuminating the darkness of a remote cargo hold where a group of sinister smugglers had built their secret lair. Corsair, that bastard. Why do things keep exploding when he's around? Aiko slammed her dainty fist into the table. Sunny coughed, hesitating to answer. He couldn't really comment, because he knew someone like that himself. Chapter 2743. Happy to stay, standing on the great wall of the dark city, Sunny gazed at the starless sky. A vast black void loomed above the forgotten shore, endless in its dark eternity. Today, a beautiful demon raced the winds across the black void, basking in its endless lightlessness. Sometime later, Revel landed on the parapet of the battlements near him. Her transcendent form, the dark dancer, was like a demoness, sculpted out of pure darkness. Her height had increased to nearly 4 meters. Her raven hair seemed to have grown much longer, and 2 obsidian horns protruded from her head, curving slightly. 2 black leathery wings extended from her back, crowned with obsidian spikes. Looking at those deadly talons, Sunny could not help but shiver while remembering the sensation of them piercing Saint's flesh like it was paper. Revel inhaled with full chest, then exhaled slowly, and turned the gaze of her tenebrous eyes to him. It's really true. She turned back to face the starless sky, and sighed. A land without a sun. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then smiled faintly. Technically, there used to be a sun here, but Nephis killed it. Revel did not respond, so he looked at her and asked, So, do you like it here? She chuckled and remained silent. After a while, though, she did speak. Like it? Yes. More than yes. Really, it feels like this place and I were meant to be. Funny, isn't it? Sation spent a decade trying to escape from here, but here I am, happy to stay. Revel looked down. Few of us orphans have come this far. Some perished in the first nightmare, some fell later on, and those who remain all bear their curses, their flaws. Sation's flaw might be the heaviest, but mine is the cruelest, I think. She looked at him. What about you, Lord of Shadows? How heavy is your flaw? Sunny raised an eyebrow. Among the awakened, asking about one's flaw was considered to be extremely rude, but then again, after witnessing Revel in her natural habitat, he would have to be a fool to expect grace and decorum from her. He shrugged with a smile. It definitely shaped my life in ways I did not expect. All of it felt terribly unfair back then, but now I think it was for the best. Sunny looked at the vast expanse of the forgotten shore stretching in front of him. Revel studied him for a few moments, then asked, Do you like it here yourself? He chuckled like that. This land offers me an inherent advantage over anyone who would try to invade it. I also like ruling over a land that failed to kill me. 1 a.m. Quite a spiteful person, you see. Being the Dark Lord of the Forgotten Shore brings me quite a lot of vindictive joy. With that, Sunny shook his head. Which is not to say that ruling the Forgotten Shore does not bring me a lot of headaches as well. This place does not really make sense, after all. It is fine that there is no sun here, but how does the weather stay temperate without a sun? Hell if I know. Most of the water disappeared when the Dark Sea was sealed, so I need to procure it somehow. He pursed his lips. There's some groundwater left, but it is too deep to dig wells. The whole place is basically a desert, which means that, in theory, nothing is stopping the nightmare desert from swallowing it. Should I be worried about desertification? Once again, no clue. There are more issues like that. Sunny finally looked down, where an enclosed settlement had appeared beneath the wall of the Dark City. His expression became complicated. For now, we've been importing water and food supplies through a dream gate, but that is merely a temporary measure. I would like to make the Forgotten Shore self-sufficient, and on top of that there won't be a source of supplies on the other side of the gate in the future, because there won't be a waking world in the future. The settlement had been built out of manifested shadows. It wasn't anything special architecture-wise, but Sunny had at least made an effort to make the buildings look similar to those in the Dark City. His experience of creating shelters in Ariel's game had been of great help, so the result was decent. Best of all, the shadows he manifested were durable enough to be a nearly indestructible obstacle for humans of the awakened rank. Considering that the settlement was meant to serve as a prison camp or a quarantine facility, if he wanted to be glib about it, that was quite satisfactory. Of course, there was a difference between creating a comfortable shelter for himself and Kai, and building a settlement meant to house thousands of humans. There had to be some kind of sewage system, for example. Trash had to be collected and disposed of. Food had to be prepared and distributed. There had to be running water, and since he didn't want the prisoners to die of boredom, there also had to be some forms of recreational pastime available, and much more. Luckily, Sunny had already accumulated some relevant experience while arranging proper accommodations for the members of the Shadow Clan staying in the Dark City, albeit on a much smaller scale. So he had managed to make the prison camp quite habitable, which did nothing to diminish its grim nature, of course. I really feel like a villain these days. Looking down, Sunny sighed. Speaking of importing supplies, we need to source way more food and water now. It's a good thing that our friends in the government know how to hide paper trails. Very well, Revel frowned. You managed to capture all these people without killing anyone, which is hard to believe, good job, but she gave him a long stare. Now what? Sunny gave her a long look. Now we keep them here until the dream spawn is dealt with, while adding more. He did not know how long it would take for Asterion to be defeated. Hopefully he would not need to expand this settlement, though. Chapter 2744. Fear of the Unknown. The attack of the Shadow Clan had been swift, stealthy, and chillingly efficient. They had eliminated all sleeper cells of Asterion's followers in one fell swoop. All of the cells that had been helping his name spread, at least, and were therefore discovered by the time a new day shone upon the world. Half a dozen cults and more than a few fringe organizations had vanished without a trace. Their churches and bases stood empty, and even though there were signs of fierce struggle left inside, no bodies were found. There were no clues and no evidence left by the unknown assailants either. The number of missing people was significant, but in the grand scale of humanity, they were merely a drop in the ocean. However, it was the mysterious nature of their disappearance that caused the public a great shock. The public became disturbed. After all, it was not every night that a mysterious force entered their cities to snatch up people, with no one being the wiser. The fact that the Firekeepers and the forces of the Immortal Flame Clan had not only failed to prevent the eerie attack, but were also unable to uncover what happened only added fuel to frightening rumors. Observing the frightful reaction of the public, Sunny could not help but remember his own past. Back then on the Forgotten Shore, wasn't that how the sleepers of the Dark City felt about Harris, the ruthless executioner of the Bright Lord? No one ever saw Harris come to claim his victims, but everyone he had been sent to kill inevitably ended up dead. The fact that there had not been a single witness to explain how the hateful hunchback killed his targets only made him more frightening, After all, what people feared the most was the unknown. Now Sunny had become the unknown for humanity. How ironic. As for Sunny himself, he was a little disturbed, too. Not only because of the somber nature of the act, but also because of how smoothly everything had gone. He had expected something to go wrong until the very end. He had even prepared to find Asterion himself in one of the hidden layers. The dream spawn was supposed to be trapped on the moon. But who knew? His influence seemed to have no problem spreading. So it was quite reasonable to assume that the man himself had escaped his seal as well. The thralls of Asterion had not done anything harmful, continuing to go about their lives as usual, and even now that Sunny and his people had attacked the followers of the Dream Spawn, the man offered no resistance. It was as if Asterion were a pacifist who harbored no malicious intentions whatsoever, or was simply so confident in his eventual victory that losing a few sleeper cells was of no importance to him. In any case, Sunny did not like it. Capturing the followers of the Dream Spawn had not been too difficult. In fact, transporting them to the Forgotten Shore had proven to be a greater challenge. Still, Sunny managed, and now the real difficulty would begin. It was the task of keeping all these people safely locked up away from the human population while taking care of them. The prisoners had to be fed, clothed, and watched over. Some would require medical assistance. The thralls had to be separated from ordinary zealots and delivered to the quarantine facility in NQSC, where Cassie would hopefully cleanse their minds from Asterion's influence. Sunny suppressed a heavy sigh. Ah, so much work. It was a good thing that he had a new lackey, a new lieutenant, to help him handle all the difficult tasks. Isn't it too cruel? Revel was gazing down at the black settlement illuminated by enchanted lights. There, some of the prisoners were already waking up, staggering into the street from their assigned dwellings. There were no living guards in the prison camp, and no living staff either. Instead, his shades were doing all the work. The only human allowed to interact with the captives was Revel herself. Sunny shrugged. Hey, I already chose the most comely of my shades to take care of the prisoners. Sure, they might be shadows of dead people, but most of those people were radiant immortals of the Eternal City. Once, I could have chosen dead nightmare creatures. You know, there was nothing he could do about that. Sure, the more humane option would have been to assign at least a few of the Shadow Clan members to take care of the captives, but subjects of his domain were not immune to Asterion's powers either. If the Dream Spawn could steal the hearts of those who followed Nephis, he could steal people from Sunny's domain too. So, the members of the Shadow Clan could not be exposed to Asterion's thralls more than necessary. Revel sighed and covered her face with a hand. They're going to think that they died and have gone to the afterlife. Sunny glanced around. Empty black void instead of the sky. Peculiar buildings made out of smooth black material, and a great dark wall towering above the settlements like the barrier of existence. She's not wrong. If someone attacked Sunny in the dead of night, and then he came to his senses in this place, he would have assumed that he was in hell too. Sunny offered her a pleasant smile. What are you waiting for then? Go and explain to them why they are here, and what is going to happen to them. You know how they'll be treated well and that there's nothing to fear. Revel glanced at him from between her fingers. You do realize how I look, do you? Sunny gave her a stare. Alabaster skin, raven black hair, leathery wing, 2 obsidian horns, eyes that were entirely black. How would he react if someone like that told him that he was definitely not in hell? Sunny coughed. Well, perhaps dismiss your transcendent form first. Shaking her head, Revel spread her wings and stepped off the parapet. He watched her glide toward the settlement in silence, then turned away. There was a lot he had to do. Chapter 2745 Scarecrow, before leaving the wall. Sunny threw one last glance at the settlement below. It shone in the vast darkness of the Forgotten Shore like a sole island of light in a lightless ocean. He could see the small figures of the prisoners wandering the streets, and could sense the dazed movement of their shadows. Numerous were already gathered in the square that served as the heart of the settlement, where Revel had landed after plummeting from the dark sky. More were hidden in their dwelling, terrified by the sight of the shades that stood guard outside. Sunny let out a sigh. He was full of a bittersweet feeling of irony. Once, a long time ago, the Forgotten Shore had been his prison now. He was its ruler. Back then, the people sent to the Forgotten Shore were trapped in the bright castle with no hope of ever escaping back to the waking world. The only way out was the gateway of the Crimson Spire, which was guarded by its ghastly terror, a foe that none of them could ever dream of defeating. Now the captives were caged in the prison camp Sunny had built, with no hope of escaping either. Even if they escaped the gaze of the silent shades and scaled the unbreakable walls, then made their way into the dark city, the only way out of the Forgotten Shore was the gateway of the nameless temple. And that gateway was guarded by Sunny himself, a being who was infinitely more powerful and fearsome than the terror of the Crimson Spire had ever been. In that regard, the prisoners had it worse. Still, overall, their situation was far better than what the sleepers of the Dark City had endured. After all, they did not have to risk their lives hunting terrifying nightmare creatures to stave off starvation. No nightmare creature would descend from the darkness to devour them either. They did not have to pay tribute to a bloodthirsty tyrant in order to survive, and neither were they forced to sell themselves into his service. Instead, they could simply enjoy complete safety while being provided with everything they needed to live. Sunny doubted that anyone would thank him for his benevolence, though. No one would appreciate the lengths he and Nephis had gone to in order to avoid having to slaughter these pawns of Asterion. Letting out another sigh, Sunny looked up and smiled. Ungrateful wretches, the bastards did not know how good they had it. As he descended the walls of the Dark City, he shifted his focus to the distant bastion. There, the Ivory Island had long returned from its war campaign in the Death Zone Belt and the Eternal City. It drifted in the blue skies above the Mirror Lake once again, serving as a symbol of hope for the millions of citizens who went about their lives far below. On the day of the Ivory Island's return, the festive streets had been full of celebrating people. They pointed at the sky with awe and delight, welcoming their victorious ruler home. Today, however, the mood in the city was strangely subdued. The news of what had happened last night slowly spread among the population, and while few people felt truly frightened, many shared a heavy feeling of unease. Nephis was looking at her city from the balcony of the ivory tower, a frown creasing her brow. Sunny appeared out of the shadow behind her, walking over to stand by her side. "How did it go?" She gave him a brief look. "About as well as we expected." The reaction of the population was important after all. Undermining their belief in Nephis and the human domain would lower their immunity to the spreading influence of the Dreamspawn. However, in these first few days, it was the reaction of the powerhouses of humanity that carried most weight. The ordinary citizens could hear about the sudden disappearance of a strange cult and feel a bit disturbed by it, then go about their lives as if nothing had happened. But those who wielded actual power were bound to be more inquisitive and were more capable of connecting the dots. They would never simply ignore a large-scale attack that happened in various regions of both the dream realm and the waking world simultaneously, especially since the Immortal Flame Clan had not only failed to repel it, but also seemed to have been caught by surprise, just like the rest of them. There were very few forces in existence that could pull such a startling act of violence. In fact, such a force was not supposed to exist at all. Naturally, the champions of humanity had to suspect that something sinister was taking place. The harrowing memories of the Skinwalker were still fresh in everyone's minds, so at the very least, they would be wary of a new nightmare creature of similar power emerging to wreak havoc across the world. People who would become wary of an unknown nightmare creature were like a gift to Sunny and Nephis, though. The real problem was those who were a little more discerning and could surmise that the only entity that could deliver such an eerie blow to the human domain was the Immortal Flame Clan and its ruler herself. Nephis sighed. "My subordinates are much too clever. I should be overjoyed by how astute they are, really." Sunny put his hands on her shoulders, massaging them gently. "What? Were they giving you funny looks?" She nodded, then smiled faintly. "Yes. Sation, Nightwalker, Wake of Ruin, even Morgan, and many more." It was almost fascinating to see how troubled their expressions were, and how erratic their desires became. After all, they could only see one reasonable explanation for what happened last night, but that explanation was too frightening to accept. The explanation, of course, was that Nephis, the undisputed ruler of mankind, had perpetrated a vicious attack against humanity for no apparent reason, and was now callously covering it up. Sunny sighed. So, what did you do? In fact, he knew what she had done. Well, at least what she had been supposed to do. They had discussed it in advance. Nephis had been supposed to blame it all on Sunny, in front of those who were aware of his continuing existence, at least. In front of those who believed him to be dead. She was supposed to pretend to know nothing. Turning her head, Nephis looked at him over her shoulder. She lingered for a few moments, then said in an even tone, "Ah, you might be a little angry with me." Sunny raised an eyebrow. What was that supposed to mean? What? What did you do? Had she gone against the plan? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then shrugged. I just did not want to defame you. It seemed like a shame, especially when there's already a perfect scapegoat that we could use. Her voice was even, and her expression remained neutral. However, Sunny could feel that there was a calm but cold edge to her voice, one that had not been there before. He studied her for a moment. First of all, what do you mean defame me? I actually did kidnap those people. Sunny paused, then coughed. Oh, but thank you. I appreciate the thought. He smiled. There were friends out there who would help you hide a body. As it turned out, there was also a girlfriend out there who would help him cover up the kidnapping of thousands of people. Wasn't it just too sweet? Yeah, sweet was the right word to describe it. Sunny shook his head, trying to focus. Secondly, what perfect scapegoat are you? His eyes widened a little. You didn't. Nephis looked at him silently for a while before responding. I did? Why wouldn't I? So many people disappeared without a trace from the middle of the human domain, and all our allies are asking themselves who would have been capable of perpetrating such an act. There's not a lot of candidates, and so... She looked away with a shrug. I blamed it all on Mordred. Sunny stared at her in disbelief. That... Sensing his gaze, Nephis spoke in a measured tone. The King of Nothing is powerful enough to pull off such an attack, and sinister enough to be blamed for it. His reputation is so terrible that I only had to drop a couple of subtle hints for everyone to assume that he was behind everything. Looking at the lively vista of Bastion, Nephis smiled. It's his own fault for being such a wicked wildcard. Plus, he might want to hide in the Hollow Mountains and avoid this conflict entirely. But I never promised not to drag him into the fight against the Dreamspawn. One way or another, he'll have to become involved. It's only fair that he starts doing his part by letting me borrow his name. Sunny let out a heavy sigh, using Mordred as a scapegoat. That was so devious. Why hadn't he thought of that himself? Suddenly, Sunny felt a pang of vindictive joy. I doubt that he'll be happy about it, though. Nephis looked at him, lingered for a few moments, and then raised an eyebrow in sincere confusion. Her response was even. What should I care if he's unhappy? Sunny blinked a few times. She had a point. He could not argue with logic. There's no good reason, indeed. They needed to bolster the morale of the human domain, and nothing united people better than a common foe. Astarion was that foe, but for obvious reasons, Sunny and Nephis could not use him as a scarecrow. After all, merely mentioning him would add to his power. So the least Mordred could do was act as a scarecrow for them, instead. Internally, Sunny was laughing. It was a proper villain laugh, no less. Ah, how the tables have turned. Chapter 2746, Yutra's Long Shift. Yutra must have dozed off at some point, because now he was slowly becoming aware of his surroundings. Something was wrong, though. He found himself sitting on an alloy chair in a dark room, wearing a set of comfortable civilian clothes. His memory was a bit hazy, and he couldn't quite remember how he had gotten here. Had he gotten too drunk celebrating the end of the war? Ah, crap! My wife is going to kill me. We're newlyweds. For spell's sake? You're awake? Good. His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Looking up, he saw a metal desk in front of him and a stranger sitting across from him on an identical chair. The man was a bit older than him and was wearing the same kind of unassuming clothes. There was a bored expression on his face and a sheet of white paper in his hands. Yutra was a bit surprised to see paper, since people rarely used it in this digital age. The electric lights hinted that they were in the waking world, so there was no reason to write by hand or print out data. Where? The man interrupted him. I'm awakened Tigrat. You can just call me Tigrat, Yutra. I guess you're full of questions here. Just read this first, then you can start your shift. Yutra accepted the sheet of paper in confusion. There, on its surface, something that looked like a letter was written in his own awkward handwriting. What the? His confusion growing, Yutra read the letter. It said, "Hey, you must be completely out of it right now. Where am I? What happened? Gods! The wife is going to kill me. We're newlywed, for spell's sake." That is what you must be thinking, right? Don't worry, I was exactly the same. This letter is meant to explain what is happening in a concise manner. I'm not very good with words, so I'll just write it all how it is. First of all, the war ended some time ago. Our family is doing great. The kids are all right. Oh yes, they tell me that I have a second child now. It's a boy. Congratulations. Secondly, your memory has been wiped because of some creepy mind attack. In fact, it gets routinely wiped due to the kind of work we are doing right now, as a precaution. That's why you don't remember anything. Thirdly, the work. This is a quarantine facility where people affected by the mind attack are being treated. You're both a former patient and a member of the staff. Your job is to help manage the patients. Your boss is Lady Cassia. Yes, Song of the Fallen herself. Can you believe it? I can hardly believe it myself. Lastly, listen to the person who handed you this letter and follow their instructions. This position is temporary, but we still should do a good job, right? Good luck. P.S. If you see a creepy woman in a red dress, don't get too freaked out. She's not a ghost. She's an echo. Still, just in case, try not to get in her way. P.S. At a case of synthetic beer in the generator room. If you end up drinking some, make sure to replace it before being wiped again. Cheers. Yutra put the letter down and stared at Tigrat with a dazed expression. The man retrieved the sheet of paper, folded it, and put it in an envelope marked with Yutra's name. The envelope went into an alloy box containing a dozen or so similar-looking envelopes, each bearing a different name. Those presumably belonged to other workers of the quarantine facility. Tigrat smiled. You're going to share that beer, right? Yutra blinked a couple of times and asked the question that bothered him the most. Is Lady Cassia really our boss? Tigrat nodded. Yes, she's in charge of this facility, actually. Yutra exhaled slowly, then rubbed his face with his hands. Got it. A few seconds later, he asked, So, Tigrat, what are my duties? The facility was located in the depths of a decommissioned underground factory. The factory was bare, ramshackle, and dark, more than a little creepy, really, but Yutra was not complaining. Working in the waking world was a nice change of pace. The work itself was not difficult, although the factory was called a quarantine facility. It was basically a prison. A few prisoners were transferred here every day and kept in hastily furnished cells until Lady Cassia could treat them. The job of the staff was to watch them, feed them, and escort them to receive treatments. The only peculiar thing about the whole arrangement was that all members of the staff, including the people who delivered the prisoners, were former patients themselves and had to undergo occasional treatments as well. Yutra was apparently the most senior among them, having been the first cured patient. So everyone showed him a bit of respect, while some even treated him like an old friend, which felt strange, considering that he did not know these people. The reason for all that strangeness was the mind disease Lady Cassia was treating. They were told that it was highly infectious, and that the only way to cure it was to erase the affected memories. The situation seemed quite bizarre, but so was everything else in the world of the nightmare spell, so Yutra was not too concerned. Please remain calm. You will not be harmed. I apologize for the inconvenience, but bear with it. You have my word, everything is going to be fine. The new prisoner, a grim-looking woman with an unmistakable air of a government soldier, looked at him with wide, terrified eyes. Judging by the tattoo on her shoulder, she was a former member of the 2nd Evacuation Army. The veterans of Antarctica were tough people, so it was strange to see her so rattled. The woman stared at him for a while, then opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, Holy hell, I guess I am alive after all. Yutra gave her a composed look, then checked her essence-dampening shackles and escorted her to the cell. The woman's name was Rit, and from what she told him, she had been held in some infernal prison camp before being sent to this facility. The camp was supposedly located in a terrifying abyss devoid of all light, where the souls of dead people guarded thousands of prisoners at the behest of a fallen angel who sometimes descended from a colossal black wall. The prisoners were mostly left to their own devices, but the angel would sometimes take one of them to the wall. None of the taken had ever returned. So when Rit had been taken by the angel, she thought that it was the end for her. After listening to Rit, Yutra could not help but sigh. The woman was clearly disturbed and suffering from serious delusions. The mind attack must have driven her insane. It was a good thing that Lady Cassia would be able to help her too. A few days later, Yutra escorted Rit to receive the treatment. Later, he was surprised to see her again. Rit was free of the shackles, wearing unassuming civilian clothes. She gave him a polite bow. "Awakened Yutra. Sorry to bother you, but I'm still a bit confused." "Oh, I'm Rit, the new hire. Tigrat told me that you'll show me the ropes." Yutra blinked a few times. "Right, sure, welcome aboard." He hesitated for a few moments, then asked, "Say, you wouldn't know anything about an infernal prison camp hidden in a lightless abyss, right?" Rit gave him a dubious glance. "Sorry, but what the hell are you talking about?" Yutra coughed. "No, nothing. Right? Have you already written the letter? If not, let's take care of that first." Yutra, Tigrat, and Rit were sitting on alloy crates in the generator room. In front of them, a case of synthetic beer was already half empty, with empty cans assembled carefully into a neat row. How long does a shift last anyway? Synthetic beer had a limited effect on Awakened, but Rit was slightly slurring her words. "She was a real lightweight." Tigrat took a sip, then sighed in satisfaction and shrugged. "A couple of weeks, I think, on average. It depends, really, on what you get exposed to." Yutra had to guard a very talkative patient once, so he got wiped after only 3 days. Rit gave Yutra a dubious stare. "Really?" He frowned. "How should I know? I don't remember." Taking a big gulp, he added an empty can to the row and sighed. "You know what I miss? Monster meat." His two pals scowled at him. Yutra grinned. "I know that every Awakened is sick of it. But me? I can never get enough. My wife and I actually met during our solstice. So as soon as we awakened, she went out of her way to make sure that we only ate natural food." "Ah, but I really like the taste of monster meat." Tigrat and Rit glanced at each other, then simultaneously shook their heads. "Hey, Rit, I think Yutra is contaminated. He's spouting insane things. Should I report him to Lady Cassia?" At the mention of Song of the Fallen, Rit's usually harsh eyes brightened. "Lady Cassia, I met her today. She's so Tigrat nodded. "Yes, she is." Yutra could not help but nod, too. A silly smile appeared on his face when he remembered his own interactions with Lady Cassia. "To Our Lady!" The three of them clinked their cans together and drank from them happily. Although she would probably be cross with us if she caught us drinking on the job. The three of them looked at each other with concerned expressions. Eventually, Yutra shrugged. "Well, good thing she hasn't caught us then. What she doesn't know can't hurt her, right?" Tigrat nodded. "Right, we should destroy the evidence, though." Rit reached for another can. "Yeah, we should hurry up and eliminate this entire crate for sure." A few days later, Yutra escorted a patient to the treatment room and waited in front of the door. When the treatment was over, he entered the cell intending to take the patient to the discharge crew. To his surprise, though, the man was unconscious. Lady Cassie was slumped on the chair, rubbing her eyes tiredly. When she lowered her hand, Yutra froze, awestruck. This was the first time he saw their lady without her usual blindfold. He had expected her eyes to be white and cloudy, but they were clear and of a breathtaking blue color instead. Her eyes, just like the rest of her, were breathtakingly beautiful. It was a good thing that Lady Cassia's beauty was so heavenly as to seem unreal. It was as if she existed in an entirely different world from mortal men like Yutra, and because of it, he could only regard her as a sublime being, someone too sacred to be touched by the dirt of the world. Otherwise, he would have to remind himself that he was a married man every time he saw her. Noticing him, Lady Cassie pulled up her blindfold and sighed. "He fainted after seeing me after the treatment. I'm sorry, Yutra. I will have to trouble you with dragging this man to the discharge team." He bowed lightly. Of course, my lady. It is not trouble at all. Instead of getting to it, however, Yutra lingered for a few moments. You seem tired, my lady. She blessed him with a soft smile. I'm a bit tired, yes. Thank you for noticing, not to worry, though. There should be fewer patients to treat soon. Yutra was glad to hear it. Still, you should take care of your health, my lady. Take a day off and do something fun, she chuckled. Should I? I haven't been home for a while, so perhaps I'll follow your advice and visit my parents. But not just yet. How can I go home before all of you can? Yutra scratched the back of his head. He didn't remember his previous shifts, so from his point of view, his stay at the quarantine facility had been brief. He still missed his wife and daughter terribly, though, and there was also the son he had not met yet. Let's hope that this mind disease will be cured soon, then, right, my lady? She regarded him silently for a while, then nodded. Yes, let's hope that it will. Not knowing what else to say, Yutra went to pick up the unconscious mind. Despite what he had told Lady Cassia, there did not seem to be an end to their work. The number of patients was only growing, not diminishing. There was a reason why Rit and a few others had been recruited as additional staff. The facility desperately needed more hands. Come to think of it, I wonder how long I've actually spent here. There was no way to know. Slightly troubled, Yutra picked up the patient and dragged him out of the cell. Yutra was sitting on a metal chair, holding an alloy box in his hand. On the other side of the desk, Tigrat was slowly coming to his senses. A few moments later, his buddy flinched and looked around with wide eyes. What the hell? Where the hell am I? Seeing him completely out of it was a little cute. Tigrat's eyes fell on Yutra, ignited with fear and hostility. Who the hell are you? Yutra grimaced and pretended to clean his ear. By the dead gods, Tigrat. Can you lower the volume a little? My ears are ringing. Opening the box, Yutra fished out an envelope from it and took out a folded letter. Am awakened Yutra. You can just call me Yutra, though. You must have a lot of questions. Read this letter first. It should clear up a few things. Handing the guarded and uneasy Tigrat the letter, Yutra leaned back and waited silently. Tigrat's letter was way longer and wordier than his own, so it was going to take a while for the man to finish it. As Tigrat read, Yutra thought back to being in the same spot at the start of his shift. He also thought about his letter. His heart suddenly skipped a beat. Oh, right. I need to replace that case of beer. One of the patients attacked Yutra while being escorted? It was a stupid decision, really. Not only was his aspect suppressed, but he was also devoid of Changing Star's blessing. That was a common trait that all infected shared. Well, of course they did. Why would Lady Nephis bless some crazies? The fact that the staff enjoyed her care and the patients did not was proof that they were doing righteous work, even if it felt tedious sometimes. Yutra was not put out by the attack, but he was sad to see the patient in pain. The emergency team arrived to take the man away. His life was not in danger, but he was in dire need of medical attention. Left alone in the dark corridor, Yutra stared at the blood staining the floor and the walls. There were other, older stains like these around the facility. Had there always been so many? From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw something red moving in the darkness. But when Yutra glanced up, there was nothing there. Frowning slightly, he sighed and went to fetch a different patient. Yutra must have dozed off at some point, because now he was slowly becoming aware of his surroundings. Something was wrong, though. He found himself sitting on an alloy chair in a dark room, wearing a set of comfortable civilian clothes. His memory was a bit hazy, and he couldn't quite remember how he had gotten here. My wife is going to kill me. Have you come to your senses, Yutra? His thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. Looking up, he saw a woman with concerned eyes sitting across from him. She was wearing clothes that were similar to his, holding a folded sheet of paper in her hands. Greetings. Miss, I'm sorry, but could you tell me where I am? The woman regarded him silently for a while, then let out a wistful sigh. I'm awakened Rit. You can just call me Rit, though. Welcome back, Yutra. Read this letter first. Soon enough, Yutra started a new shift. Although, of course, it felt like the first shift to him. It always did. Chapter 2747, Dark City Prison Experiment. The Church of the Moon stood empty, surrounded by an ominous atmosphere. So were the headquarters of a rising battle sect in Ravenheart. One of the meddling black market auctions ceased operation. A gang of dangerous smugglers vanished without a trace, leaving their ill-gotten gains behind. A fallen legacy clan disappeared, its manor offering no clues to what fate had befallen the once powerful family and its numerous retainers. A considerable number of people were missing, but the world moved on. Its steps were a little less confident, but the world moved on nonetheless. Cassie was dedicating more and more of her time to cleansing the minds of the captured thralls. Sunny, meanwhile, was managing the isolation camp on the Forgotten Shore with Revel's help. Holding thousands of people captive was proving to be more of a headache than he had expected. Things had gone well at the beginning, reasonably well, at least. The captives were confused and frightened, but if there was one thing people born in the era of the nightmare spell were good at, it was swiftly adapting to new circumstances, even as the world was coming undone around them. The prisoners were unharmed and seemingly safe. There were no nightmare creatures howling behind the walls of their settlement, and no captors coming to threaten them. They had food, water, and shelter. Even if the darkness surrounding them was oppressive, the streets of the settlement were illuminated by bright lights. The shades guarding them were eerie and disturbing, while the beautiful demon who had spoken to them claiming to be a former princess of song was terrifying. Because of it, the prisoners were cautious and behaved themselves for the first few days. It was after they had some time to come to terms with their new reality and regain their courage that the problems began. Curse. Those fools, I can't believe it. Sunny did not care too much about the captives attempting to destroy the shades or escape the camp. But sadly, they did not stop at that. He had expected that the followers of Astarion would be safe on the Forgotten Shore, since there were no nightmare creatures here. However, he had not anticipated that the prisoners would become a danger to themselves. In hindsight, he should have. The captives were all different people, after all having come from all walks of life. Sunny had simply thought of them as potential thralls of Astarion, but while numerous of them were, they also retained a tainted version of their original personalities. So, placed in an environment without familiar rules, numerous of them began misbehaving. Those who had been criminals in the outside world saw the rest of the prisoners as prey, and those of them who had harbored a perverse desire for power saw the lawlessness of the prison camp as a golden opportunity to elevate themselves by trampling other people. Even though there was enough food for everyone, some attempted to monopolize its sources by force. Others sought ways to control those around them by singling out unfortunate victims and playing insidious mind games. It was a complete mess. Sunny groaned, "Fools! And I'm the biggest fool of all." He felt extremely indignant at the fact that the prisoners were refusing to play nice, but there was no time to voice his grievances. He had to deal with these shenanigans before someone was actually harmed. Sunny could not establish a police force and a judicial system inside the prison camp, but he had his shades and Revel. So, in the end, he had to build an actual prison inside the settlement and lock the troublemakers up. The prison was pretty much the same as the rest of the dwellings, but less comfortable by design. And, of course, the inmates were not allowed to leave. This is just ridiculous. No, but really, how absurd is it to have to build a prison inside of a prison camp? After the captives learned that there were consequences for misbehaving, things settled down for a while, but not for long. Some of the prisoners were criminals, but they were a minority. Another thing Sunny had forgotten to take into account was that most of the people he had kidnapped were zealots belonging to various cults. A couple of weeks after the prison camp was established, Sunny was once again standing atop the wall of the dark city with Revel, looking down. There was a baffled expression on his face. What? What the hell are they doing? Far below on the main square of the prison settlement, hundreds of people were prostrating themselves on the ground, while facing the dark city. Revel gave him an unamused look. They're praying. Sunny returned her stare with complete incomprehension. Praying? What are they praying to? She sighed. The black wall. What? What is she saying? He exhaled slowly, then rubbed his face. Since when do they worship the walls of the dark city? No. How does that even make sense? Revel shrugged. How should I know since a few days ago? She glanced down with a scowl. I guess it began with the cultists of the moon. They were quite traumatized after finding themselves in a place where moonlight doesn't reach, so they decided that this is some kind of moonless purgatory. And since the only landmark they can see from the camp is this huge stone wall, they somehow developed a weird fixation on it. Eventually, they convinced themselves that paradise lies behind the wall, and only those worthy would be taken to the other side. Revel let out a contemptuous sigh. The belief swiftly spread among the members of different cults as well. I guess people were desperate to believe anything in order to make sense of what had happened to them. Not like I gave them a perfectly reasonable explanation, right? Ugh, people. In any case, it was a scene of rare unity. Oh, but there was already a religious schism among them since then. She pointed to another group of people who were kneeling with their backs to the wall. Those guys believe pretty much the same stuff, but they are convinced that it is hell that's hidden behind the wall, not paradise. Oh, and the weirdos at the edge of the square believe that they're already in hell, so they're busy performing selfless acts as penance. Very altruistic. Revel fell quiet, then added in an icy tone. And all of them are treating me as some kind of divine existence, be it a benevolent spirit or a sinister devil. Sonny let out a groan. How did this happen? No, it wasn't the worst-case scenario yet. At least these fools were worshipping the walls of the dark city in Revel. If they had began worshipping Sonny, he would have had to do something drastic in order to prevent Weaver's lineage from acting up. Biting his lips, Sonny glanced at Revel. We're not going to have to intervene in order to prevent religious strife, are we? Instead of answering, Revel simply gave him a dark look. A couple of weeks later, she unceremoniously barged into the throne room of the Dark Castle and growled from the door. We have a problem. Sonny flinched on his throne. Another problem? What? What happened now? They're not killing each other. I'm keeping an eye out. Revel marched to the throne and glared at him from below. Eventually, she spat. Killing each other? No, it's the opposite. I have at least 36 pregnant women in the camp. Sonny stared at her with wide eyes. Huh. One of his eyes twitched. A few moments later, an exasperated voice boomed in the throne room of the Dark Castle, echoing in the darkness. You have what? Chapter 2748. Herd immunity. The prison camp was proving to be an endless source of problems. Still, after straightening out a few kinks, Sonny managed to maintain it in a presentable state. The prisoners were still frightened and miserable, but at least their lives were not in danger. Even when new batches of captives were delivered to the Forgotten Shore, things stayed civil. The complicated task of separating the actual thralls from ordinary believers was progressing smoothly as well. Every day, Revel carried the identified thralls to the waking world, where they were taken to the quarantine facility in the abandoned factory. The people helping Cassie run the facility were all former thralls themselves. Coming into contact with the carriers of Asterian's plague meant becoming infected by it too, so neither the Firekeepers nor the Shadow Clan agents could be assigned the task, and even the rehabilitated thralls who had volunteered to stay had to have their memories wiped routinely in order to stay free of the disease. It wasn't an ideal solution, but Sonny and Nephis were not in a position to pursue the ideal. They were somberly anticipating Asterian's retaliation. After all, it was unlikely that he would allow them to undo his efforts without delivering a counterattack. But days passed, becoming weeks, and nothing happened. Those days of eerie calm and building tension were more exhausting than open conflict. The dream spawn refused to reveal himself, which was not to say that he was doing nothing. Despite all their efforts, his name continued to spread. Sonny and Nephis had delivered a substantial attack to the plague and slowed down the rate at which it grew. By taking out the sleeper cells of Asterian's followers, they prevented them from actively spreading the knowledge of him among the people. However, the people themselves continued to spread it unwittingly. There were thralls that they had failed to discover as well, and they were not staying idle. By late summer, various measures Nephis had ordered her people to develop were taking shape. They could not create means of identifying subjects of Asterian's domain, since that would require them to learn who the Hidden Supreme was, and thus become infected by his mental plague. However, They could develop means of telling who was not a subject of the longing domain, and do it at scale. Once the measures were ready to be used, hundreds of thralls were gradually revealed, isolated, and captured. The Shadow Clan agents were busier than ever, and Mordred's reputation continued to plummet as a result, slowly attaining a truly sinister hue. Funnily enough, the tools that revealed the thralls of Astarion had discovered none of his vessels that had to be hiding among the people. That was probably because of the mysterious ritual that Mordred had performed in the Ebony Tower at the end of the second nightmare, making himself elusive to most forms of divination. But he was definitely watching. Sunny had almost expected Mordred to begin haunting every reflection on the Elvery Island to express his dissatisfaction with being made a scapegoat. But the King of Nothing remained suspiciously quiet, hiding in the Hollow Mountains and retreating from the human world. The only sign of his continuing existence was the fact that the population of nightmare creatures in the areas bordering the Hollow Mountains seemed to be slowly dwindling. There were no corpses or signs of battles to be found, but merchants and soldiers traveling through those lands had reported that they had to fight fewer and fewer skirmishes as time went by. In any case, Mordred had chosen to remain quiet. Then again, perhaps he simply couldn't reach Sunny on the Forgotten Shore. There was no light there, after all, except for in the prison camp, and mirrors needed light to cast reflections. Instead of feeling relieved, Sunny felt unnerved by the insidious bastard's silence. The situation across the two worlds eventually reached a state of fragile equilibrium. Sunny and Nephis could not stop the name Astarion from spreading, with more and more people becoming infected by it each day. However, they were quite successful at preventing the infection from bearing fruit by swiftly capturing those of the carriers who failed to resist it and became thralls. The population of the prison camp had reached a peak and plateaued, then slowly began to diminish as more and more thralls were transferred to the quarantine facility. There, Cassie worked without rest, or rather as much as her reserves of essence allowed, to cure as many infected as possible. Sunny had sent Luster to assist her, but now he was almost starting to regret that decision. Cassie seemed to be drowning in patience, working herself to the bone. At the same time, she continued to perform her various duties for the human domain, from serving as a mental connection between the members of the cohort to watching over the firekeepers, from working on the runic arrays to protect human cities, to managing relationships with prominent saints, and much more. The abandoned factory in the outskirts of NQSC might have become her temporary base of operations, but the power of her mind reached far and wide, as if she was in a dozen places at the same time. Of course, it took a toll. The human domain, meanwhile, was gradually growing stronger. More territories were conquered as those lands that had already belonged to humans continued to develop. More people awakened, and more awakened defeated their second nightmares to become masters. The number of saints was also growing, albeit at a much slower rate. The morale of humanity remained high, and was further bolstered by both the continuous victories of human armies and the achievements of those people who were building a new home for mankind in the deadly reaches of the Dream Realm. Not everything was well, of course. As much as the Dream Realm was developing, the situation in the waking world was slowly growing more dire. The cities of Earth were becoming less populous, and the remaining citizens were feeling both the anxiety of being left behind by the times and the fear of watching the world end in front of their eyes. There were more awakened masters and saints, but not all who challenged the nightmares returned alive. In fact, the more people dared to challenge the spell, the more casualties it reaped. And even if human armies were victorious, those victories did not come without a price. Many people were mourning the loss of their loved ones, drowning in the depths of sorrow. The anxiety, fear, and sorrow that people felt were like cracks in the human domain, and it was in these cracks that Astarion's influence seeped like poison, claiming new victims each day. Sunny was full of apprehension, waiting for the day the Dreamspawn would finally make his move. But when that day finally came, he still found himself unprepared. Chapter 2749. Third time's the charm. Most farewells were sad, but some were also bitter. Rain did not remember parting with people she cared about often, but somehow the heaviness in her heart felt familiar. She made sure not to show it, though, knowing that today was not about her. Ash softened the sound of her footsteps as she walked through the darkness. In front of her, Tamar's black armor seemed to consume the pale radiance of the luminous memory Tella had summoned. Ray was hidden from sight, scouting the path ahead, while Fleur was walking behind her quietly. Finally, June was defending their small expedition from the rear. The vast and terrifying hollows of Godgrave looked different from how they had during the war. They were currently south of the Road of Shadows, close to the great breach created in the ancient bone by the battle between the four supremes of humanity. Here, the abominable jungle had been turned to ash and banished into the depths of the hollows. The war in Godgrave had ended a long time ago, and yet the scarlet infestation failed to reclaim these lands, as if it was reluctant to approach the ground consecrated by the blood of supremes. The exiles who dwelled in the citadel to the south routinely patrolled this area, hunting down stray nightmare creatures. So it was supposedly safe enough for a cohort of awakened to traverse, at least a cohort like the one Tamar had assembled. Still, they were all tense and wary. I really never thought that I'd come back here one day. Fleur's voice was full of a quiet, dark kind of amusement. Looking back at her friend, Rain hesitated for a few moments, then smiled. I remember you saying something pretty similar, the first time you returned to Godgrave after barely escaping it. Fleur, you really never learn your lessons, do you? Their healer smiled as well. Tamar, Ray, and Fleur had been sent to Godgrave by the nightmare spell as sleepers. Later, they came back here as awakened of the Great Song Army. The Song domain was gone, but here they were once again. This time, they came to conquer the second nightmare and ascend. Tamar had been preparing to challenge a seed of nightmare for a while. There were numerous reasons why she wanted to become a master, like the smoldering desire to restore the dignity of her fallen legacy clan. It was also because that was what the Shadow Clan operatives were expected to dote. Tamar and her cohort were just the first ones to actually attempt it. The world was falling apart around them, and only the strong could avoid being buried under the debris. Wanting to become stronger, Tamar had assembled an exceptional and well-rounded team. Some of them were young, but all of them were veterans. Most were armed and armored by the Lord of Shadows himself, while Telle inherited her sole arsenal and skill from the White Feather Clan. They stood a good chance of returning from the nightmare alive, a better chance than most, at least. As for Rain, she obviously could not accompany her friends into the nightmare. But she could at least escort them to the seed and see them off. She had known that they would leave for a long time, but it still felt sudden. It had caught her by surprise. There was a reason for that feeling of suddenness as well. Rain threw a thoughtful look at her shadow. Something was strange about the world these days. People went about their lives as usual, but because Rain was innately attuned to the world, she could sense the eerie undercurrents hiding behind its familiar surface. There was a subtle tension permeating the air, and a subtle strangeness about the people. Her brother was not his usual self either, having become a little more distant and a little more somber. That was why Rain had not been too surprised when he suggested moving the day of Tamar's departure forward. There it is! Having crested a bone ridge, Tamar stopped and peered ahead. There, a blackened ruin was protruding from the ash, left behind by the extinct civilization of Godgrave. The angular stone buildings still stood, even if the people who had built them were long gone. Here and there, molten remains of fearsome asuras lay on the ground. Deeper in the ruin, signs of devastation were more severe, as if something terrifying had raged in the heart of the fallen city once, thousands of years ago. I guess you really do see in the dark. Tell gave them an envious glance. Despite the close bond between the three young women, Rain and Tamar had not revealed the existence of the Shadow Clan to Telle. All they had told her was that they, as well as the other members of the cohort, were agents of an elite government force that operated in complete secrecy and could not be disclosed. That explanation was not that far from the truth anyway, since the Shadow Clan was integrated into the government at some levels. Let's go! Ray should be waiting for us at the boundary of the ruins. June, who had been guarding the reed, silently moved forward. I'll take point. Tamar looked at him for a moment, then fell back without saying anything. Soon enough, Ray rejoined the cohort, and they entered the ruins together. It was eerily quiet there, with ancient darkness nestling among the blackened carcasses of crumbling buildings. as they cautiously advanced into the depths of the forgotten city. The shape of a shattered ziggurat that stood at its heart, buried in ash, slowly revealed itself. The seed of nightmare was located on the platform atop the ziggurat, and Rain could already hear its call for the carriers of the nightmare spell. It was like a rallying call that mesmerized them into challenging the seed. But to Rain, the call of nightmare was a much more sinister and malevolent force. After all, she did not belong to the nightmare spell, and therefore could not challenge a nightmare. So, to her, approaching a seed only meant becoming corrupted by its darkness and turning into a mindless nightmare creature. The call was nothing more than a siren's song that compelled her to dissolve into the nightmare and become a part of it. We should stop here and make the final preparations. The ziggurat was already looming in the distance, towering above the rest of the crumbling structures. Tamar and her cohort spent quite a while standing in silence and looking at its peak, knowing that their nightmare was waiting for them there. Life and death, that was what they were facing. Rain could not help but feel alienated. While her friends looked at the ziggurat, she looked at them, sensing a vast divide separating her from all people. Bitter mixture of emotions flowed through her heart. Eventually, there were no more preparations to be made. Rain looked at her friends and smiled, pretending to be nonchalant and ignoring the real possibility that this was the last time she saw some of them, or all of them. "June, take care of them out there." The tall man looked at her with wry amusement, not a hint of nervousness written on his handsome face. "I'm not a babysitter." Rain stared at him for a few moments, then scoffed and looked away. "Stop trying to be cool, old man." Finally, June's armor of nonchalance cracked. "Old? Hey, old. Since when am I old? I'm a young man in my prime." Ignoring him, Rain turned to Ray and Fleur. "You two, don't you dare hold the wedding in the nightmare. I demand an invitation. In fact, I demand to be a bridesmaid. So stay alive." Ray coughed while Fleur chuckled. "Don't worry about us. If anything, we are the ones who should be worried. Please make sure that the world is still in one piece when we return." Rain nodded with a smile and looked at Telle. "Come to think of it, our spars won't be the same when you come back as a master." Telle smiled faintly, a hit of wistfulness finding its way into her eyes. "I guess not." Rain nodded. "I'll still kick your butt, though." Tell scoffed and looked at her with pity. Finally, Rain turned to Tamar. There was nothing left to say. She had already said everything she could, and then some. She even named Tamar's sword and armor, as well as assigning them epithets. So Rain simply sighed. "Tamar." She lingered for a while, then said with a pale smile, "Let's build roads together again, one day. When all this bloodshed is over." Tamar gave Rain her patented inexpressive look, then walked over and hugged her. "Sounds like a plan." Letting go, she studied her for a moment. "Will you get back all right?" Rain forced out a smile. "Of course. You know I won't be alone." Tamar hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. "Tell him not to worry. You know he will. We'll make him proud." And before Rain could truly come to terms with the parting, they were gone. She stood alone in the darkness, listening to the maddening whispers of the call wash over her mind. Before too long, however, another figure appeared by her side, having risen from the shadows. Sunny looked at the looming ziggurat and frowned. "Worry? Who's worrying? These kids are way too overqualified for a measly second nightmare. Why would I worry, huh?" He gave Rain a disapproving look and shook his head. "So you shouldn't worry either, you know. I died about 1,000 times in my second nightmare, and look at me. I'm still alive. Well, one can argue that I'm actually dead, but when has it ever stopped me?" Rain turned to him and remained silent for a short while. Eventually, though, she could not help but chuckle. "Right. It hasn't stopped you yet."